Good morning, everybody. It was a night that it was a night with my friends. So let's start our morning. Remember this close for today. When we were discussing about this tool, including the sense how these simple thoughts convince us a reality that does not exist. And we are discussing about how this fake reality feels real. What process how thoughts makes it frustrating. So let's dive deeper into that. Let's observe and listen to a sound. Don't say what it is for a moment. Just hear. Only hear. Don't try to name. Don't try to understand. Don't try to immediately what it is. Just hear. Once you hear that, you might have noticed that sound. It is not announce I belong to somebody, something. It's simply where suddenly the thought appears and it says a bird, a square, not just simply a bird or square. I heard a bird chirp. I heard song of the squirrel. So now there's not just only an owner for that song, but also a listener. Here, the one who's affected by that. So now the an owner. So not just feeling, but with every incident that this happens, Even with the same, the vision of us, immediately there is an object out there, and there is me, the self, who is looking at that object. We always have this time with me to any sense of contact. Tasting something, I am tasting. Feeling something, I am not only that. Thinking something, I am thinking. This I is always added, yet none of the real content, yet those things. If we get, if we go back to the sound, just simply sound occurring. It didn't say it came from the word, and it didn't say this is listened to. It just simply appeared and disappeared. Nothing else. But for us, it's not simple sound. I mean, we can't even notice the sound. We immediately notice the story. There is a bird, and there is a sound. I am like hearing a bird. We don't even get the real sense of country. We start living the story. But there's no bird, there's no sound. Nothing is there. But we created and we start to believe that that's the reality. Completely utter illusion. We believe, but it's not there. And we know, but it's really there. I have noticed that sound is the thing that really occurs, but that's the thing that we really ignore. And we live in a story that we created, some true random thought. That's not even real. Those thoughts we created. This is what we've been doing all of our life. All, all this time. We always believe what mind says. Our entire lifetime. We never saw what's really there. Instead, we always believe, strongly believe, those that comes after that real experience, thoughts that were created, thoughts that are stories, interpretations, not the reality. That's why those interpretations are different from person to person. Yet we treat them as the reality. We treat them as the truth, while ignoring what's really happening. Mm, we can't even we can't even say it. These thoughts are completely fake. The real thing is that we are experience, but we completely ignore and believe in the interpretation that comes after. The best example is sound, beautiful sound that we get for us. It's just there is a bird and there is a sound. None of them came from the sound. And the thing is, we believe that with is real and the self is real, and we revolve around that. The real experience is ignored. That the story to interpret to thoughts, they create a whole world story. It isn't in there, it is another one after another. Yet none of that really happened. Can you see how much that as humans we create our own mind, our own interpretation, our own mental world, while the real experience is always ignored. The real experience is only useful for triggering the mental world, then it's ignored. And this mental world has become so strong to the point that now we mistake it for the reality. To that point, this mental world feels real for us. But nothing is in that sound except for that sound. That whole story is fake. The real experience is the sound. Yet we ignore the sound and creating chains and chains of stories with that fake thoughts that feels real. This is how everyone interacting anything. A real experience happens immediately they get those thoughts. One is up and the other one is something out there. And the real experience is ignored. Now the whole story revolves around these two thoughts, the self and that object thing that they believe, that they interpreted exist. That's what happens. People are always living their mental world, not the real experience. Now, this self has become stronger to the point. This self this emotion has gotten powerful to the point that it creates a fake reality. This thought has become powerful, and that thought makes us feel like it's really real, really existing. And now we think is really a self an entity, and it is a something. And then once we feel that there is really someone here, that self isn't there, it starts to grow more. Now it starts to own everything, do everything, control everything. And now there is ownership from the self thought. Not that I am hearing, I am seeing. And this thought has become stronger. You feel there is this existing self, a sense of self. Now this sense of self, we don't feel it as a sense of self. We feel it as a real, really a person, an entity. This self me is here. When we feel it in that way, we try to claim ownership. This is me. This happened to me. This is my thought. This is my working. This is my life. And it doesn't end. Once something becomes mine, it becomes something to protect, something to control, something to preserve, something to feel useful. And with all of that, suffering can go. We hope so. A simple thought that has gotten powerful can create the whole story. Thought is the only thing that feels continuous. Yet if we consider real experience, each and every moment, everything is changing, completely different. Sense of context, always different, always changing. We never see the same thing again, never. Yet when we look through them through thoughts, we get the same thought. So when the thought gets powerful, we really know the real experience. Starts to believe the thought. So when the thought has the authority over everything, and when each and every time when same thought appears, it creates this illusional solidness, continuousness, sameness in everything. It's illusional, but it's stronger because the thoughts have power, authority over everything. The mind is powerful. Just that's why even the real experience is different. When we looking through the thought, we see everything as same. Nothing is changed. So let's take an example. Let's say you're seeing a chair now. The chair in front of you is the thought. But if you see the real experience, that's really your I perceive is completely different from what you saw yesterday. But somehow you get the thought, the chair. And when you believe the thought, even though the real experience is completely different from yesterday's, when the thought chair is the same thing that you were now and yesterday, it creates this illusion of solidness, continuum, continuity. So now you think chair is solid, strong, clear, it's not changing. But when it's come to reality, everything has changed. It's the thought that is not changed. The real experience is always changed. And the thing is, we feel this thought is not changed because it has same frequencies. But the thought is also different from the yesterday's one. Yesterday's thought can disappear at the same moment. The thought that appears right now is completely new one. The thought that appears and disappears right now. Yet, because they have similar frequencies, we mistaken it as the same thought. In this case, the chair. Today we get the thought the chair. Yesterday we got the thought chair. We use both the chairs. We think those are same. The same chair is appearing, but those are two different thoughts. The name is chair, but two different thoughts. The identity, they're two different thoughts. They have same frequency, that's why it makes us feel like this is the same chair, but they are not the same chair. For us, it feels like the yesterday's chair is appearing right now. But actually, yesterday's chair is long gone. That thought appeared and disappeared that moment. What right now appears, a new chair, a new thought, that's similar to that previous one, that resonates with the previous one. That's why we mistake it as the same chair, because it's similarity to the previous one. It's a perception that matters here. Because of its similarity, we mistaken it for the same unappearing object. This is the same chair, but this chair is new chair, a chair thought that got constructed right at this moment. This chair is completely different. So this is how this thought makes us feel like this is the same chair. So has the self. So has the any thought that feels same. That's how we feel it. We feel it the same thing, yet they're completely different. Because of their similarity, we can mistake them for the same one. So that's how we feel the solidness, the same thing, same shape. Say, now we feel the same chair in that way. Now the real experience is completely thought itself is completely different, but this wrong perception makes us feel like this is the same chair. When you feel this chair is same chair, only not changing. When you believe in that wrong perception, and when you repeat it again and again with everything, it creates this illusion. Same object, same thing, appearing again and again. Not just chair, everything. When you can't see those are evidence, the thought is a new thought that is completely different from the previous one, yet it can be similar to that one. Every thought. When you can't say that, this illusion is the same solidness. This concept is wrong perception stronger. It makes the wrong perception strong and strong. That's why we feel everything is solid, real, continuous, without doubt now. To that point, this wrong perception has become stronger. This wrong view has become stronger throughout the time, throughout the repetition. So now we think it's the same chair, even though it's also an illusion. Now the same chair is the thought, but in reality the real experience is completely different. But because of that illusion, we feel like this is the same thought, same chair. And we have ignored the real experience also. And now the thought is even more powerful, more strongly feel same solid chair. And when something happens to this thought, this chair, that makes us suffering, that makes us feel sad and so. Because we thought this is the same chair, the solid chair, that chair is not changing. And we think that chair has gotten destroyed, broken. But in reality, if we live in real experience, not in the mind with those thoughts, it's always changing. The shape is always different. The look, the colors, everything is different. And even if it's broken, that's also another different thing that our eye perceive. But we never live in this moment. We never see the different changing nature. Instead, we living in the mind. So we see the thought that creates a fake solidness. We don't see it as a fake, we feel it as really solid. strong chair existing throughout the time. And when we believe that chair, and when we see it's broken, that leads to suffering, that leads to sadness. Can you see that? But the thing is, there was never a solid chair. It's an illusion that makes us feel like it's a chair. Because even the thought that appears as a chair is two different thoughts. If there are 100 times 100 different thoughts, yet because of their similarity, we mistake them as the same thought, same chair. That's why it feels like the same chair. But each and every time, the thought is different. The real experience is different. But because our mind is powerful, our thought is powerful, we immediately feel the real experience. We also, because that thought is similar to the previous thought, immediately mistaken it as the same thought. That's how this solidness gets created. That's how this fake solidness gets created. In reality, nothing is real, nothing is solid, nothing is confused. That's our mind's illusion that makes us feel like a solidness. But if we start seeing the right perception, we start to see this is a thought that appears right now. It might be similar to the previous one, but it's not the same one. Immediately breaks the solidness, the continuousness. That immediately breaks. This is the chair that I saw yesterday. Because now you start to see this is the chair that got created right now. The thought that got created right now. And you can even see, you can even remember previous thought that you know it is similar to this thought. It's there. It is completely different. We don't mistake that similarity as the same thing, appearing again and again. The perception matters. And when you see that a thought that appears now, a chair that appears right now, that got created right now, that breaks the whole solidness. And if something happens to them, it also breaks it because there's nothing solid to begin with. Not even the thought, not even the real experience. That solidness, that strong, solid feeling is also in our own mind because everything is completely different, changing each and every moment. We are crying for the solidness that we had in our mind. We are crying for the reality, fake reality that was in our mind, that we created in our mind. But if we start to live in the real moment, we notice there's no solidness in it. There's no continuity. Everything is changing each and every. When we create this solidness in our mind, it is an anchor. We keep believing it gets stronger and stronger, stronger to the point we feel it as reality. So that's why we are crying. We are crying for a solidness that we created, that we repeated, and a solidness that has gotten overcome to the point it feels as the reality. That is the solidness that chaos gives us, not a real solidness, but the thought created through repetition over the time with that wrong perception. All matters, everything is. It doesn't happen at all. Take time. It takes wrong perception. It takes repetition. Speak everything to make the solution stronger. With all those things, we feel like the world is real, world is solid, world is functional, but nothing is solid, including the thought itself. This is the reason for suffering. Our mental solidness creates the suffering. We think everything is real solid, when clearly everything is, including the thought, is different, changing. If we see it's changing, then there's nothing to suffer, because each and every time everything is changing, different. We suffer for something that we lose, but there's nothing to lose here, because there's nothing solid here. Each and every moment everything is changing. But if we see it in the other way, things are solid. And when we strongly feel of our solid, when something happens to that, we suffer. We feel sad. That's why we said this solidness is not up there. It's in our own mind, built up all the time with the repetition, with the wrong conception. It's not a real solidness that exists. It's a fake illusion that feels like something real, something real existing. And that illusion is the one that leads to suffering. You have to feed yourself to break free from that cage, your own mind's cage. You have to see yourself that this is the reason for suffering. No, no, let's get back to the self. Even the self that feels real, solid, and honest is mentally dead. It's not actually existing. That's one thing. And it's a this thought, same thought creates this illusion of the same as now. And perception. Either we can take it as the same self appearing again and again, or we can see it in the right way. different selves appearing each and every time. If they are similar, so we mistaken them as the same perception. So now, if we see the self as it is, not as something solid, like that but as something always changing, always different from one another, it breaks the solidness, the delusional solidness that it has given. That we, but we feel that as we live in solitude, not changing at all. That's how we feel. That immediately breaks when we see the truth behind thoughts, and also how this solid self that feels real is getting great. It's not that real self existing. It's an illusion. Thought that somehow seriousness makes us feel like we are something. And when you see that, when you experience it, the solidness starts to break. And even the thought is not real, but we cannot stop thoughts. So now imagine the difference between the pain and my pain, between fear and my fear, between a thought and my thought. It's always try to claim ownership, and now experience the self has become stronger. We really feel it as real. We really feel it as my thought, my fear, my pain. Something happens, I am suffering, my pain. Because we really against this self, nothing solid, and this self is suffering. But this whole story is mind created, thought created story. But real feeling is that it is all comes from the own and then it happens in the before. If we didn't see it, truth will keep revolving in this something happens, it happens to us. This love that we feel sorry. But if we see the truth that self is not continuous solid as it is, it immediately breaks the illusion of this solid, and we start to notice the thought of the fear, the thought that is really to that moment, not the same thought appearing again and again, but a thought that appeared and disappeared at the same moment. Thought that is for this moment, thought that cannot reappear again, never, but something similar to this thought can appear again. We stop mistaking the thought that appeared right now is the same thought that appeared yesterday. Instead, we say this is a new thought that appears right now, that has no link to previous one. It's similar to that thought, but it's not the previous one itself. It breaks the illusion of continuousness, continuity, solidness, and that we stop starting to feed these thoughts and their solidness. Instead, we see them that appears right now. And when we start to see that they all appears right now, the power, the value of their head slowly starts to break. Because before, we thought this is the same thought that appears in the same animal. So it could even more powerful. But now, we see a thought that is unique to this moment, limited to this moment, that appear and disappear to this moment. It breaks that value it has, the power it has. Because each and every moment, it's a new thought. It doesn't feel the big solidness anymore. It doesn't feel that continuity anymore. And when you start to see, it automatically starts to loosen the strong illusion that fake reality we have created in our mind. And then we start to see through every thought, every object, whether it's a child, whether it's the self, whether it's the mother, father, anything that feels real, that feels solid, we start to see through the illusion of this solidness. We start to see how it feels, how that something more is changing. But through our mind, through our these thoughts, and these thoughts similar to this illusion of this continuity, of this solidness, and how we blindly believe that everything is continuous, while completely every sense experience is changing, including the thought itself is changing different, not continuous at all. So you have to see it, experience it yourself, and once you start to experience it yourself, it brings this illusion automatically. The only thing you have to know is the truth. You have to see it yourself, and with that deep understanding, it automatically brings the illusion. Like before, we believe the illusion is real. That's why it got We feel the chair is solid. We thought that this is the same chair, same thought, same chair. That's why it got more powerful again and again when it appears. But when we start to see those are two different thoughts, not the same one, it prays this strong idea. It then we start to limit it to the moment and slowly with the deep understanding. The thought starts to loosen the power that it carries. Like that part we cannot do it anybody else. It happens automatically. What really we can do is to see the truth, feed ourselves, not by knowledge, but by deep understanding. We try to see to yourself the truth. So we let them alone from a distance and they answer everybody.
Good morning, everyone. Therwan Sanna sir. Therwan Sanna, everybody. We'll start with the book. The Sudhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 21, paragraph number 2. Then what we see outside is all a lie, an illusion, isn't it? Things don't exist anywhere, does it? All what we think does not exist anywhere. The different languages have different sounds. The language itself is a thought. Now, does the language exist? They are all an illusion. This illusion can be realized or understood only by having awareness. A very small baby has awareness. A very small baby does not have any thoughts about what things are. He does not have any thoughts about sounds or thoughts about images. He has only an awareness. This awareness is the pure truth, or also known as Parama Satya. Aran Mahansa. Ma'am, you asked me to explain Ajatta Bahita. When we say that someone has arrived at the state of Sotapanna or stream entry, it means that you have realized that the outside world does not exist. They have realized that the world outside is only a thought. This state of wisdom is called Sotapanna Bhumiya, stream entry. Then Anusotaya means you accept the world outside as the reality, and this state of mind is called Pruthajjana Bhumi, conventional or ignorant position. When you have realized that the outside is not the truth and that you are at a level of wisdom of Sotapanna, it means that you are on the right path. Now we will see what one has to do when one has already developed the wisdom to a state of an anagami, never return, no further birth. We mentioned earlier in this discussion that if isn't a book, then I don't exist. The one with the wisdom of an anagami looks at the world without an I concept in what he sees. He looks at the world with an emptiness. He does not give any value to any of the thoughts. If he sees a thing, he knows that it is only a sound and a color. If the stimulus, aramuna, is a book and if it becomes real to you, then you are there. Then there is you, the observer. The Buddha said, Etang mama. It means I who sees it, the one with the wisdom of anagami, looks at the book without giving any value to it, as he knows that is an illusion. Then there is no I concept in it. It is only an awareness. This is the deepest point of wisdom. If you feel that the table, the book, the bed, all these exist to you, that itself is the I concept, your feeling of being alive. The feeling of being alive is your mind consciousness, a thought. The table is a thought. The book is a thought. The bed is a thought. The thought arises and ceases at every moment. The thought is born and it dies off immediately. Our body does not die. It is the thought or mind that dies. When we stop breathing, that means the mind has stopped igniting sparks. The mind has stopped generating thoughts. That is when our body is buried in the ground. Please think about this. In this moment, when we think of me or I, isn't it only a thought? Upasikawa, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Master. If I cut off my finger, I really cut off a finger of mine? No, the cutting of a finger is only a thought. Now, if I amputate my leg, it is only a thought that I amputated my leg. Then I amputate my other leg. Again, the knowing that I cut off both my legs is only another thought. Then I cut off both my arms. It is only a thought that makes me think that cut off both of my arms. Everyone,
Yeah, today discussions. Everybody. Uh,
Kiran Sarnashani,
it's okay, brother. We continue discussion. It's okay.
Kiran Sarna everybody, Kiran Sarna announcer.
Yeah.
Here today's the Hum Forum. We try to understand the illusory world where we live, where we die, and where we experience the illusion called life. The life, what we call life, is there a life actually? How do you experience this life? How do you feel that you are there? So these are the problems always uh, created enthusiasm and curiosity in the human mind, in the human civilization. Uh, Today, what we want to explain, what we want to express is you to listen and help you to understand the illusory world. Now, you may get confused when we say illusory world. Illusory world means whatever we see, whatever we hear, whatever we touch or smell or taste, we think that they are real. And at the same time, we feel, I am here, I am here, and I experience this life. This is not real. This is not what you think. Now we try to explain you, we want to tell you that these images, what you see, the sounds, the smell, the taste, all those are creation of your mind sensor. We have got 6 sensors, and these sensors function rapidly that a human mind cannot express or explore or investigate it. It is so fast due to that rapidity, due to that swiftness. We can't understand what it is because we always consume, we always associate thoughts. Thoughts are the creations of human mind. That is a natural process. So when we see a something, for example, you see focus or river, you see a river. Now you just say, I see, I experience, I know that this is a river. But the problem is something out there, is something, someone here, is something outside there, something called river, and is here inside the other side. You feel the existence, and you feel that I experience the river. So what a beautiful river, so bubbling river, or whatever it is. So how do we want to understand this is, you don't see a river. At the same time, there is no one called you there. Why? Because to understand this, you have to start from the beginning, how the mind works, how these faculties work. This is how it works. This revelation or this understanding is not reachable to human mind, those who are in the mundane world. This will be revealed, and this has been revealed by noble friend Lord Buddha or Aryan Man says, or Pase Buddha. So they can express, explain, and help the people to understand this illusion. So, for example, you see a river, as we said example at the beginning, see a river. So the river, you see something outside there and you are here. So this is a spark. This is just a spark. So that will the mental I will catch.
Johnny, good evening.
Excuse me, Aryan answer. Everyone, Sarnai.
Oh, Teros, right. No, it's Teros. It's okay. It's okay. Continue. It's okay.
Yes. So your eye focus on a river, you get the picture. That is just a picture, an object. The thing is, these sensors, our sensors, eye sensor, work so rapidly. Then and there, momentarily, the spark starts there, and it goes so fast. And then the mental formation starts. So when the mental formation, when you come to this stage, with the help of the mind consciousness, they work so swiftly. Therefore, we feel that something is outside there. Feel. Then all the past experiences you had related to the river that flooded into your mind, and that experience comes into your mind, and it is this river that you saw in the past, and what you experienced in the past is here at the moment. Actually, there is no river. That is the label given by the adults, given by the teachers at the kindergarten age. So we feel in this stage, the mind conscious is work so fast, and the spark is there, and the eye conscious start, then mind conscious start get activated. Then you feel that something is outside there. Then and there, the feeling of self is get starts. So you feel someone is here, I am here. The feeling of I, me, my, mine, myself will automatically get created. So that's a natural phenomena. We can't experience this so unless we understand the true Dhamma. Keep on listening to this true Dhamma and concentrate about it is very important. So this is the mind always catches certain things. It generates certain. Now I hear a sound of a bird. Then I see a fence. The mind goes on. It's a flow. So that is what that is where we are not in a position to understand. The mind flows so fast. One gets one we get one idea, then another idea will get associated there. So this is how it goes. Mind is so fast. The spark is there, and The mind consciousness, I consciousness, everything get together and created a world. And that fades then and there. Then another formation will come. You hear something, you taste something. This is how the mind works. So what we have to understand is listening to true Dhamma. That is very important. What is true Dhamma? There is no body and no one, and there is nothing outside. So to solve this puzzle, we have to understand what we experience is just a spark. Then and there, the momentary, the instantaneous world is created. That is also not true. Then another consciousness, then another consciousness. This is how it passes on. This is how it goes. This is how it proceeds. This is the natural phenomena and the system and the process. Uh, Shani, are you there?
Everyone Sunday. Everyone Sunday.
Yeah. Do you have any question regarding to this?
Um, uh,
Yeah, if you have a question, ask. Everyone, Sanai. Aryan, sir, your line is not clear, Aryan.
What is lost? I'm not clear.
Aryan, answer, your line is not clear.
Are you asking question or something? No. What's your question is? Are you asking some question or something?
I
Do you hear
asked
me now?
whether Shani
No,
has
it's here.
any.
Do you hear me? It's okay. No, do you hear me? It's okay.
Aryan, answer.
Are you hear me?
Yes, yes, I hear you. I asked Shani whether she has something to ask. Anything to ask.
can you explain a bit more about how this outside world does not exist?
Yeah, you, you, your question is outside world is not exist. Is that so?
Yeah, how it says that the outside world does not exist.
Yeah,
Can
yeah,
you
yeah,
give a bit more of
yeah.
a clarification?
Outside this world
Now
is
do
not
you hear me?
exist.
Now it's okay.
Yes, I can.
Outside world is not. Yes, Shani. I didn't get
Yes,
it. Your line is not clear. Terunsanai.
Teruasane, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Outside this
Do you hear
world
me,
is not.
Janet? It's okay.
Yes, I can.
It's okay. Yeah. Yeah. Bernard, are you asking some question or something?
She asked a question. Shani asked a question.
Yeah. Yeah. What's that question, son? Yeah.
So, like, I would like to have more clarification about how this outside world does not exist means.
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
Therun Saranaik.
What do you think about
Therun.
Bernard?
Yeah, yeah. What we think is what we feel and what we experience is that outside world is real. That is what we experience from our childhood. For to explain this, this is how we start. We'll start from one particular one sensor. Just take, as we told you earlier, you see a river, then take that example, that moment only. Your eye catches a picture. That is, your eye sensor functions there. And when that with that, the mind consciousness also starts. Mind consciousness function there. Then with that rapidity, with that swiftness, with that fast movement, you feel itasanya, that you feel something is outside there. That is how it works. We take only one particular shot, one particular spark. You see a river, the picture of a river, your eye consciousness starts function, then you get the idea that some object is there. Then the mind consciousness says, this is a river. This is a river. So that is how did you get that river? That is what you were taught early in the kindergarten. So that then you experience a river when you say all the
He's there.
experiences
Yeah.
you have with the river floods into your mind. Thoughts come
Bernard,
into
your
your mind.
line is
All
not
the
clear.
you color of the water, the flowing Therun Sarnai.
Therwan Sarnai.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Did you get the idea or not?
Uh,
This is how that you see a river there. You feel that you see a river. You experience a river. That is the natural world we see. That's the real world. That's the reality we feel that. So that is not the reality. Why is not the reality? Because it is a creation of your mind. Creation of your mind. How it get created? It get created in this way. When your eye catches a river,
Sonia,
then
are you hear me?
yes, Therwan, we can hear you. Therwan Sarnai.
The that's your example is given is speed because this light also is speed. No,
Yes,
do you mean that's light house coming? That house of eyes creation speed. No, spark speedily. No, rapid speed is there.
yes, yes,
No, mechanism of eye
yes,
speed. No, spark speed. One is spark. It's like a light.
yes,
Yeah, sky there. Spark. That's negative and positive somewhere different in. That's the spark. No? The
yes,
touch is the spark. So this same is a mechanism. It's a waves. It's a quantum theory. It's the same, no? Speedily happen, no? Same. Spark. Again and again and again this spark is happening. That's our eye creation, no? Eye creation is spark speedily. That's light is coming. That's the effort. The cause and effort dam is there, no? But the speed is there. Spark is happening speedily, no? How is our ear creation? It's a drum inside. It's a vibration. Speedily happening, no? That's the sound is coming. What is the sound is? It's a vibration, no? Speed given us this sound. This how aggregate is here. Rupa meaning is a rupa is his vibrations, no? Vibration is our ear creation is given us to sound. That's Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vinyana. What's this? Vedana is a feel. No? How is this telling? Sanya is perception. Sankara is creation, no? So Vinyana is consciousness. It's something. It's a sound is something. It's ear consciousness. Sound is something. Eye consciousness is light is something. That's perception becoming consciousness. No, converting the consciousness. Do you understand what I say? Is speed is given us the sensor creations. The sensors. How is the sensor creation? Eye, ear, nose, mouth, and skin. This five sensor. What is the mechanism? Is speed, no? Speed there. The waves, the same. So quantum is we are talking about the packet of spark range. It's okay. Yeah, this seems like the river. That's why I think is Bernard is trying to explain. This is speed inside the mechanism. Is speed is given us this. How is this outside is real? You're asking that outside is how is outside is real? No, that's the question. No,
yes,
how is
yes,
outside is real?
yes,
It's a power. Every spark have a power. This spark range have power. One is spark, two, 3, 4, another one is coming same, no? So speedily happen this is spark. One is spark also have a power, no? One is spark have a power because different enemies there. The power is coming, no? That's a theory, a system. This power again and again a spark is happening, more power is coming because this power generated, this power is combined, more power is there. That's the existent field. I existent field is a light. Kindergarten time, little child don't know anything, but existent field is there. There's a before kindergarten time, little child in cot, no? At that time, radiant mind is there. There is no thoughts. What is this thought? This sound and form together coming, the thought is coming, no? Chair is kindergarten time, teacher is given the picture, chair, and given the sound. That sound and form together, especially the sound and form. But other one is a feel. Ditta Sutta Mutta is Buddha's word. Ditta is your eye. Sutta is your creation. Mutta is your feel. Smell, taste, and skin feel. Three together come in Samutta. That's why Tina Sangatipaso is a theory, it's a Pali. The meaning is this five senses, one time is one spark is happening, that one is the thought. That one is existent feel also there because this power, light also existent, sound also existent, is coming, other sense also same. So this existence is coming, there's a light and this sound and form, that's why is chair is there, existent field. We are, there's a field is outside is existent chair. How is coming existence? That's his speed, no? That's why I think it's Bernard is trying to explain. What do you think about Shani? Yeah, your idea. What's your thing? Are you doing something?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, it's okay. What do you think about?
Um,
Are you understood what I say? Oh no,
yes,
it's okay.
yeah, I did
Have you some doubt? It's okay. You ask me again a question.
understand.
Are you clear this point or no? This one.
Yes,
This is speed given us this.
yes,
This thought is share is not real one. Speed.
yes,
That's why it's a mirage, no?
yes,
Consciousness. It's understand one, no?
yes,
We want to understand this. That's why true Dharma is very important because everything given us to real, but it's not real. No.
yes.
Yeah. What do you think? Is the answer or no? Because this outside is real or no? Chair is real or no? I ask you again. What do you think? Is that chair is real or no? What's your feel? What do you think?
Um,
Yeah.
so after listening to this Dhamma, it's like neither no or yes.
What? What?
It's
Please
like
tell me again.
it's like uh, both no and yes.
You are talking about the bone. It's a bird.
No and also the
Yeah.
existent feeling. It's both no and yes. Like it's
Especially ear and eye. The sense creations. Individually, one sensor also given us existent feel.
yes,
Yeah. These two senses are coming together. That's what is a thought. It's a chair. Existent feel is there. One sensor is example is the sound. Eye sensor, no? It's existent feel. It's a ittasanya. It's a alive feel. That one is a ittasanya. Buddha's word is ittasanya is a existent feel. Something is there. I'm here. That's a same this one. Alive feel. There's a existent feel is otherwise the alive feel. What do you think? Do you understand? Existent feel. Something is there. I'm here. Something not outside anything. I'm not here. Who am I? It's a mirage, no? Like a mirror. You are looking your face. No, there, mirror. But there is no anybody. You are looking. But you are looking outside, mirror. But this example is given that Buddha, Rahul, you are looking outside, but it's your mind. Rahul is a Rahula, there, Sutra is there, Tripitaka. But Buddha's word is there. The Rahul at that time washing the face, the bath is there. So there's a mirror, as Rahul see that mirage, no? His face, own face. But it's bath. Buddha told, this Rahul, this like everything. You see, your own mind, you are looking outside. You are in your mind. The meaning is you haven't experienced outside because your sensor, without sensor, you can't experience it.
Yes.
Do you understood what I say?
Yes,
Yeah. We are not talking about outside, nothing, anything. We haven't experienced what is real.
yes.
We have experienced our own senses. You know, various of living beings have various of type of senses. They are individually, they have world. Them automatically this sense creation has given them this world. It's not outside anywhere, it's their mind. Every living being like that, like this. They are living individually, their own mind. What do you think? It's nice, actually. I think it's good. No?
Yes.
Yeah. What you understood, you explain.
So I
It's okay.
understood. Yes, let's take people. People are living in a world. It's a mind world, and that world was created from the five senses of there. But it depends on how their senses work, like how their eyes work, and that's how their world was created. The ability of their five senses create their own world. And some people might not see properly, some people might not hear properly, and their world different from each one another.
Yeah. This world is not outside, no? It's our
Yes.
mind. But that is why Buddha told, Salayatana loko. Salayatana meaning is senses. Senses is the world. Your eye is the world. The sound is the world. Is your ear given you to this sound world. It's nice, no? Understand? It's very nice, no? Yeah, it's a real. Awaken. That's dream. Everything is a dream. You know this truth. You know this truth. You are awakened this dream, no? Yeah. It's very interesting, no? It's very interesting. What do you think about? Bernard, what do you think about? It's really.
Yeah, awake. Time to awake from
Your signal is not clear. Bernard, your signal is not clear.
Otherwise, we will will again not clear. Is it okay now, Aruna?
Now it's okay. Yeah.
Right?
Shani, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Bernard sound?
Mm, mm.
Good one, sir. Right?
Now it's okay,
Can you hear me?
Bernard. Yeah, now it's okay.
It's time to awake from our dream world, because we don't know that we are living in a illusory world. They create a manifestation of vibration.
Shani,
So in order to understand
Bernard,
this,
are you walking? Are you stay somewhere to clear signal? Because it's not clear. You are walking.
yeah, I'm at one
Not
place. I'm not
always.
walking. Aruna.
Yeah, it's okay, Bernard. Now you explain that. It's okay.
We are living in an illusory world. We are in a dream. So it's time to awake from this dream. So to understand this, just to find what we are always associate, those are thoughts. The thoughts are not real. These are creation of our minds, creation of our mind consciousness. We take them as real. So that is why we are still in the we are moving in the cycle of birth. So this is time to understand our mind, how our mind works, and what will happen to our life. Then when you understand this, you will understand there is nothing outside. They are just a function of the formation of the process of your faculties. We are living in a created world. It is actually not a real world. They are manifestation of vibration. Due to this vibration, uh, the mind senses starts work, and we feel that I am here and something outside there. This duality always remains when you are in an illusory world. So illusion cannot be explained so easily, cannot be understood so easily. Uh, we need the proper guidance and continuous guidance of noble friend, our Aryan Nancy. Otherwise, we can't understand this. So just understand one thought, how it works. Then we will understand how all these thoughts are created. Then how all these moments are created. When you feel that something is here, outside there, and you feel I am here, then you think that was there and that is here and that will be there. The whole time tenses will be get into exist. You feel that time is there, someone is here, and something is outside there. All these are created with the rapidity of this vibration. So just to understand this vibration, we have to keep on understand the true Dhamma and practice this Dhamma. Otherwise, we can't. Uh, we ourselves can't understand it. We need the proper guidance of our noble friend. Then only we can slowly and gradually uh, solve this puzzle. Then you realize that I am in a dream. I am in an illusory world. This is not real. So that is how it happens. So we create we a fantasy, and we are living in that fantasy, not knowing that it is a fantasy, and we die, and we will be the victim of We are the victims of cycle of birth. That is how this manifestation of vibration actually process, and it is a natural phenomena, and
We can't hear you properly, Mr. Bernard.
get rid of that. So it is only to understand how it works. Actually, there is nobody because of this fast movement, fast and the rapidity. Always, because of this rapidity, we feel that I am here. As you had telepathizes then and there, and that thought will be vividly colored by those telepathization, and you feel the touch, the taste, and everything is there. And at the moment you experience, this is something. A big tree is here, the cloud is there, the sky is there, the birds are there. I hear the birds, I hear the sounds of the vehicles. That is how it goes. So day by day, gradually, you have to concentrate this and listen to true Dhamma. Unless you listen to true Dhamma and follow this path practical in a practical way, uh, you can't get rid of this illusion. It is the illusion that we are living in. That illusion can be understood, and you can succeed if you listen to true Dhamma and follow the practical uh, process. Devan Sarna Shani, are you there?
Yes, there was an Mr. Bernard.
Yeah.
We can't hear you properly. I think there's a signal issue.
Do you have any questions?
So the
Yes.
feeling of
Go ahead.
me,
Can't hear you
myself.
properly. Yeah. There is a signal issue here, but
Yeah.
I try hard to.
Can you hear me now?
Again, can you, can you speak a little bit louder, Shani, please?
Yeah. Can you hear?
Yeah, go ahead.
Shani, it's not your
Yeah. That's
signal
good.
is okay.
Nice.
Bernard is not clear. Bernard is not in clear place. I think it's Bernard side. Shani, is your side is okay. No problem. Yeah. Bernard not clear because Bernard not signal is there. Bernard not coming signal.
Yes,
Shani, you
sure.
asking
Yeah.
Bernard, are you clear? But Bernard can't say it's clear because he's not in the correct. I think is a place.
Yes. Shani, please ask the question.
So this me, myself, existence, how does it happens?
Yeah, that is a very good question. That brings you curiosity. That is right. Myself, or the self existence, or the some kind of person is outside there. That feeling is here. So
Yeah.
how does it get created? That is the problem you have. Is it so?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So this is not a person doing something. There is no personal involvement here. Be- when this I starts function, I start function, it catches, for example, it catches a picture. So then and there, all the past experiences telepathizes. So with the rapid movement, the movement is so rapid. So with that, you feel something outside there, and then and there you get the feeling of feeling. You get the feeling of I am existing here. I am here. It is not someone is there, but the feeling, you feel that someone is here. That is the sanya.
It seems
And you
as
get,
is it
yes,
same as that how mind like
that
gives
is
us
how the
feeling that
mind consciousness work. Yeah, that is
work.
the process of
Yeah.
the mind.
Yes.
That is
So
a system.
that's also an illusion.
Yeah, that no, that is not an illusion. That's a natural process. That's a natural process. We have to. What we are explaining is dependent origination. Dependent origination. There you
Okay.
find the last one is the consciousness, mind consciousness, mental consciousness. So the process goes on and on and on. You can't stop it. So what we
Yeah.
have to do is you're feeling the existent feeling comes with the rapidity, with the fast movement of this spark.
Yeah.
I and outside something there, as Aryan says, the spark is there, positive and negative is there. Then it get started at fusion. Because of the fusion, it get started. Just think you throw a stone at a river, so you will see the ripples.
Yes.
Have you ever seen this?
Yeah.
In the same manner, in the center, say the river or the pond is so still, it is not moving. So you just throw a stone, a pebble, then you see the ripples goes on. In the same manner, when I catches something, the I I consciousness gets started, then the mind consciousness gets started, and the other things also work so fast. Process it goes on and on and on. The movement is so rapid, so fast. Then you feel something is there. Something is there in that particular moment, in that time, in that particular instance.
Yeah.
So then you feel I am here. That is a feeling you get. That is a feeling you get. That is a feel. That is an experience you get. But actually, no one is there. That is the function of your mind, function of your mind consciousness. That is not a real person is there. No one is there. But that is a natural phenomena. That is a process. That is a mechanism of this mind,
Mind.
how it works. So, do you think that experiencing
There's a
throwing a
individuality.
stone at a pebble will happen a day? No. Then another thing, another sense, another organ, another sensor get started. Then another. Goes and goes and goes on and on and on. The thoughts are created as just as a chain. So we feel then I am here. I experienced in the past. Now I am experiencing this. Tomorrow also I will experience it. That is a misconception, wrong. Chani,
Yes.
Thiruvan Sarnaik.
Terasan.
Yeah. So
Exactly.
you don't just experience just one thought a day,
Yeah.
24 hours. Just then thoughts are always floods into your mind consciousness get created and you experience something then and there these things are these senses work then and there and that with that rapidity you get the sanya then you get the sapta sanya that means I am here now the first thing is you saw a river then you experience something called river is there then I am here outside something duality this is called duality something is outside there I am here. So this is the duality. This is the problem people can't solve. Man can't solve because only a noble friend can see it through his mind with the help of his wisdom. Then only the other people will understand when he preaches it. So to get this clear, the better thing is to keep on listening to true Dhamma. So you don't get this at once. You have to keep on listening. Yes, Shani. Do you know how mind get created now?
Yes.
Yeah. Then when you feel that from your childhood, now you feel after kindergarten time, you feel that I am existing. In the past, I was there. Now I am here. Now we'll be there in the future. So this is it goes on and on and on. Nobody's doing there. Nothing is outside there. Only the creation. Then and there, the momentary, the instantaneous creations happens. That is the mechanism, the process, the system of the senses. We can't stop it. What we can do is just to detect, to understand, do we get attached to these things? Am I loving these things, or do I hate these things? That is what we have to understand. The defilements. Defilements means the hatred, the evasion, and illusions. So, do I like that person? Why do I like it? I am. So I like him so much. So at the same time, you say, I don't like that person. I hate him. Why is it? Because you feel you are there. Why do you feel you are there? Because of the senses. The senses always say, consciousness always says that something is outside there. The mind consciousness, the formation of thoughts are done by the mind consciousness. The mind consciousness, when it function, you feel I am here. If it is feeling, it is a feeling. Just will get it. Something is there. At the same time, you feel I am here. So this is a natural process, just like the photosynthesis we know that happens in the trees.
Yes.
Natural, just like how it rains, the water cycle.
Yes.
You understand the gravity power, the electricity. In the same way, this is also a process, a mechanism, how it works. The man's mm, main, the sole purpose must be his aim, the target ambition must be to understand how it mind works. Today, we see different type of people, different in different countries. They try to solve this problem, but that they have never reached for a satisfactory solution. Why? They are solving this problem, keeping the self their existence in the mundane world. Yes.
Teruvan Saranai, is that Mr. Berlan?
Yeah, Dr. Ravi.
That you are joining from some kind of a different phone, right? So that's why I couldn't recognize you. So from
Yeah. This is a place where the signal problem, the signal issue is
all
there.
right.
That is what.
Okay. So you are explaining, Ms. Shani, about the way that your mind
Yeah,
gets created.
she asked why
Mhm.
is it outside world is an illusion. That is the problem she has. How
Right.
I get created.
Yeah. So yes, actually I just joined to
Yeah,
this forum, but I didn't hear what you explained. But what I think. So shall I explain it in a very short form?
yeah. That's great.
Water form. So as I understand, so don't what you need to understand, Shani. Uh, do not ever think the outside is not real. So don't take it as inside and outside. So there are two different things like that. Don't think like that way. Just take it in simple form. You have some kind of a curiosity within you to explore who am I. Just try to understand who you are. Don't think that am I living in illusion or am I real. Likewise, don't try to figure it out this Dhamma in that way. Just what Dhamma says is, actually what Lord Buddha says is, even though you think you are here, there is no such a person here, no soul here. So you hear this message. Buddha has told there is no person. So how should that be? Then you can explore how Lord Buddha says that there is no person here. So then you, in order to understand that thing, you will need to do some active, what kind of active kind of experiment here. So in that experiment, Lord Buddha said, please conduct your experiment in this particular way, in this particular angle. So then you will understand, wow, I thought earlier that I am living, but actually I am not living. So if so, who am I? So where am I living? So what is this world? Then you will understand this world is as an illusion. So don't. That's why I told you, don't go to preconceived ideas that there is no kind of external world. I am living in an illusion and so on. Don't take this. Don't look at this Dhamma in that way. Just open mind with a blank mind. You try to find out what Lord Buddha has said. Lord Buddha, the message that was given by Lord Buddha is there is no person here, no soul here. So then with that message, you have to do your own research. So how should that be? How should that be? So how did Lord Buddha say that there is no person here? So that is the noble research that you have to conduct by yourself. And also, in order to conduct this own research, Lord Buddha has shown a nice, clear path. That is that path. That path is the Patisamuppada, the way of conducting the research. The Patisamuppada. It is also a concept that has been created by the Lord Buddha. Why this concept is there? To get this non-soul state to understand this non-soul state in clear way. So if you adapt this concept to your own research, then you will end up with the nice result with non-soul. So that means that you are not starting your research with some kind of pre ideas. No pre ideas at all. With the result, you will realize that, wow, I'm living in an illusion. So the outside world that I used to tell as real, it's a lie. It has to come through this understanding. That means after the doing research, you should get that result. So in order to do so, so what is the research that Lord Buddha asks you to do? Investigate about your own mind. That means just just keeping eye on the mind. No, that is not the thing. The way that the mind gets created, that is the research. So people tend to think, I have the mind. The mind represents my mind represents myself. So that was a misconception. That is the misconception. So mind is not me. Mind does not represent myself. So if so, what the mind is? So then, in order to do so, you have to understand how this creation of the mind happens. So I think Mr. Bernard has clearly explained that thing. Had already, I know it is not very difficult. You know how these five senses collectively create a mental formation. So that mental formation we call a thought. So with collection of thoughts, the mind gets created. So as you clearly understand that other than rapidly occurring thoughts, there is no permanent thing called mind. So we tend to think mind was in our brain. Mind is in our brain. Without the brain, there won't be any kind of a mind, and so on. But yes, that is true. The brain is needed for the creation of the mind, but mind is not located in the brain. So in several sermons, Buddothpado has clearly explained these things. It's like a battery in a brain is like a battery in a car. So you need the battery. So you need the power that is generated from the battery, but the particular power is particular electricity. It is not there in the battery cells. We only can see the battery fluid, acid. But if you join two wires to that terminals, then you spark each other. You will see the spark. Electricity will be generated after that. But through that, likewise, brain matter is there. They are just a collection of neurons. Brain is just a collection of neurons. So, but it can create the thoughts. So thoughts does not belong to the brain, but without the brain, this mind cannot be created as well. So you have to be very you have to have some kind of very kind of curious mind, inquisitive mind to see this, and you have to conduct your own research. So how this happens? So how these five senses collectively form a thought? So these things are very needed. These are basics. So these are well explained in the Patisamuppada or the cause and effect Dhamma. So when the sparks, so even though we think there's a person behind everything. But as I heard Mr. Bernard also explained this, we assign a persona to a certain spark that has been created uh, with combination of all five senses. This spark has a kind of inherent energy within it. That energy gives a feeling of existence feeling. So that existence feel is the alive feel. So that is for that alive feel we call that is the uh, feeling that we feel we are alive. Why this alive feel comes from the sparks that are those from the sparks those are generated within the senses. What are the senses? Eye, ear, nose, tongue, and skin. And collectively, those senses form the mind, a thought. So, thought has also the same kind of power. So, if the thought becomes real, that means the energy that is felt, we take it as real. That is the consciousness. That is the consciousness. So, but there is no kind of a consciousness earlier. It gets created then and there. When the senses are active, there will be some kind of a feeling of aliveness is created. It is getting created then and there. It has not been there in previously. It gets created at this very moment. So if you hear this sound at this very moment, so that means that you are that in that particular thought the energy gets created. So if it has a value, if somehow if it becomes a real thing, then what happens? You feel like it's real. Then of course, inevitably, the self gets created behind that every thought. So it is unavoidable. So it cannot be avoided. Creating of a self behind every thought becomes real for you. But if you are able to understand this thought is not real, it is a creation of the senses. So you don't unknowingly you don't feel like exerting some kind of a value on that thought. So the thought becomes valueless. So that the energy that is generated within that thought will be reduced. Then what will happen? The existent field that is created with that energy will be less when compared to the previous instance. Then of course you don't feel like it's real. It's real because the energy is very less, because you don't assign any value for that. As you know, it is not a real thing. It is a creation of the own sensors. So sensors gets created then and there. So if I clap right now, if I clap my hand right now, so that is the moment where the sound gets created. That is the moment your eye faculty gets created. So if you believe that I hear a sound, that is a sound. So that means that is the moment that your energy, your existent field got created. So that means you believe that sound is real. So that means that if the sound, if this sound becomes real for you, in that moment, your birth has been happened. So if the sound has not become a thing for you, that means in that particular moment you are not born. So that is how Lord Buddha showed us the creation of the mind and the creation of the self. So it is not done by anybody else. It is a system, chitta niyama. So we have to be very, it should be understood. It is not very easy, but it is not very hard either. So what you have to do is you have to conduct your own research. How this happens, what Lord Buddha said, what was the message, and why. So then of course you will feel ultimately, yes, the world that what I thought was real is an illusion. That is the result. It is not the preconceived idea. It should not be a preconceived idea. It should be the result of the experiment, that you feel like that you should feel that you are in a illusion for sure. So there is the concept of the notion of you is also a same part of uh, is becoming a part of the same illusion, the self. And then of course you will understand there is no such a thing called internal and external as well. I myself, so earlier you thought that external things and internal things is me, external things are the rest of the world you deal with. But you will understand there is no such demarcation as that. So I also a part of the same illusion. So I also becomes a part of the external, the so-called external thing. And there would be no such a thing called external and internal worlds. And then you will understand the entire scenario was a creation of your own mind. So you have been deceived. So for such a long period, now you are coming out from that illusion. Now you understand the truth. So that understanding make you to get liberate from your mind. You know the mind is a thought. Mind is created with the thought. Thoughts are not real. So then whatever the thought comes into your mind, they can't make you any kind of attachment or detachment, because you know these are thoughts. These are valueless. You don't assign any value for that thought, because you clearly know these thoughts are also part of the illusion. I, me, my concept is also becomes a part of that same illusion. So that I, me, my concept is also a thought. So then you will find out that the birth, death, and whatever the things you used to do, your designation, your profession, the language that you are speaking, the father, mother, brother, all the things become, you will realize those are thoughts. So then you, of course, if those are thoughts, so they are also become a part of the same illusion. So that's how that is that means that is the way that you have clearly understood the way how your mind got created. So that will help you to liberate from your mind. So that doesn't mean thoughts will come. That doesn't mean it will prevent thought coming into your mind. No, thought will come as usual, because as long as you keep open your eyes, you can't prevent seeing. As long as you keep your earlobes open, you can't prevent hearing. As long as your mind, you are alive, you get certain thoughts. So let them happen. Let it happen. Who bothers? The illusion gets created. Chitta niyama works. So who bothers? There is no one to bother, because the I, me, mine is also a concept of that illusion. So as Lord Buddha said, now you will be very clear that there is no person here. The Buddha's message was correct. Buddha's message is very correct. So it is a self-realization thing. Even though I say so, you have to do your own experiment and conduct your own experiment and see whether the message was true or not. If you in one fine day, if you are able to figure it out without no doubts, that is the moment where your Sakkaya Ditthi, your error view, your wrong view has got vanished. In that point onwards, from that point onwards, whoever person comes and tell you, no, you are living in a real world and so on, it won't make your internal transformation anymore. It won't change you, because now you know for sure there is no person here, for sure. So it comes through the understanding only. Sankitte nibbidaya. That's why Lord Buddha said so. Sankitte nibbidaya. You have to see this Dhamma through your understanding only. So the liberation can be achieved through this understanding only. This understanding will lead you to transform your internal internal way of thinking pattern as well. That is, it's not the thinking pattern, it is the internal transformation that will happen. That is the what you call this adhikata samadhi, super awareness. Whatever that you perform in your school or whatever, wherever you go, with whoever you talk, it doesn't make an internal change within you. You know, all these things are illusions. So you happily and peacefully live. You carry out your own work, you do your responsibilities, and you can perform whatever the task you do until your last breath occur. So that is the true liberation. That is the true liberation. You are not engaged in without engaging the any world, you can peacefully live in these three worlds in the for sensual world, form world, and the formless world. So all these things are there in one single thought. If this one single thought become real for you, that is the point where you're. If this one single thought is not become real for you, that is the point where you get the liberation, or that is the nibbana. So I think, Shani, I tried to explain it in, to the best of my capacity. Anyway, I don't know whether you can understand. Yes, Mr. Bernard, do you have something to add? Though? Yes, Shani, I think, yeah. Did you get my point? Or if
Yes,
you
doctor.
That was a clear explanation. That was very, very valuable.
Mr. Bernard, we can't hear you properly.
Yeah.
Some kind of a signal problem is there, I think. Yeah. Anyway, yes. Anyway, I think we are running out of time even. I think, Shani,
So can you hear now? I
yes,
think
yes, Mr.
Shani
Bernard, we can hear now.
clearly understood.
Again, we can't hear you, Mr. Bernard. I think some kind of a,
Running out of time.
yeah. Yes, I think we can conclude this session so we can discuss again tomorrow as well. So uh, uh, it is good that I think, Shani, that you raised that question, because so if someone asks these questions, we can try to explain it. So otherwise, it's we are explaining certain things, but we don't know whether you understand or not. So that is good that you. It is good that you are asking those kind of questions. Anyway, Shani, thank you very much for joining. And I think there's no, I don't know who initiated this today's Zoom discussion. Anyway, as we are getting closer to the next Zoom session, I think we should conclude this session by now. So thank you very much for joining.
Ravi, can you hear me, Dr. Ravi?
Yes, now we can hear you, but sometimes there is, yeah.
Yeah. There is a signal interruption here.
Yeah, I think you are
So
still having the
shall we
signal.
wrap up today, Dr. Ravi? This phone signal is not clear, so here.
Yeah. Anyway, Mr. Bernard, shall we wind up this session for today so we can discuss tomorrow? Okay.
We'll
We
wind
can't
up
hear
this
you, Mr. Okay.
forum today.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bernard, and thank you everybody. Thank you, Ms. Shani, and those who contributed for this Zoom, hosting this Zoom session. And Teruvan Saranai, Aranwasa Teruvan Saranai, everybody. We'll meet up tomorrow as well. Teruvan Saranai.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Ravi. Thank you very much.
Ravi, තෙරුවන් සරණයි Arunaka. තෙරුවන් සරණයි everybody. Good morning everyone. තෙරුවන් සරණයි Arunaka. තෙරුවන් සරණයි everybody. Here today we will start with the paragraph 2 of page 19 of the book to The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1. According to Paticca Samuppadaya, the Dhamma of cause and effect, it says Nama Rupa Paccaya Vijnanam, meaning the belief that we have about a thought that comes from inside Nama, and the belief that there are things outside Rupa creates another thought or a knowing, which is an illusion, a lie. The same way coming together of sound and color is called Nama, Rupa. For example, when we hear the word pineapple, Nama, the image of a pineapple comes to our mind, Rupa. The coming together of the sound and color is the creation of the illusion called thought or vijnana. The sound and color is put together in your mind consciousness. If you receive a sound, you automatically connect it to a shape or a thing. That means a chittaya or a thought is formed. The fact that you received a sound means it is also a thought. The sound does not come from outside. The sound is also a thought that comes from within. We live in a world of thought. We don't live in a world outside. Upasikawa. I understand Aryan Wahansa. Aryan Wahansa. Nate kamayani chitrani loko. Sankappa rago purisassa kamo. Meaning the naming of something beautiful or ugly does not exist outside. Beauty and ugliness exist only in our thought. We are the ones who think it is beautiful or ugly. The book does not say that it is a book. The mango tree does not name itself as mango tree. It is us who label it, named it. All these words are data that was fed into us from the very small age. They are called Sammuti Prajnapti, meaning that these names have been given by us to all objects, not that the objects named themselves. Aryan Mahansa. Now you are clear about the term Mohattata Avadiya, or the awakening to the moment. Now you have to learn to practice how to awaken to the moment. You must not believe in what all you see. You should not accept things that are outside. If there is a thing outside, that means there is you on this side. Upasika. If there is something outside, that means that there is you, an observer on this side. Yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahansa. If there is a book that you see or that you think of, actually that is you. In other words, you are the book. Earlier in this discussion, we spoke about an awareness. You have to have an awareness which is beyond thoughts. You have to realize that it is not that you see, but what you see is a thought. In other words, what you see is what you think. Awareness is different to thinking. Awareness can be called as wisdom or purity. This is being awakened to the moment. This is where we should always be. The awareness should be our home, or it should be our base. It is at this point that we cultivate Samma Satya. Samma Satya is when there is no Nama, Rupa, or name and form. There is no duality, or in other words, we do not create a me and an outside. This moment does not have the concept of time. There is no thing in this moment of being awake. Being aware is wisdom. A book is a thing, an object. A table is an object. Sankara, or having a thought at any moment, means you have a feeling that you exist. You are at this end and the world at the other end. When you realize the pure truth, or we could say when we awaken to the moment, we would realize that it is our thoughts that creates this illusion of existence. It is also called Vijnana Maya. A thing exists only because a sound and a color came together. If you have a feeling, it is the Vijnana. It is a thing. When Nama, thoughts generated from within, Rupa, thoughts generated due to the belief and an outside exist, comes together, it is also another thought. Thank you.
Teruwan Saranai Shani.
Mr. Bernard. Yes.
Shani, are you there?
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah. Can you? Yeah. What you read is uh, from apart from book
Yes.
1, volume 1, and it starts uh, explaining how the mind is created, how a world is created, how the duality starts. It at the beginning, as we had a radiant mind, we did not have this duality. We saw the things as they are. As time passed on, the teachers, parents, and the adults, they poured the words, name and sound, and into our minds, the child's mind. Then there the child's world is formed. He sees and he hears. uh, there is a name for everything around the world. Whatever he touches, whatever he sees, whatever he hears, there's a sound. So slowly, gradually, he realizes there are things outside. At the same time, he understands he is there. The parents show that you are here in the mirror. So he understands this is me and there is a world outside. This is how the mind creates. At the beginning, we didn't see duality in the child's mind because he had a radiant mind. So, and the child gradually understand there's a world. He experiences it. Then he sees trees, flowers, butterflies, everything, the stars, the sky, and he understands that there is a name for everything. The name for everything. So the parents try hard to introduce these words. The child cannot, actually, the child who has radiant mind cannot uh, quickly grasp these things. He sometimes introduces his own words. He try to sound it, but that original sound, the expected sound won't come. But slowly, the child will understand and will correct himself with the help of teachers and adults. This is how the world is created. So the beginning is as a child, a does not newborn child does not uh, understand the world. He reacts to certain things. Those are reflexive actions. But when he comes to kindergarten, the teachers feed these words and sound by showing the things and all sort of using teaching methods. Slowly, the child understand the words, and he is gradually and slowly programmed by adults. This is how the world is created. Now we'll take And the real picture of this, how the world is created and how I am created, how this duality exists. So to understand this, we have to start from the beginning. That is, we have got five faculties, and the other one, the sixth one, is mind. We call it mind consciousness. So when we hear something, we feel I hear. It is not the sound, but I hear. Finally, I is created. That is how the mind starts. So all this happens because of a spark. The mind catches, the eye catches. See, this is how it works. The eye catches a tree. So the child is given a word for this. So he sees not an object, just a mango tree or coconut tree. So this is because of spark, as we said, always emphasize that spark. That is what eye catches. When eye catches something, it gives the idea. Then the mind consciousness starts, and mind consciousness floods all the experiences you had with that particular tree, mango tree or coconut tree. Then you get the smell of it, touch of it, the sound of the rustling uh, leaves and everything. So this is how the mind creates. It is a spark. At the same time, the speed, the vibration, we can't just understand it reading books, but a noble friend must explain it. Then only we can understand how it works. With this rapidity, the fast movement, with the vibration, manifestation of vibration, we can't actually solve this puzzle at once. But slowly, when we realize, if you want to understand this, because we don't experience a coconut tree or mango tree outside there, because this is programmed thing. This is programmed. Why is it programmed? Because the adult gave these concepts and ideas and all these things. So the created world, that is one side. The other side is, this is a spark, we said, a spark. So vibration takes place with with that rapidity. The rapidity is so fast, so unimaginable speed, so we can't understand it once. So you see, you feel that I see something, but actually there is nothing. That's an illusion, just a spark. The creation of mind, the creation of mind consciousness. That is how the child starts this experience in this world.
Teruvan Saranai, Teruvan Saranai.
Sanai.
I pay my homage to Venerable Aryan Hanse, Teruvan Saranai, Ms. Shani, Mr. Justin, and all the friends. Thank you very much for that very beautiful and effective explanation, Mr. Bernard. How you clearly explained how we get caught in this unreal world due to the ignorance, isn't it, Mr. Bernard? You very well explained how we become victims in a way, though there are no people, somehow we become victims of this mind consciousness or the
That's right.
illusory mind consciousness.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
very beautiful. So I
yeah.
would like to continue from where you stopped, Mr. Bernard. So as you said, when we see the mango tree, it becomes a mango tree due to ignorance. So you very well explained the scientific concept actually, that human eye cannot capture all these vibrations and sparking. But only thing we know is ultimately the mango tree becomes real to us. That is because you very well explained all the data associated with that particular image, like rustling of the leaves, the sound. You beautifully came up with that, and then the roughness of the tree trunk. If you have touched the leaves one day, that roughness or softness, that smell. So if you have, as a child, even licked, some children lick the tree trunks and leaves, so that taste also, in that very moment, all come in one spark, that is telepathizing. You told all the data comes in, and it becomes real to us. And the danger is, the moment that mango tree as a real entity, that objectification or that materialization of this tree happens, the other side, you were explaining duality, the self, the observer, the person who sees this, naturally arises. It's like an equation. The moment you see an object, on the other side, the person is there, and at the same time, what happens is that value, uh, although we use the word value, there we have to be very careful. Even I have realized, because I understood it. I mean, it was not very clear to me unless and until I contemplated it for a long time. Because when we say value, what comes to our mind is monetary value or something, because it has several connotations, this same word. So value is just the subtle need to have this mango tree as it is. Or to, the Aryan Hussain nicely explains this. One day he said that you at least do not know that there was a value attributed to that unless the mango tree was missing. Now, in the morning, you saw the mango tree. We don't know that we had assigned a value to that. But at once the mango tree is missing. So you notice, oh my God, the mango. So that kind of the subtle thing may be something that you, when you walk to your workplace, it's not in your garden even. You enjoy maybe flowers, jasmine. You smell the jasmines of a roadside garden. There's a jasmine wine, and you just smell it, and you even don't know you have assigned a value to that. But the next day, when you walk passing that, you see that they have cut or removed this jasmine wine. So that although it's not your own property or not in your garden, you have assigned some value to that projection of the nose, that is olfactory consciousness. So this is very subtle, honestly speaking, very subtle. And so when we try to make meaning to these Dhamma concepts as mundane people, it becomes actually self-evident to us, isn't it, Mr. Bernard? In this journey, however, not as people, we day by day, we by listening to Aryan Hanse's sermons, our wisdom wisdom actually arises, it gets sharpened, and then the things that we didn't experience before, things that we didn't see before, are like we become gradually awakened to them. Isn't it, Mr. Bernard?
That's true. That's true. That slowly, gradually, that happens, but you will understand after some time. You don't understand at once.
Exactly. Exactly. That's why Aryan Hanse says that there is some real impact of listening to sermons alone, even if somebody does not have time or does not really want to get into practical path or actually do not have time or due to certain factors are unable to practice it by listening to these sermons with commitment, not just as listening to songs just to enjoy the rhythm, but to, if somebody sees the facts explained by Aryan Wahanse through themselves, that itself becomes insightful meditation. I personally have that experience also. When Aryan Wahanse says, don't listen to sermons as if you are listening to songs, it like I wanted to try what it was. And when we contemplate then and there while listening, of course, that is a real insightful meditation. Then we begin to see what this, how today in the morning, actually, I experienced something. Now, how we kind of we do not, why and how we do not feel this freedom or relaxation or tranquility, because we all originally, these are Hanse's words, actually I'm trying to translate, originally everyone is experiencing this perfect tranquility. Due to ignorance, the moment the self appears, we take it as the person, there is a person, that is me who experience, and at the same time the original experience of tranquility is always disrupted, always hindered due to the involvement of mind. Now for example, when we see a beggar or someone, we at once feel like giving some money, whatever that comes, it's a feel, but the mind gets involved and mind assigns the value to that aspect, and so we try to reduce that amount that we are going to give, or we think, okay, I gave that same beggar yesterday, I should not give. So if you are very vigilant, careful, that is actually mindfulness and wise attention, that what is this Yathabhuta Yoniso Manasikara and Yathabhuta, seeing the stimulus, that thought occurred, you clearly feel the difference between the feel and the mind. Mind always judges, mind always gives kind of think of advantage and disadvantage. It's the judgmental. But to understand this, we have to see these Dhamma points through our experiences and ourselves. So, if I get back to what you were all were discussing, that how we can get rid of this illusion called I, which is being highlighted, which is being explained well in this The True Dhamma Has Awakened Volume 1 series. So rising of the self, with as Mr. Bernard said, the role of the noble teacher, is vitally important at this point, because seeing okay, a person may be able to understand the mechanism of the six sensory organs, right? Now I perceive stuff, but may not be able to figure out that all the other sensory inputs merge or fuse into create that mind. And on top of that, when you see an object outside, on the other side, the rising of the self-perception, it may not come out in one's life unless the noble teacher opens our eyes to that. If there is something out there, it's you. You can't separate self and the other. That other becomes you. So that is where the Kalyana Mitras or this noble teacher's role is vital. And also at the same time, the value, that's another important thing that we should understand mostly. We basically, I mean, initial level when we were explaining, we were putting all the effort to explain. I have that experience, putting all the effort to explain the mechanism of the six sensory organs. We go into details how the vibrations of opposite charges spark and then the power is created, and we stop at that. But later on, when Aryan Hanse points out your presentation is incomplete only, we have to show that, we have to mention that then if you objectify something, if you solidify some projection of or a manifestation of a particular sensory organ, on the other side, automatically I is there. You can't say, I understand the entire concept, but without understanding that self is itself is nothing but this projection, taking the projection of the sensory organ as real, and then assigning the value. That's the three things actually we have to highlight when we explain or when we talk about this. That value, actually with that value, we can connect this to Aryan Hanse has shown how to see the presence of the three realms in one stimulus. Presence of three realms: sensual realm, form realm, and formless realm in one stimulus. So it is, again, it helps us to understand this. So the sensual realm, that is nothing but seeing the mango tree as mango tree and accepting that mango tree is there. There, everything is present. The form of the mango tree and the feeling that something is there and it is the mango tree, and some subtle liking, subtle feeling that it is, I mean, the moment you accept it as a mango tree, there's a subtle need to keep it as the mango tree. It's not the monetary value. So there, it's the sensual realm. And so when you listen, when we actually listen to true Dhamma, this true message of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, what happens is that wisdom arises gradually. So with that, we can't do it purposefully, but with that gradually, that when you understand the truth that these manifestations are not real, the value is attributed to that becomes less and less, and it fades away. So it, maybe you see the mango tree, but it doesn't matter whether it's there or not. So at that level, that is called form realm. And at least when you go further, when the realization grows, what happens is that sound and color combination becomes crystal clear within you, not through mind. Through mind also we can contemplate, whenever we see. So it's very artificial. As you see objects, as we see objects, if we try to apply it like a mathematical formula, it actually becomes very artificial. We try to apply it as mathematical formula. Okay, the cupboard sound and color comes. Okay, the bottle sound and color comes. So it's so artificial that Aryanvasi does not promote that, encourage that to do. Once you know the truth, it's forever. That's why he gives these beautiful examples. If you see the stem pattern of a single leaf, it is the same in all other leaves of that particular tree. Oh, another beautiful example is that if you cut open one mangosteen, you know the kernel, the shape, and everything. So you don't have to go on opening all mangosteens. So these little reminders, explanation made by the noble teacher is extremely vital, extremely important for us to liberate from the mind. So, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, Dr. Ravi, could you please add your thoughts to the discussion?
Thiruvan Saranai, Sudharma. I pay my homage at Aryan Mahase's feet. Thiruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. Yes, I was listening to part of the discussion actually done by you and Mr. Bernard. As you very clearly said, it shouldn't be something artificial, something that you do like a homework or a bookwork. It should be actually a spontaneous flow actually to realize that there is no self doing this, and this is understanding this automatic system, the system function, which is a part of the nature's law, I would say. So right from any of the disclosures, so Deshana by our noble friend, a person should be able to grab the truth of that, where the ultimate goal is actually to have the realization where there is no self here. But as a habit, this has been happening, and it is something a part of the system, of course, where this automatically the self label is attached always. So as you very clearly mentioned, it's not something which was there in the small baby, but the necessary raw material to develop this last outcome is already hidden in the newborn baby, which we call sasava. And so that is why, because the sasava is there, if a small baby dies, or if he dies at that age, that baby will not reach the arhat state. It's because the glue or the raw material is there, which provides the necessary background to develop defilements later on. So going into the level of thoughts, and which means the defilements or the self-feeling, all these things will automatically happen. There is no way of stopping it halfway. And also a system should have the level of forming thoughts to study and understand about it and then get rid of that. So essentially, the person should be, the child should be old enough to a particular level where the thoughts are formed. Then only the child or the system or the adult, whatever the age, will be able to understand how these thoughts are formed. And then you can disentangle what has entangled up to that point. So by the time the system reaches the arhat state, the knowledge which was gathered all that time cannot be reversed. So the Arhat state, the system at the Arhat state will see the things and identify in the normal way. System will understand it as a coconut tree and also will know the uses of the coconut tree. And if it looks like a very nice tree with full of nuts, it gives a pleasant feeling. So that pleasant feeling also will be there even for the Arhat system. But the only difference is that the fire related to that will not happen. So as you all clearly mentioned, this is a part of the rapid speed, and we should be able to sort of analyze the thoughts, how the thoughts are formed, and thoughts are formed as an effect of the function of the sensor faculties. So you are going backwards. That is what Lord Buddha said. Lord Buddha did after reaching the final state where he realized the truth, and then he revised what he understood over the next 7 weeks. So it said that he sort of deeply analyzed how the thoughts are formed, and then going backwards to the root of it and identify where the origin is. So that is what is called by Anuloma and Pratiloma way of studying, forward and backward studying of the Paticca or the cause and effect series, which is the basic truth in Buddhist teaching. That is the difference between the other religions and the Buddhist teaching. So when you understand the mechanism of this thought formation and the final result where the system feels that self-perception or there is a person doing this, when you understand, going deep into that, like Sudharma mentioned, cutting a mangosteen and then checking the inside, the nature of it, the kernel, the color and everything. Then you know, as you glance at the fruit, you know what is inside, how it looks inside, how it is inside. So like that, when you analyze a thought deeply, you understand that there is nothing. From nothingness, the thought is being constructed from. Basically, there is zero level or nothing, and then as a part of the illusion, this is being constructed. So when you know this truth, whatever the thoughts which are formed, automatically you get the feel that there is nothing in this one. This is just a creation. This is kind of magic. So the finally what happens is that spontaneous feel is that whatever the thought which are formed, whatever the sense of faculty which is responsible, the value which is given, the label which is given, becomes less and less significant. And then that is where our noble friend has explained a particular samadhi state, which is called adhigata samadhi. That means whatever the thoughts which come sort of is let alone or let go, because there is hardly any value. But there is no change in the function of the sensor faculty as long as the physical body is functioning. So it will continue until the end of that physical body. I can see Dr. Ravi also has joined. Are you in a position to add something? Terwa Saranai.
Therun Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. Therun Saranai, Aryan Mahasu, Therun Saranai, everyone. Yes, I was listening to Sudharma's speech as well. So, as she said, so the what we really need to do is that we have to understand the thought. The thought makes everything real. So that is the trickiest part that we have to capture. So every Sudharma talked about three realms: form, sensual world, formless world. See, all these three realms are there in one single thought. So it is very difficult to uh, understand fully at once, because we have unless we understand the mechanism, how does it happen, so we won't be able to understand this completely, where how these three realms can be found in one single thought. So sensual world, we know, as Dharma said, this is normal world that we live, where the illusion became a real. So we live in such a world that we think this illusion is perfectly real, and we are the one. I'm the one who is living in this world. So everything happens to me. So I have a birth, then and in some other day I have to leave this world with the death. So this is the sensual world. So but if you understand, so we deal with so many thoughts. We deal with so many thoughts. So in that sensual world, we take all the thoughts as real things. So we don't know we don't know that we are dealing with thoughts. The thoughts, in the sense, as Dr. Sakuntala said, the stimuli that captured via the six senses. Basically, five senses. Then the mind sensor will get created then and there. So we don't know. It is kind of an interplay among these 5 or 6 senses. So it is a result. So the self is the result of the thought. So how does this thought become real? Then comes another question: how does this thought become real for this? Because we didn't know, we don't know the truth. What is the truth? How this thought has formed, how this thought has created. So that means the Samuday. Samuday means how all these things collectively form a existing like thought. How the mechanism, how these senses to collectively form a thought to make us to feel like it's real. Ultimately, what we feel in the sensual world is a real thing, real thought. So that eventually it will make us to feel that I'm the one who is feeling. So unknowingly, a self had already been created in that very thought. So helpless. But we have to, but what Lord Buddha ask us to do a self-analysis or do a research to find out how this thought get created. Then you will understand Buddha told that then you will understand there is no such a thing called a existing field as well. So all you have to do is to see the thought, understand the thought, how the mechanism, how it gets created. The samudaya. Samudaya means collectively how this one single thought gets a power of make you to feel that it is real. Existent feel. So it is a completely a process. It is a result of a series of things happening one after another. To explain that, Buddha announced a kind of a concept called Paticcasamuppada. It is a actual concept that is being created by every Buddha. That is the cause and effect Dharma. So if you see this concept, if you try to understand this concept very well, you will understand this thought is a creation. It is not done by anybody else, not done either by you. It is a natural thing. It is kind of an automatic thing that will happen spontaneously. So the end result of that entire process is the existent field is also an automatic thing. It is not created by anybody else. So that means the feeling of a self or a life feeling is also a creation. It is not done by you, not by somebody else either. So then what we have to do is just we have to do our own investigation, and we have to be very thorough about this mechanism. Then we realize there should no such a person here who is feeling this alive feel. There is no perceiver here to perceive this alive feel. So then, of course, so in that case, you will understand that then the what do you call that, the niyamaya, the way how your mind gets created is completely happening in according to a certain system. The system belongs to the nature. Then nature, through the nature, it rolls out. The end result is the feeling of existence. So that existence feel would be there, but there is no person to hold that feeling. So that means that is the point where the consciousness become what you call appatitita vinnana. So there is no place to fall this particular consciousness. So in the absence of a person, in the absence of a soul, so there won't be any kind of engagement. So that's why Lord Buddha showed it. I found the carpenter who is making the roof of this house. I found the carpenter. The carpenter is the clinging nature of the particular thought. The clinging nature, how does this clinging nature of this particular thought comes? If we take with because of the ignorance, because you don't know this mechanism, you take the thought as real. Thought in the sense, maybe the chair, maybe the tree, maybe as Dharma said, a mango tree. If some, even the light, even the sound, if it feel it's real at that very moment, the clinging nature of the maintaining that particular field will get developed. That is the carpenter. That is the carpenter who makes this entire roof of this sansaric cycle. The clinging. So this clinging has not been created by anybody else. It is automatically get created as long as you believe that thought is a real thing. So if you understand this thought very completely, if you are able to understand this thought has no value for that, it is not real, it is a automatic process, it is a natural phenomena, there is no doer here, no one had done it, not either by you. So the value towards that particular the value that we previously assigned to that particular thought will become less and less, will go down. So that means the clinging nature of this particular thought will gradually diminish. That means the ability of the carpenter to build up this sansaric building will gradually goes down, will gradually grow down. So that means that will enable us to put the full stop to this sansaric journey. So as if you look at this overall picture at once, what made you to believe that the thought is real is because you didn't know the mechanism how it has been created. So once you get to know that the way it is formed, the rest of the things will automatically happen. The collapse and the assigning less value for that, and ultimately collapse of the entire building will automatically happen. What you have to do is just to see how this thought get created. So we have to be very skillful enough to see the thought. That is the merit that we should have. That is the kusale that we should have. We have to be very uh, uh, very skillful to see the nothingness uh, or the uh, yeah uh, unrealistic nature of this thought. So thought in the sense it is so people tend to think thoughts are the things that comes into the mind. That is not true. Everything is a thought. So if you see something, if you hear something, if you so we'll say, so I'm walking on a tile floor. So we I unintentionally I know that I'm walking on on the second floor of this building. So unknowingly I have a feeling that the second floor is real. The person called me is walking on this tile floor, and so many things are there. So everything has been real for me, has become real for me. So that is my ignorance. So if I get to know that all the things I said earlier are thoughts, thoughts have no actually a value, certain value. They are created as a result of the interplay of these five senses. So then, of course, what will happen? The value that I assign for those thoughts will automatically start to diminish. So then, of course, the clinging nature towards that that was there earlier, now it becomes gradually diminished. So then, of course, the power which has been built earlier within that thought will start to diminish. So that will not be sufficient to give rise to another kind of thought anymore. So that means that your further propagation of this sansaric cycle will stop. So, so that is basically the theory part. That is the theory part in it. But what we say is we have to be very skillful enough to see the uh, reality of this thought. So reality means this the thoughts are not real. It has to be felt. It is not at at first stages you may have to contemplate it and get the things cleared up at the first stages, but ultimately and later stages what will happen, it comes automatically because that is the practice that you do. So with the practice you tend to feel that everything is a thought. So every thought has a similar kind of structure. So every thought has no value. So what is the purpose of clinging towards it? So the craving, the clinging nature will automatically drops out. So then there is no power will remain to make another kind of a cycle. So that is the way how your samsaric cycle come to an end. So it is a very nice story. It is very logical and it can be understood. and only thing what you have to do is just to see the reality of the thought, that just to see the, just to understand the what the thought is. So that will automatically push you towards the end of this entire story. So don't focus to certain levels or certain phala or samadhi or all these things. It will automatically grow. The super awareness and the other jnanas and other wisdom things will automatically grow. But only thing what you have to do is realization and taking the complete understanding the formation of the thought, how the thoughts get formed, and it will automatically push you towards the end of this sansaric cycle. Yes, Dr. Sakuntala.
Yes,
Do you have anything to say
Sarnai Ravi.
in the comment?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, as you said, uh, uh, every thought is a creation and an illusion. So it's something fake. You can use many words to describe the word thought. But the formation of the thoughts is a part of that automatic, spontaneous chain of activities, isn't it? So
Yes.
everything is explained in a thought. Everything is given a word, and it's how the thought is expressed. Whether it is something, an activity, or whether there is something which is described as a noun. All of them are thoughts, and they are given a name. And as you said, it varies. The thought and the name could vary depending on the circumstance, depending on the person. But all thoughts fall into the same category, where you cannot take it as real, but we are, yes.
Yes,
Yes.
and also Dr. Sakuntala, sometimes we see the people do when they do the practical uh, sessions, so they tend, while they are walking, they tend to see the outside world as not real and all these things by focusing their concentration towards the external objects. I mean, birds chirping and vehicle sounds and so on. But they think that those things are thoughts. But they didn't know that they don't know that even the walking is also thought. They are at the moment they are walking. They are
Yes.
doing the
Yes.
walking meditation, but they didn't realize that they don't realize that the walking itself is a thought.
Is a
So
thought. Yes, exactly. So
yeah,
everything is a thought, basically.
everything is a thought.
Everything.
So
Yes. Mm.
yes. So that if you have that has to become from this contemplation, I think. So because we can't perceive things beyond our what you call this five senses. So even we think, even we walk, even we jump, even we climb uh, in a staircase, on a staircase. So all these things are thoughts. So even so if we talk with somebody else while we are climbing the staircase, it is also a thought. So thoughts, one thought come atop of another thought. So So everything is a mental formation. So we have to be very vigilant about those things. So people tend, so while they are doing the practical sessions, so they think, so I'm the one who is walking. So while I'm walking, I'm trying to see the external things as not real. So, but we that is all right. But he has to have some kind of an idea. The practice of walking, even a thought. So sometimes they miss that. So it should not happen, I think. So if I take this conversation, so it is also a thought. This
Thought,
conversation.
that's right.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So even though
Actually,
we
last
think
night,
about the
hmm,
go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, last night, Dr. Kokila gave a nice, I couldn't listen to the whole thing, but part of it. She
Mhm.
gave a very sort of simple and very practical explanation about these 4 steps. Actually, most of the people, as you said very correctly, do not
Mhm.
understand exactly what our noble friend was trying to uh, give us, I mean, tell us exactly what is meant by these 4 steps. Uh,
Mhm.
so the people who were discussing were giving various explanations also to the way that they have understood, but she was trying in her best to correct many things. So as you said, right from the beginning, the concept should be to get that self-feeling dissolved little by little and coming up to 100% when you reach the end of the practice. That means the 4th step.
Yeah.
So right from the beginning, as you said, if you take seeing a bird and identifying as crow, they are
Mhm.
automatically, you have gone to the outside world, taken the outside world as real. And then
Yeah.
there is an existing self here who is identifying, isn't it?
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm,
Yeah. Yeah. As you said, it has to come from the understanding only. So
mm,
you have
mm,
to understand this Dhamma uh, very good way, in a good way, because otherwise you sometimes you miss some parts of it. So then you try to capture from uh, some places only. Then you will miss the very valuable parts. So that's why you have to apply this Dhamma to. You can apply this Dhamma to anywhere, any
mm,
instance. Even you hold your phone right at the moment. You try, if you can contemplate on that. So
mm,
am I dealing with the mental image right now? So that will sufficient for you to understand this entire Dhamma. So Dhamma is there at least in this very moment. So that means how you feel this solidity or this firmness of the phone
mm.
through sensor. So that is the vidarshana. That is the uh, that should be done. So 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 it is very, yeah, it is very difficult at first time, but if you practice this, if you try to incorporate this understanding, basic understanding to your day-to-day activities, then you will find Dhamma is everywhere.
Yes,
Even
actually, yes. Very deep and thorough understanding about the darshana part. That means that the basic Dhamma facts, how the world is created, the knowledge right at the beginning. The knowledge should be very clear and crisp. With that base only, you can build up this practical pathway, isn't it?
yes.
Now, what happens is now there are people who come for this one-day program sometimes who have never listened to any of the Deshana, any of the preachings before from our noble friend. So those people, I think most of them experience the concentration type of meditation rather than the facts which is explained in the morning half of the day. Most of them, I think, just concentrate on the walking and then, but they feel some sort of comfort and they feel some tranquil feeling. So definitely they will come again. So
Yeah.
when you go on listening to that part again and again, you realize that there is something much more deeper and important than concentrating on the walking, isn't it?
Yes, yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes. Mhm. Yeah. So they get, as you said, they get some kind of a relief and relaxed feeling. Yeah. So yes, there's some kind of a notion that, so if you happen to participate in such kind of a meditation program, you have to do walking. So walking in the sense, keep concentrating on your foot and chase your thoughts along how they behave and all these things. So these are the common practice. So, but we have to take them from that angle to this Vidarshana angle very smoothly. So there should be some kind of a very smooth shift. So that is the most challenging part for the trainers here. So they tend to feel, they try to seek some kind of a relief from the beginning. So that's why they want to take the concentration meditation. The concentration meditation for the first time. Whatever we try to explain about the thought and so all these things, what they prefer is to go there and do the concentration meditation, because the freedom, the relief is very very obvious through this concentration meditation. But from the Vidarshana meditation, it takes some time, because how much you become thorough with the Dhamma, you get this feeling. So it takes some time. But in contrast to that concentration meditation, so it is there. So if you do not feel that you are walking, or if you concentration on one single thought, then if you focus on one thought, then the rest of the thoughts will be suppressed, then you get some kind of a relaxed feeling. So it is very instant. So
Yes,
they prefer that.
concentration is meant, it's easy, no? Very
It's
easy.
easy.
And
It's easy.
yeah,
And
even these non-religious techniques like counting up to 10 and then counting backwards from 10 to 1, that is also a form of concentration, isn't it? So it's
and
very
also,
simple and easy.
yeah, I also heard that there's kind of a singing bowl or something. So they hit that ball, then it produce nice melody. Then, of course, then you feel so relaxed. So it is also some kind of a concentration meditation.
Yes,
So,
exactly.
but it remains for a very short period, isn't it? So as long as your
Temporary.
thoughts are not there, so you get that feeling. But when thoughts come to rushing, so then the peaceful, the calmness will go away.
Go on, yes.
Yeah. Yes.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි doctor. තෙරුවන් සරණයි. And when just to add the thought to this walking meditation, in this practical approach prescribed by Aryan Mahanse, as you said, initially the thoughts to do walking meditation, that it comes as a thought. But when you get that mental image, as you rightly said, no longer the thought of walking is there. The person just, even a person is unaware that he or she is walking. It happens as a process. There is some meditative absorption. So that itself is a beautiful experience of um, how a process happens without the involvement of a self, isn't it? At the very beginning, okay, you get the thought to walk. Now standing up, and when you get that mental image, like in normal conventional concentration meditation, now lifting the foot and taking it and again putting it on the next place, lifting the left step. So we don't develop thoughts related to walking meditation here in this approach. We just walk, then we come to certain meditative absorption kind of thing. They are the external, when the eye perceives a thing, you have a kind of good platform to see through that thought. When you hear a bird, you have an ideal tranquil platform to see through that thought, isn't it?
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yes, as you said,
Yes,
when you walk, you will also get some kind of a concentration, kind of a
yes,
feeling, but it
yes,
should not be the correct feeling. But
yes,
if you walk, you should feel the firmness or the hardness of the floor for sure, because the your sensors are working. Sensors are working. The firmness should be felt. So that
exactly.
doesn't mean that you feel like floating or something. So
No,
it
no,
is kind of a result of the concentration, because the
yes,
thought, that thought is also gone. So you know very well that you are walking on a gravel road or somewhere.
yes.
No.
From
So
time to time, you feel
yeah,
it, we feel it, doctor. Yeah.
the actual feeling that comes to the soul.
Hmm.
So you can feel that,
Yes,
oh, now it's pinching, or now it's hurting, like this. All these things are there because, but you know, there is no person who is walking there. Only
yes,
these are thoughts. These are just pure feeling only.
exactly. Yes.
So,
You
so
awaken
that
to the feel. Yes.
yeah, that doesn't make you to feel like that you are floating in a,
No,
uh,
no,
isn't it? So I
no,
don't
no.
know. I don't know.
No,
So
no, doctor, nothing like that. Nothing
nothing
like
like
that.
that.
Some
Pe-
calmness.
pe-
But
pe-
only
pe-
thing that happens as a process is evident, and how the
Mhm.
thought occurs from time to time, it's evident. Even though you walk, doctor, that hardness also you don't feel regularly. After a while, you feel the hardness of the ground or whatever. Right throughout, when you hear the bird, you don't feel the hardness. When you see the coconut tree, you don't feel the hardness because there is no overlapping of thoughts. No, so that becomes crystal clear when we do this walking meditation, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Mm.
yeah, yeah. That's true. Yeah. So yes, as you said, so the feelings would come. Feeling means the, uh, if it is a pain, you feel the pain. That's all right. So if you happen to taste something, you will feel that taste. That's all right. But the tastes are generated within your senses. That is the realization that you take, that you will have. So that is the meditation. So sometimes people might think that if you if you want, once you want to start walking, so you should feel some kind of a lightness or some kind of a floating feeling, or those things. I don't think those things would happen. because it belongs to some kind of a concentration meditation part. So
Exactly.
yeah, because
That
you
is
are very
conventional.
and also what will happen, what is happening here, and another kind of I mean, that said, Dhammachakkhu said that the super awareness will come into action. So that will guide you throughout this entire process. So you know there's no person who is walking, but the thoughts come. So thoughts are interchanging, thought to another, one thought to another. So the thoughts can't make you to feel that you are alive, you are existing. So that is the super awareness that you get, I think. So so that's why the two different meditation types are there. So one meditation type, you get some kind of a sudden light feeling, lightheadedness or floating light feeling and so on. But in the concentration, in the meditative insight, what do you call this, Vidarsana meditation, you get this non-soul feeling with the super awareness. Yeah. So I think it's a good thing to discuss, because if Arunaz is here, we can ask him these things. But in certain points, we also feel, but not to the not to its maximum level. But so even within this conversation, we tend to feel that this is this incident, this is another kind of incident. So am I really engaged with these things or not? So if what I think is, if you don't feel like these things, this is a real incident. So that is the awareness that you have, because you have very good awareness that this is also an incident, isn't it? What do you think, Sudhamni? I don't know what I'm
Yes,
telling.
doctor, exactly. Very beautiful
Yeah.
explanation, insightful explanation made by both of you. And since today Shanika read page 19, so if we focus on that, you very well explained how the thought is created there. And the trick is, doctor, we can't, without the help of the noble teacher, we can't
Yeah.
understand how we feel that something is there. Now we know it's
Yeah.
sound and color combination, everything, but still we feel that something is there. So Aryan Hanse explained it very nicely. It's because of this power, no, as you said, the cause and effect. The cause is the very speedy, rapid occurrence of this sparking, right? Spark coming together of vibe. It creates power, and it ultimately develops into mind power and connects with the nervous system, and then that internal current, internal vibration is also like some way connected. So due to that, we feel that it is there. So without Aryan Mohan says, oh, this noble teacher's explanation, no one can understand why we feel as if something there, isn't it, doctor? So you
Yeah.
wanted
Yeah.
to mention power there. So that's why I
Yeah.
wanted to, yeah,
Yeah.
because it's the most difficult part to liberate from when we discuss the stimulus, isn't it? This power
Yeah.
generated like in a whirlpool in a river, automatically that due to speedy spinning of water, the power is generated by itself, and it grabs all dried leaves and sticks around it. And so that similar, that metaphor is used by Aryan Vahanse to explain how this, due to rapid occurrence of the sparking, the power is generated and we get the feel that something is there, although without the name and the form, the thingness. From we need to make a shift to from thingness to nothingness, no, so it's so hard. And so that knowledge, actually that explanation helps us to awaken our wisdom also, no, when we like
Yes.
contemplate on this, at least it comes as a reminder at certain point. And when Dr. Sakuntala mentioned that burning itself is the value, isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala? You very well explained, because the value is another trickiest thing, because the value is not monetary value. It's you very well explained, because I'm highlighting it related to this text. This value can come as revenge, anger, attachment, craving. So those are very nice points raised in today's discussion. Yes, Dr. Ravi, Teruvan Saranai.
Yes. The value in the sense that the burning in the sense, actually, we tend to think that burning is only because so I have a burning towards a burning feeling like about my children. So that is not the exact burning here. Burning is the thing that the feeling that it comes along whenever you take the things as real, whatever the thing, even the chair in front of me, if I feel like it is existing, it carries kind of a burn within me. That burn is to keep this chair as long as possible, to keep this chair, to retain it, the chair with me for a longer period. So that it is also burning. So it does not necessarily to towards some father, mother. So there are certain burns as well. But so if you take something as real, the burning also accompanies with that also. So that's why Aranvasi always reminds us to, if we take something as real, something in the sense one thought as a real, so that means that the fact that you have been born at that very instant. So we have to be very careful, isn't it? We have to be very careful. So
Yes,
that's why we
yes,
need to see the reality, see this Dhamma in every thought. So otherwise, if you miss certain things, we unknowingly, the burn will be there. So that means this carpenter will create the house. So
exactly.
yeah.
Carpenter called consciousness, isn't it, Doctor?
Yeah, consciousness or the craving or the
Mm.
that thing. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Anyway, I think our time has gone, isn't it? So, Dr. Saku, can we wrap up this session for today? Is it okay? Yes, I think.
Yes, Dr. Ravi, I think
Okay.
we have few more
Okay.
minutes. It would be useful if we can remind about the opportunities available for seekers of true Dhamma. I don't think we could remind that today, Dr. Ravi.
Sorry, I didn't get you.
The opportunities available for true Dhamma seekers all around the world, websites, and that reminder
Yeah.
would be useful, Doctor, if you like to make
Yeah,
it.
yes. Other than participating in these kind of discussions, so you have basically two websites. So our main website is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com website, and also we have another newly launched website, that is www.wisdomofasia.com website. So please feel free to visit those sites as well. So there are certain books that have been written in English language, so they are free to download. So all these books have been written under the guidance of Buddothpado and Wahanse. So don't hesitate to take this opportunity to download them and read them attentively. If you have any questions, you please feel free to bring them up here so we can openly discuss them in this forum. Then if you have any doubts, we can ask directly from our noble friend. So that is the opportunity that we have. So and also we have Metmal meditation uh, center in Damagoda, Anguruwatota in Sri Lanka. So we invite you to that uh, to have the real experience of this true Dhamma. So it is a meditation center. So there is a certain, it goes in a certain schedule. So food and other accommodation facilities will be provided. And if you are interested, please feel free to visit Sri Lanka and uh, have this real experience of this true Dhamma in those places. So uh, with that reminder, I'd like to conclude this session for today, so we can start discussion. You can join tomorrow as well at the same time at the 7:45 a.m. in Sri Lankan time. So until then, I'd like to say Theruvan Saranai to all of you, and we'll meet tomorrow. Theruvan
තෙරුවන්
Saranai.
සරණයි
Theruvan Saranai,
ආරණ්‍යක
Visakarma,
තෙරුවන්
Theruvan
සරණයි
Saranai.
Dr. Ravi and
Mr. Jan,
all Dhamma friends. That's it.
Theruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai Aryan answer. Thiruvan Saranai everybody.
for all your untiring efforts and unparalleled compassion. May you live long and namaskara veva. Now, first of all, let's look at the opportunities made available to the seekers of true Dhamma by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. There are numerous resources available for any seeker of truth, despite the geographical location, language, or any other boundary. It's worth mentioning the Buddothpado main website www.buddothpado-dhamma.com because it's regularly updated, daily updated, and it's so user-friendly because it consists of more than 10,000 Buddothpado sermons, including all Zoom discussions, and it is worth mentioning that all these sermons are classified or categorized according to the topics and the complexity levels to facilitate its users. And at the same time, just by clicking a link there, you can join the Buddothpado WhatsApp groups to get the links for these Zoom discussions and also to know about the one-day meditation programs conducted island-wide. And at the same time, I should mention that there are YouTube channels parallel to these websites as well. And if someone is into science and has an explorative mind and prefers to understand Dhamma through a scientific angle, the website www.wisdomofasia.com is the best resource for them. Apart from that, the Dhamma discussions operates via Zoom platform throughout the day, covering all 3 languages. So as we meet up here every morning at 7:45, it's the English Zoom discussion, and it's worth mentioning the 11:30 Zoom discussion conducted in Sinhala. It is operated from Australia. I think actually the target group is the people kind of seekers of truth who are staying away from motherland to suit their time schedules, daily schedules. It is operated at that time. And every Friday at 2:45, the Tamil Zoom discussion is there. And also the International Meditation Center located in the beautiful, serene countryside, the locality of Dobagoda, Sri Lanka, is another important landmark. They are anyone, especially the foreigners who are interested in understanding the truth, can participate in residential meditation programs, insight meditation programs. Okay, so with that reminder, let's proceed to the Dhamma discussion today based on volume 1 of True Dhamma Has Awakened book series. This mainly deals with understanding the illusion called I. So we discussed the page 17 yesterday, as our Dhamma friends have already joined, Mr. Bernard, Ms. Shani. I welcome both of you to this discussion. So at any time you can make your contributions. So yesterday the main focus was on the key term, awakening to the moment. awakening to the moment. So valuable contributions were made by the participants, especially Dr. Kokila's contribution. She defined this, quoting a lot of life examples and also the concepts, Dhamma concepts like uh, awakening to the moment is liberating from the mind, liberating from the thoughts, or liberating from the name and form, not to get entangled with the projections of six sensory organs, and to have clear knowledge, thorough rather than knowledge, understanding of the mechanism of the sensory organs. So when the shape of light occurs or is perceived by the eye, how do we see it as an object? How does it come real? And how the person who observes it as an object, how the self is created, and how the value for that object, that entity, that person arises with that out of ignorance. And at the end of the discussion yesterday, as usual, Venerable Aryan Mahansi gave a detailed explanation. He again and again reminded what we mean by nothingness, because that's the people in mundane world cannot understand what this nothingness referred to by Aryans, those who have achieved the profound liberation. This nothingness is the profound tranquility or profound peace or profound freedom one experiences with the complete liberation from the thoughts. Otherwise, it does not mean demolishing all entities made up of four great elements. So with that, I would like to focus on today's section to be discussed. So that is page 18 of The True Dhamma Has Awakened. If you have a book with you, it's the second paragraph, page 18. The Buddha preaches the following. Skandhanam patubhavo ayatananam patilabho ayam uchati jati. Jati Dhamma Sutra. The birth of the eye is your birth. If you see a table and accept it as a thing that really exists outside, that is your birth. That is where the sorrow begins. That is where the attachment, aversion begins. That is where thoughts begin. Avidya Pachaya Sankara, meaning due to our ignorance, we create thoughts. From that point on, we begin to feel jealousy, revenge, attachments, aversion. Why? Because there are two sides. One side is that we believe we are here and we believe that the outside world exists. There are two sides. The duality. The truth is there is nothing outside. The outside is only a thought. You do not make the thought outside. It is only a meeting of sounds and colors together. coming together of sound, color, smell, taste, and sense of touch causes a spark. The mind or the manovinyana is formed due to this spark. That is why we say that the mind does not exist inside the body. Even the awareness of a color does not arise from a mind inside a body. We see because there is a light. In that case, it is a spark that allows the sense of seeing. The mind does not exist inside the body. The mind does not exist anywhere. Now it is clear to us that the awakening to the moment or Mohotatavadiya is experienced only when you don't have any thoughts. Upasikava. Yes, awakening to the moment. Aryan Mahansi. Yes, at the moment of awakening, there is only an awareness. There is no Nama-Rupa, thoughts. The awareness does not have any thoughts. It is just simply being aware. Thoughts mean that it is an illusion of the mind or Vijnana Maya. And the illusion is made by the coming together of Nama-Rupa. So we can look at the section that was read. So it starts with Skandhanang patu bhavo ayatananang patilabo ayang bujjati jati. This comes from Jati Dhamma Sutra. That is what Aryan Mahansi also always mentions. The birth of the I is the birth of the person. The birth of the ear is the birth of the person. The birth of the nose, the sensation, is the birth of the person. And it applies to all 6 sensory organs. The mind, when we define the sensory organs from a scientific perspective, we leave out the mind. But in the religious perspective, mind is also considered as a sensory faculty, which is so rational, actually. So here we talk about 6 sensory organs when we analyze Buddhist philosophy and when we try to understand this. So here, what is re-emphasized is the birth of the I is your birth. If you see the bag out there, the person who sees the bag is here. If you see the mango tree in the garden, the person, the self arises, the person who experiences. Observer and the observed. The entity being observed, and on the other side, the person, the observer. So that is the duality, internal, external, ajatta bahidda. So we use diverse terms to refer to this condition. So how are we going to untangle this? So isn't there a mango tree out there? Isn't there a bottle? Isn't there a bag? Isn't there a girl, boy, mother, table? Let's try to untangle this by understanding this mechanism. So The basic concept or the principle is entire universe is made up of vibrations. Let it be solidity, let it be liquidity, let it be heat or cold or space, whatever. Everything is made up of vibrations, which cannot be detected by the human sensory faculties or sensory bases. It is obvious, when we go to face an X-ray, that image, the image of the chest or the spine or whatever comes finally. But do we see the rays? Now you have the mobile phone with you. Somebody from UK calls you. So some vibration is happening. So can we perceive? No. So in the same way, vibrations cannot be detected by the human organs. So the shape of the mango tree out there, it's nothing but a bunch of vibrations. The human eye, nothing but a bunch of vibrations. But as Aryan Mahanse explains through very nice example, that tuning fork principle helps us to understand how the birth of these, or how we perceive stuff through these sensory organs. So the moment you open your eye, the vibrations are similar frequencies and with opposing charges. It's also a natural phenomenon. Positive and negative charges, they spark. The sparking of similar vibrations with opposing charges occur. This happens continuously with a very high speed, which cannot be measured by human brain. No, we do not have the capacity to see that speed of the rapid occurrence of vibrations and rapid sparking. This sparking itself creates some power, just like in a whirlpool in a river. We know the water spins really fast, and it generates some power there, and it grabs anything around, maybe small sticks, leaves, whatever in the river around it. It happens due to this power generated due to the rapid speed of spinning of water. So same principle is present here, and this continuous sparking that happens with the rapid speed generates some power. That power, now only the eye is at work, but here even Gautama Buddha has explained, Aryan Mahanse has explained, re-explained it nicely, the 2 rounds of the functioning of 6 sensory faculties happen, which is known as Vattam Vattati. Now the eye perceives stuff, so it's nothing more than a shape of light. Some shape only, no identification. At this very moment, instantaneously, what happens is all other rest of the organs, rest of the sensory faculties come to work, and sparking happens The second round, although we say second round, they are immeasurable. All the qualities, properties, previous data related to the name. This is the the color identification. If you have touched the mango tree, that roughness of the trunk. If you have smelled the mango tree, that smell. If you have put your tongue on it, that feeling, all associated data at once come together, and the name mango tree appears, the sound, and that's what we say, sound and color combination, and the mind consciousness finally identifies it as the mango tree. So same mechanism is explained as coming together, or the fusion of ditta sutta mutta. In this analysis also, it's so rational. Ditta is I, seeing. Seeing means process of seeing, not this muscular eye. The process of seeing, not this physical eye, but the process of. Sutta, process of hearing. Mutta, the feelings. Feelings, that is smelling, tasting, and touch. So visual sensation, auditory sensation, tactile, gustatory, olfactory relation come together, the fusion of all sensory inputs come in one shot, and mind consciousness recognizes the mango tree. It doesn't stop there. That is why it becomes a grave thing. It doesn't stop there due to ignorance. The person, some sort of awareness, it goes beyond actually awareness. Some feeling, the person entertains. I mean, it may not be the entertainment that you get by watching a drama or eating some food, but undetectable level, by objectifying that projection, some kind of feeling occurs. And the perception, that is how the thought or the perception occurs, and the self is created on this side. The moment the mango tree objectifies or solidifies, the person who sees it here on the other side, here and there, or external mango tree, internal the person, ajjatta bahita, the duality arises. And that very moment, the need to keep it as a mango tree, the value, it is not the monetary value. Some subtle or some nuanced feeling, or a need to see it as a mango tree, or to have it as an object, occurs. So that is how we get caught in this unreal world, how the external world becomes a reality. So that mind power, the moment the mango tree becomes real, it doesn't stop there. That power, as I explained using the example of whirlpool, that power connects with the nervous system, and it has an ultimate impact on this, tames the inner vibration too. So to untangle this knot, we all must have a very thorough understanding, clear understanding of the mechanism of the sensory organs. So as I mentioned, the moment the mango tree appears, on this side you are there, the value is there. With that value, this suffering defined in Buddhism. It is not the worldly suffering, the need to see it as a thing, keep it as a thing appears. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. I read the section to be read today, and I was explaining the mechanism of the sensory organs, taking an example. Would you like to make your additions and continue, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, actually, I wasn't listening again. I just joined.
Okay.
And there's, I can possibly join here and there. There's so many noises because of my kids. But what were you asking? What was the topic? Sorry.
Topic, Dr. Kokila, I was reading page 18 of the book. It's just the continuation of awakening to the moment. And the line I clarified was Kandhanang Patubhavo Ayatananang Patilabo Ayang Uchati Jati. If you see a table and accept it as a thing that really exists outside. So taking the example of the mango tree, I went into detail with these vibrations and sparking and how the mind power is generated, and when we objectify it, how on the other side the self appears, and that value is given, and the suffering, etc. That bit only.
Yeah, okay. Actually, we were talking about that yesterday as well, how this self arises and how this evolves. So actually, we were talking about the awakening to the moment. What's the importance of that? What's the importance of that is actually you get the non-self experience. When you get the non-self experience, this start to evolve again, because as a child, as a baby and as a child, we started to actually get into the self-perception. I don't know whether you have gone into that, how you felt as a self. There's a thing that happened. It's not that someone has happened and someone did it because of the not knowing or because of the ignorance. Happened anyway. Even though there's no self, the self-perception has occurred. Any system it has. So you have to remember, even the worm has it.
Yes.
So that is the point sometimes we forget, that even the worm has it. So this self-perception, what importance of awakening to the moment is actually non-self-perception begins. It's the beginning of the path. So when that happens, it begins to evolve again. It begins to evolve, and at one point you become your whole system becomes of it. Like it becomes the normal. It will be the normal, not the self-perception. What happened to the baby? It will be a reversal, but this happens because of awakening to the moment, one particular moment. Because of that, it starts to begin. That in an arahant, all the moments will be like that anyway. But what I'm trying to say is, non-self-perception is very important. Then that will start to evolve. You will feel it everywhere. In the beginning, you won't feel it everywhere, but then with more and more insights, you will definitely feel it multiple times. So then what this says, what happens here will be understood more and felt more, and then it is easier to become. So this is the reversal of the child or the baby, what happened to that baby, and how the baby when becoming a child and becoming adult, how the self-perception has become a part of our life. It has never left us. And even the worm, it never left the worm. And that's why when the worm dies, there is always this perception, self-perception. How does it happen? It does happen because it's something, a form of vibration which can telepathize, or which can co-vibrate, or what's the word for that? It doesn't come to me, but it's a similarity of frequencies of that vibration. It is really interesting to know all this and what your vibration is. And when you know what your vibration is, actually you feel it, but you can't explain it. But you will feel that how it is reducing, how it is. It will be a slow process, nothing to fear. But the most importantly, the path begins in the awakening to the moment. So with all the knowledge we have from what we have learned, or what we have heard, or what you read from the book, whatever the knowledge we have, it is a push actually to understand this. Definitely a support to that. And then when the noble friend guides you to try and feel it. That would be a guidance for you to feel that too, because unless you feel it, the doubts will be there until the day you pass away from, like after stopping the breathing or the system collapse. So you need to get it. You need to actually make an effort. In that, don't get desperate, because becoming desperate doesn't help here. We feel so. Imagine we want to earn, we want to become a millionaire, something like that. Just an example. There's a desperation, like when we can't do that. So imagine someone wants to be rich, or whatever the level they know, and then every day you feel like I'm poor, because that's another perception. So then there's a desperation to do something, to become something. But the problem here is that desperation doesn't help. The other way around, over eagerness doesn't help either. This is very well said in Lord Buddha's sermons as well. Over eagerness, or desperation, or nothing helps like that. So it is a bit difficult in the beginning. But if you are kind of someone who can stop and see what is said, that would really help you. Just stop. Because we are very used to go behind something. Just stop. And then you will be able to realize how much you have not felt, or how much you have not experienced. So it's easy to get trapped in this Dhamma as well. So just understand that, because it's out of desperation, or when you feel like you want something, there's always a possibility that you can become very sad in this path, or your confidence can go down. It is normal. So just you have to trust the noble friend when Aranwanse says to keep trying, because the problem with this, sometimes when we tell directly also, so imagine some Aranwanse tells directly that you haven't noticed this yet. Someone might be like, oh my God, I haven't, it collapses. But the main thing is that it is in a way good, because the assumptions are not going to lead you anywhere. And guidance from friend would be, noble friend would be actually wise, would be wise, so that your over eagerness or the will reverse. But the problem is the desperation here, because that is why even Aranahanse, I think, I mean, it's my assumption again, but he doesn't tell the same thing every Zoom discussions. He makes it different. He makes it different. I don't know if you have experience. He makes this the discussion pattern also different. So from time to time, he discusses about the awakening to the moment. Then he discusses about the samadhi, or the what is it? What is samadhi in English?
The concentration.
I don't know about that, but whatever the
Meditative absorption, right?
is that what is said? So that there is samadhi. So whatever the he might talk about different stuff, because human mind, we should not let go, that, you know, we should not drive into being so eager into one, because as you remember, when Haranwasi takes a point, everyone will be thinking about that point. Then he will take another point, everyone will be thinking about that point. So like it has come into patterns, and here time to time he takes this as well. So it's very important that that Aranhanse is trying to give this in a way that without a human going into desperation. Desperation is sadness, that am I not going to get this, or into over eagerness, like I am doing it, I have done it, kind of thing. So those two ends, it's very normal for you to fall into those two categories. Or in the middle, someone we like in Thinamid, or what is Thinamid in English, I don't know, but like kind of not doing anything at all. Laziness, yeah. Even the laziness, I don't know whether it is just laziness that we talk about, or whether laziness to understand the truth, because laziness can be laziness to clean the house, but then laziness to understand this truth or to surface this truth would be a bit tricky, isn't it?
Sorry, there was some interruption here. Yes, Dr. Kokila, as you said, it goes beyond laziness. It could be kind of lethargy or some, I mean, it's a strong version of laziness, maybe. So, thank you so much for that explanation. So the next point that we have to focus on is avidya pachaya sankara. So as I explained how the mind was created, I mean, all this mechanism of vibrations coming together, sparking, and the fusion of all five sensory inputs, and finally the objectifying of the mango tree or whatever. So this scenario, this happens due to the ignorance. The sankara here means mental formations. Again, the how it leads to the perception. It's this through this phrase. It is actually an extension of the previous explanation given to skandhanam patubhavo ayatananam patilabho ayam uchati jati. So if we look at it from another perspective, it is the five aggregates. So one way we analyze as from the perspective of six consciousnesses, and similarly it is again the 5 aggregates: form, feeling, perception, uh, mental formations, and the thought, finally. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana, consciousness. So that is another analysis that can be given to the mechanism of formation of thought. And all this, as Dr. Kokila very well explained, happens due to the ignorance that there is a person, because she went back to the baby who is in a cot and how the self-existence feel arises at the basic level. I remember Dr. Kokila Aryan Mahanse mentions that existence feel is what comes first, what is experienced by a living being. And we actually initially we do not know that it happens to a person or a self. But with the later on getting more and more exposure to these external uh, entities and certain incidents and conditions, we gradually develop the self-perception, and we gets the ownership of those manifestations of sensory organs or sensory faculties. So this gets stronger and stronger. Probably a child actually child does not know the face of the person, child himself, unless and until somebody shows the face through a mirror and says, you are Baba, it's your image. The child does not have that understanding, at least. But gradually, due to the environmental factors, because on top of the mechanism of the six sensory organs, other environmental factors like family, there are explanations, there are interactions, and telling that you are there, you are hungry, you are thirsty, okay, you are tired, you are crying, why are you crying, you becomes, it's another, I mean, you becomes the other version of I there, and the self-perception gets stronger and stronger. Due to the ignorance, it comes to a position that we experience the existent world, and we also exist happily in that world. So this true Dhamma is the only solution to untangle this myth or misconception. Dr. Sakuntala, would you like to add to this?
Teruvan Saranai.
Yes, Teruvan
Teruvan
Saranai.
Saranai.
Teruvan
I
Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala.
pay my homage at Aryan Mahase's feet. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. I was, yes, actually what two of you explained were some very deep facts, which is a part of the darshana or the true Dhamma that we have to understand right at the beginning as the foundation of everything. Because as you mentioned, the self-perception is the main root, I would say, of all these subsequent happenings. The current that is there in the radiant mind or the small baby, which is actually the Atma Sanya, or the current which was telepathized right at the beginning to the zygote, and that current gives a push for the fetus to grow, and that is also named as taints or sasava. And because of that nature of the sasava or the taints, the baby also tend to feel that the light is existing, and the hearing is there. Hearing is something existing. So there is a very fine or subtle feel to the baby that these things are existing, but is created by the five senses. But there is no formation of the mind sensor. But still, that is why the baby cries when the baby is hungry, and when the baby is given milk, the baby is feeding with very eagerness, and sometimes turn the head to the sounds, to the voices. And when there is some discomfort, like when there is a wet nappy, the baby will indicate something uncomfortable. This is not what was explained by Dr. Kokila yesterday, not the level of intolerance to the sensor, but this is something beyond that. There is eye consciousness, ear consciousness, taste, smell, and tactile or the skin consciousness, body consciousness. So these things are formed at that level, and in a very subtle way, the baby feel that they are existing, but no defilements are formed at that time, because the mind sensor is not functioning. So in other words, this current which got telepathized is the one which is going like a stream underneath all these things. And when the thoughts are formed, when the child is a little bit bigger, there is a spontaneous creation of the thoughts by merging of these other five senses. So this is what leads to the defilements later on, which are manifested actually when these thoughts are formed. So actually the taints or the sasava are manifested as ashra or defilements later on. So this is a process where the illusion of an existing world also occurs. As you all clearly mentioned, the data gets collected with time. So the data that you have about the mother is by now, if you are 60 years old, for a person who is 60 years old, if I tell the word mother, the spark that occurs right at that moment related to mother has lots and lots of information which has been gathered over like 60 years. Also, now if I tell the word your son, you get certain amounts of data. Maybe if your son is like 20 years old, the data you get. So that means that spark is felt heavy. Whereas if I tell a name of a neighboring house child, the data that you get at that time related to that boy's name is much less heavier. That is because of the nature of each person's thought process. And that current or that heavy feeling is actually, that is the self-perception. There is no different self who is feeling that current. The current that you feel, the current that the system feels, that heaviness that system feels is the self-feeling or self-feeling of self-perception. So when you identify this process, you try to, automatically the camera is turned towards that feeling, and that is recognized as the self-feeling. More you try to, more the system is capable of identifying this heavy feeling or this current. That is the procedure, or that is the only way to get it lighter and lighter. So there is no specific method to get rid of this current, or there is nothing that can be done to shed all that heavy feeling. But only way is to identify it more and more by focusing. And then when you identify more and more, the strength of the current becomes less and less. So what ultimately will happen is that when I tell the name of your son, and when I tell the name of a neighboring house boy's name, the both ways, it is just a vibration of the ear, and there is my vibration of the mind sensor where the identification happens. But the heavy current that was constructed beneath that becomes more or less equal, or there is no current at all. So that is what this teaching is, because there won't be anything different from outside or from what you feel, but the system feels that there's no difference. The way that you feel, but that current which was underneath is not there. So I think I would like to stop from there. Any comments or any corrections from both of you? Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, thank you very much for the thought-provoking inputs, because that when you brought about that example of somebody's son and someone else's son. So those are mere two thoughts, right, that occur in the mind. But when we hear that, let's say my son, when you say your son, why is it heavy? Why is that thought heavy? It is because the value, isn't it?
Value. Yes.
The value attributed to that thought is higher. Neighbor's son or someone else's son, the value is less. So and the other thing that came from your explanation is, Dr. Sakuntala, that this it went away from me. Something very nice came up from that when you were telling. Yeah, the self-perception. Self-perception. That when the word your son comes, there are no two people as your son, the thought and me, self. That thought itself is the self, isn't it?
Yes.
That is the trickiest and the most difficult for a person to figure out. They take as a dual notion, no, that dual, it is the the sun is out there and I am here. But when the thought occurs, it's all one. It's the self that arises, isn't it? With the mind. So thank you so much again.
Yeah, thought which has been given a value, isn't it? Now, the formation of the thoughts is a part of the mind sensor itself. But when the thought is given a value, that is where the self is also arising. Yes, Teruvan
Saranai. And Dr. Sakuntala, now the person's son and somebody else's son, the perceptions or the experiences or the data one has about the person is also different. So that also has a direct impact. Thank you so much. And Miss Surangika, Teruvan Saranai. would you like to add your thoughts to the discussion?
Thank Sudharma, and let me pay my homage to Buddothpado and Mahansa. Thank Dhamma friends. I think that was a good explanation from Dr. Sakuntala, and thank you for initiating the whole conversation, Sudharma. That Skandhanang Patubhavo and that whole concept of ignorance. I think in recent times, Aryan Mahanse has given us in the controversial talks another very pertinent point to reflect on. The fact that, traditionally we have been thinking of it as avidya, pachaya, sankhara, meaning, one is coming after the other in sequence, and that's the way the whole Paticcasamuppada or the law of cause and effect Dhamma is continuing, or how that manifests. But in effect, when you think about it, we all know that this whole thing happens because of the speed of vibration. And it is the speed that causes that whole manifestation to occur through the senses. And with that speed happens the construction. And that is why Aryan Mahanse clearly pointed out to us, which we have, I think, been very fortunate to be able to have such a noble spiritual friend to point these things out to us, that without that whole construction, without the whole sankhara, there is no ignorance. The construct itself is the manifestation. It is almost like creating magic out of nothing, isn't it? There is absolutely nothing, but the conjuring up is like a trick. Just like a magician conjures up a trick before our very eyes on a stage, by just moving his hands with a click of a button, with all kinds of little instruments, he creates a trick, or he pulls a rabbit out of a hat. In a similar manner, the senses, due to the speed, there is the manifestation that happens, and the manifestation is the construct. And with that construct comes the sensation, the feeling, and then the feeling, the representation of the feeling is sanya, or perception. And then finally, with that speedily occurring construction of those sensory perceptions, the thought or the mind consciousness occurs. So when we say skandha, skandha meaning 5 aggregates in English, it is actually a collective. It is nothing else. Skandha means a collective, means I think exactly what you mentioned a little while ago, Sudharma. It's form, sensation or feeling, the perception arising from that feeling. We give it a name, so that is what we call sanya or perception at that point. And then there's the mental formation. So, and then all that, the way we feel about it, the feeling of differentiating that differentiating kind of feeling is what we call the mind consciousness, or consciousness, really. So we can have, in that example of a baby, the baby can still have that sense of light, the light consciousness, the smell consciousness. It won't know that, it won't be able to recognize light as light. I mean, it won't use the word light, obviously, but the recognition of the light consciousness is there almost innately, because of that shastra or zygote level. That whole sense of existence kind of thing gives about that light consciousness, smell consciousness, touch, taste, and so on. And then later on, as the senses mature, and there is the teaching or the association of sound with that form, whether it is light form or smell or something, a sound is attached to that. And then with the combination of all those senses, the mind consciousness or the thought comes, and then the child will know, here is a ball, here is an apple, and here is my school bag, and so on. And so with that comes the mind objects and the manifestation of a world externally. And then comes again that notion of an existent field. So there is a chair, here is my mother, here is my father, So there also Aranwanse very clearly points out, not only do you get the perception that there is a mother, but then the other perception that the mother is there, the mother exists. And then finally, I want my mother, isn't it? So the clearest example he's given is the chair. So first thing is there is a chair, and then the chair exists. And then there is a value attached to it. And the more value there is attached to it because of that ignorance, I want the chair. And then, so there is something outside that exists. One believes that it is real. There is a value attached to it. And moment there is a value attached to it and there is a false belief that it is real, the duality occurs, and the self who is experiencing it, the self who is believing that to be true, manifests and comes about at that very moment. But in that example that Dr. Sakuntala mentioned very clearly, the reality of actually believing that there is a person or the sun means that there itself, the I is born, isn't it? So if one believes that something is real, that in that false belief itself, the concept of I and self and ego and everything is born at that moment. So what one realizes through listening to the true Dhamma philosophy is initially that whole misconception of self ceases when one realizes how the mind is formed, how the senses create this false manifestation, gives us this false representation of mind objects and external world by projecting it out to the external world, not knowing that it is the mind and the mind consciousness that is playing tricks and creating this within our senses alone. But when the true Dhamma is realized, gradually we understand this process, we understand how this whole self-existent field becomes so strong. And then with that self-existent field, how this whole self-perception comes about, and finally realize that the self-perception is nothing but perception or a misconception. And the whole sakkaya drushti, the drushti or the misconception, then falls away at the very beginning. But still, there is that perception of self, and the perception of self will only through continuous listening of the true Dhamma philosophy and engaging in the practical program, that the defilements gradually start fading away. The more one shines a light on how the mind works, the mechanism of it, and where one gets attached and don't really realize sometimes where the self-perception unknowingly attaches itself in various places. By shining a light on those aspects, in our day-to-day life, actually, not going anywhere else and, shutting yourself in a monastery or anything like that, but in your day-to-day activities, by understanding, suddenly, why did I get a burning feeling when I was, talking to somebody on the road, or, when something happened, how did I feel so heavy about it, or how did I get so stressed about it? So these are aspects that one needs to be aware, because understanding and listening to the Dhamma is one thing, but putting it into practice is something that we need to be more cognizant about. And that is something that Aranwanse has spoken of recently quite a lot, that one has to be self-aware, where this whole self-perception is kind of getting hidden. And if we allow it to be like that, we can easily be complacent, and we can think, because we have that initial sense of tranquility and calmness, and we can, almost kind of go like cruise control, isn't it? everything is fine. I'm feeling, this nice, and there's this inner calmness, and everything is smoothly happening. I don't have quarrels in the house anymore. Family life is very peaceful, so one can become complacent. But in this path, if one understands the true Dhamma, really one knows that, as Dr. Kokila mentioned at the beginning, one cannot be too eager, but one cannot be too complacent as well. And there has to be some sense of effort, some right effort that has to be continuously applied in equal parts. And there is a balanced approach that has to be taken until we are able to see through the defilements. And it's not an active thing that has to be done, but at the same time, right effort and awareness, all that will contribute towards making that self-perception, actually shining the light on the self-perception, becoming aware of where the defilements are. And that actually is the path to Nirvana. Yes, Sudharma.
Teruvan Saranai, Ms. Rangika, thank you so much for this thought-provoking inputs. Very explanatory. You have pointed out very important concepts that actually Aryan Mahanse emphasizes quite often for the followers to understand. If I start with this 5 aggregates, understanding nothingness in the thought. Thought is nothing, although we try to attribute some value into it. Ignorantly we attribute some value. So if we refer to Lord Buddha's example, that form is a form. Form, FORM form, is a form, FOAM, is a phenomena. Then the feeling is compared to a bubble. All temporary. It happens then and there to show the impermanence, nothingness. Then perception is just a mirage. It's a complete illusion, total misbelief that there is water in a distance. That perception is compared to the mirage. And the mental formations are compared to the banana trunk. When you open it up, peel it, ultimately nothing is there. Finally, the effect of all these, consciousness, it's an illusion. As you rightly said, the deceiver, the magic. Now, our Venerable Aryan Mahanse, our noble teacher, has shown and very well explained using diverse strategies, techniques, how the magic is performed, how the mechanism of this internal mechanism of the sensory organs leads us to believe that the world is there, and then definitely the person is there, because world and the person are not two entities, though we so far took it ignorantly as two entities. The chair is you. He always emphatically says, your son is you. That thought, whatever the thought, it becomes you, it becomes the self. So as you rightly pointed out, understanding or finding out the hidden self is a real turning point in this journey. And then again, Ms. Surangika, that value given to the thought, it might come in the form of an emotion, though we summarize it with the word value. It may be the jealousy that the thought, once it becomes real, it might lead to jealousy or selfishness. So such emotions, anger, so revenge or attachment, whatever. So the value is seen or shown to the world with an emotion. Isn't it? Or you can just contribute. Ms. Surangika, are you there?
Yes,
Yes.
Sudharma. So actually that's true, because I mean, for a fraction of a moment, one might think that everything is fine, as I said before. And then suddenly out of the blue, you can immediately get entrenched in kind of a emotion because something happened, something drastic.
Yes.
And then at that point, you realize that, I thought I was fine. You get this feeling
Yes.
that everything was like, you might even go for a month without any
Yes.
incident happening. And there might not be any discovery of a defilement as
Yes.
such. But then completely out of the blue, some incident can occur, or, it's something can be just very subtle, somebody saying something. And it might not even occur at that moment. Later on, maybe in the evening or in the night, when one is reflecting on it, one can then start getting agitated and getting that burning feeling. And then you start wondering what on earth happened. And then that actually sometimes it's good that these incidents happen, because that gives one the opportunity to be able to probe deeper and see why this burning sensation occurred. Why am I getting agitated with it? And then realizing whether, going back to the basic principles of the practical program even, and thinking, how did this thing become real to me? And then, going through the whole mechanism of how did this object or person become real to me? Or what was heard was just a sound. So how did the sound become real? And then if that was just a sound, was there even a person here to receive that sound in the first place? So just, I think, people who are on the path and having practiced the Dhamma for a few years, when it happens, when that burning sensation happens, it's such a thing that it immediately gets catches our attention. And the moment it catches our attention, the slight reflection on it helps to dissipate that feeling. But for people who are newcomers, there might be a further reflection that they would have to do, going into the full mechanics of the mind and how it started, and it's a light or a sound, and that's how it occurred. Why did I give value to it, and so on and so forth. But for different people, depending on what stage of the path they are, will not require that much of reflection, may require reflection. And then the other aspect again that R.N. Mahanse recently surfaced is the fact that there can be sadness without actually being a sadness, isn't it? And a happiness,
Yes.
which can actually be not the mundane world sense of happiness. So one has to be quite astute to be able to detect what kind of happiness that is, whether it is a happiness that is almost consuming, or whether it is a very, I don't know the English words to say it, sometimes a compassionate kind of happiness, a compassionate kind of kindness, a compassionate kind of even
loving
a sadness. One can feel sad about something, about, say, a loved one passing away. But naturally, it is the natural occurrence or the experience of the mind sensor to feel that sadness. But is there a wallowing in that sorrow? Is there a wallowing in that pity? No, there isn't it? And I'm sure some of us have experienced that as well.
Yes.
So what happens there is, it's just the occurrence of the mind sensor, because it is the natural functioning of the mind sensor. And one can detect that only when there is a realization that the self is a non-entity, isn't it? As long as that realization that self is not, that self is, as long as you don't have the realization.
It's a thought. It's again a thought, and it's empty. That emptiness is applicable to that, the thought of self, the perception of self also, isn't it?
Yes, so I mean, just like the other sensors have their own functioning, the mind sensor must be understood with the functioning of how the mind sensor functions. The emotions, as you said, there's a certain amount of emotions and a level of emotion that the mind sensor that occurs in the mind sensor, and understanding that to be what it is also a crucial part of the path. But one can't, I mean, a newcomer cannot relegate everything to the mind sensor, isn't it? So it is a very tricky, a very fine point that one cannot, you cannot teach it, you cannot say it. It has to be experienced, and experienced by, you can't say experienced by a person. When the self-perception dissolves, the understanding around the mind sensor, and that the happiness is not a real, that kind of happiness, and the sadness is not a wallowing kind of sadness, then that realization happens at that moment, isn't it?
Yes, and you brought up a nice point that the common empathy, transition from selective empathy to common empathy, that divine love, loving kindness, that is, I mean, in the mundane world, we love, we are compassionate, but we are selective for our people, our friends, our family, because all woven around the self-centered kind of love, affection, then compassion, all attachment is there. But once you realize the notion of self is a myth, and once you gradually liberate from the world, that it converts into common empathy. Without my part, that common empathy, you are compassionate with everyone. Every entity, even that's what Aryan Hanse always mentions, there's no difference being compassionate with creatures also, isn't it? Now, nice thing was mentioned by Mrs. Sarunamali yesterday, that in refined mind or Sukkumasita, there are no kind of aversions to anything. Even somebody speaks angrily, it's nice for them. If somebody shouts or somebody kind of talks in a very negative tone, it's also fine with them. So we are trying to define the experiences of Aryans through words, and that's why Aryan Hanse always mentions he doesn't want to reveal everything, so the listeners take them using the mundane mind and try to experience it using the illusionary mind.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, and then again, you pointed out the three realms, how you can see the experience, the three realms in the single thought, that sensual realm, form and formless. When the moment the chair appears, when the value is assigned, it's the sensual world experience of the thought. And then if the value diminished or it perished fully, when it appeared just as a form, then it's the form world. And then if it stays as the light of, shape only without objectifying, that's the formless world. That is another form of analyzing the thought. So today, basically, it is an extension of understanding, awakening to the moment. And as Aryan Hanse clearly explained, it is nothingness in thought. So we can't understand what this nothingness is unless we are crystal clear about the mechanism of sensory organs and how the thought is created. So, Mr. Justin, would you like to express your thoughts as well? He may not be in a position to talk. Miss Shani, do you have any questions, or would you like to add your thoughts? Aryan Mahanse's presence is here as well. Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahanse. We were discussing awakening to the moment and the section from the volume 1, and the two Dhamma points focused was Skandhanang Patubhavo Ayatananang Patilabho Ayang Uchati Jati and Avidya Pachaya Sankara. Are you in a position to explain, Aryan Mahatma? Theruvan Saranai. So we and if Aryan Mahatma is free, we would join. So until then, we can again discuss some of the points that came up in groundbreaking revelations, this Andolanatmaka Deshana. How to identify somebody's there under RA. Would you like to add? Would you like to join the discussion? No. So they may not be in a position to talk. And yes, these days what Aryan Mahalse encourages the people to do is to identify your position, not as a person, but at least to see whether you are on the path. Because we people have ran here and there, were in a rat race to find true Dhamma throughout our life. Maybe 10 years, 15 years, we were running behind it. But ultimately, as per the destiny or the nature, we came across the truth. So we need to make this opportunity the path to liberation from the self. The only way to liberation from the self is this path, and it has been, revealed, and there are living examples too of people who have liberated from the self completely, and they are also joining the discussions and making valuable contributions and guiding the others. So this is self-evident. We do not have single doubt, any sort of doubt about this path prescribed by Aryan Mahanse. On top of this wisdom of truth, the theory, the Buddhist philosophy section, the final stage of path is prescribed or revealed with 4 main steps. First thing is to liberate from the external, to understand the concept chittena niyati loko. There's nothing other than the thoughts. We live in the world of mental constructs. So during the meditation, walking meditation, in the first step of practical path, a practitioner gain clear understanding. It should be self-evident. You may know it through theory that everything is your mind or everything is your thoughts. But still, unless you get into water, you are just a fish. This is the actually beautiful metaphor given by Ms. Swarnamali. The people in the mundane world are just swimming. They are just fish. So fish cannot see the way that it swims and how it shakes, fins and stuff. No, whether it opens its mouth or not. So it's the people who observe that sees it. But this Dhamma helps us to see the observer, to the notion of the self, ignorant self, the misconception becomes the fish, and we get the ability to observe the nature, that way that we swim. So through this metaphor, it's obvious that we should be aware of our actions, how the thoughts occur, how we respond to them. That inner awareness should be there, because we cannot differentiate this awareness from the self. Actually, still I cannot separate. So this awareness is something inner, but still that awareness is the ability to not to judge, but to it's kind of mindfulness. It's kind of concentration, power that helps us to see how everything happens as an objective version. Objective. No, normally we are subjective. The self gets involved in all actions. But objective stands to see or to observe how the self comes to play, or how the self is absent, or whether the self is present or absent in the actions. This realization definitely is a milestone in one's path. So this doesn't come only through knowledge. So the practical path, it really helps us to understand without doubts that this is nothing more than the mental world. Mental world means the thoughts. Everything is mind. For example, I go back to the starting point. The moment the shape of the
Peruan Saranai, I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage and the most welcomed spiritual master at this moment on this planet Earth, the great sage of our era, most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings where their samsaric journey is created in the human mind. Peruan Saranai Dhamma friends. I take this opportunity to be grateful to Aryan Vahanse for uplifting the ultimate truth of Lord Buddha's teachings. At this very moment, Aryan Vahanse is in a very far away place in Sri Lanka, Ampara district, Ampara. And Aryan Vahanse is going each village to village, town to town, and region to region to uplift the hidden true Buddhist philosophy based true spiritual teachings of Lord Gautama Buddha. I bow down to Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse for his great work with utmost respect. Today I am talking about Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse's one of the greatest Dhamma sermons uploaded to YouTube before 6 years. Nibbana is near you series of Dhamma discourse where Aryan Vahanse is taking so many examples from sutras and explaining the ultimate path to Nibbana in a very summarized way. In this Nibbana is near you Dhamma discourse. I am actually giving a Dhamma speech based on that self-translated Dhamma discourse. And based on this Nibbana is near you. Dhamma discourse. Actually, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is showing us Nibbana, the ultimate realization, ultimate truth is not so far. Because for the past 50 years, until 2019, every clergy, every spirit, every Buddhist monk taught us Nibbana is very far away. And we have to die and born again and again to meet the Maitreya Buddha, Mete Buddha. No, it's not so. From the year 2019, end of 2019, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is revealing this Dhamma. Though Aryan Vahanse is fully enlightened from 2015, Aryan Vahanse was in the jungle monasteries and practiced, try to open up this Dhamma and reveal this. Before revealing this Dhamma, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse was very much gone through this Dhamma and thought about it, and after fully enlightened, even Aryan Vahanse is going deeper and deeper into the Dhamma and try to understand whether it is the correct thing of Lord Buddha's Dhamma, and finally found this is the greatest Dhamma coming from each and every Buddha to this world, and the last Buddha, the Gautama Buddha. And based on Lord Buddha's teachings, Aryan Vahanse has reached the ultimate point where Lord Buddha has discussed and opened up. So in this sermon, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is explaining us about the radiant mind, one who is seeing the ultimate truth of Dhamma. He is in the divine nature, yes. When we starting to follow this Dhamma, this ultimate truth of Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse's teachings, we are slowly, our mind is becoming divine, into divine nature, redeeming from the human nature. Because this Dhamma does the greatest thing, because this true Dhamma, the true path to realization, the Nirvana Dharma, speeches, discourses coming through Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is clearing our defilements in our minds, purifying our minds, and therefore we are redeeming from the lust, hatred, and ignorance to a certain level, slowly redeeming from lust, hatred, and ignorance. So we are redeeming from the human nature and we are reaching to the heavenly nature. That is why Aryan Vahanse is explaining like this: one who is seeing the ultimate truth of Dhamma, until such time he is in the divine nature. Yes, his compassion grows, jealousy, hatred, and lust is fading away slowly. In that there is Brahma nature, yes. While purification is happening more and more in the human mind because of Aryan Vahanse's true Dhamma teachings based on Lord Buddha's Dhamma, Sutra, Abhidhamma and Vinaya. Our human mind's nature is reaching the Brahma level, because when the defilements are going away, dropping means mind is purifying naturally. Then the seeker's mind is redeeming from human nature and it reaches to divine nature. Then it reaches to and go beyond the heavenly nature and reaches to Brahma nature. In that there is radiant mind nature that is called pure nature. Shuddhatma, yes, that means when the mind is very much cleared with defilements and this seeker is understanding these five sensory vibrations are based on one vibration, and then the seeker's mind is reaching the Shuddhatma level, that is pure mind, radiant mind's nature. Yes, that is why Buddothpado Aryan is explaining us. Your mind is entering into a pure nature where there is no past or future, not even the present. That means a pure mind. Yes, pure mind means thoughts are not there. That means thoughts are not hindering, pressing. They are just appearing and disappearing because thought power is very less. And there are no thoughts about the past, there are no thoughts about the future, and there are no thoughts about the present even. That mind is called the radiant mind. It is like a lotus leaf. When we put some water onto a lotus leaf, it didn't touch the lotus leaf. It's separated and vanishing away. The radiant mind is also like that, not attaching or clashing with the thoughts. The pure mind, the radiant mind, pure nature. And you may have heard about Aganya Sutra of Lord Buddha. Actually speaking, until Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse is giving the correct explanation, we thought something else about this Aganya Sutra. Lord Buddha, in Aganya Sutra, Lord Buddha is explaining about the starting point of this so-called world. We thought in our olden days, we thought some Abhasara Brahma used to come to this planet Earth and they eat the tasty earth and they used to stay here. That is how this mankind happened. No. Lord Buddha haven't said anything about this outside world. Lord Buddha has said each and every Dhamma aggregate, Dhamma sentences, Dhamma discourses about the mind and the mind-based world. This Aganya Sutra is also like that. In Aganya Sutra, Lord Buddha is explaining about the starting point of the so-called world. That means the starting point of the mind-based world. Even Aryan Wahanse is telling, even Aryan Wahanse couldn't understand this at the beginning because Dhamma realization is happening slowly. Aryan Wahanse thought Lord Buddha is talking about the starting point of the world, but Lord Buddha have not talked about an outside world. Slowly, Aranhansi understood it. Each and every 84,000 Dhamma aggregates, Lord Buddha is talking about the mind-based world, not about any outside world, because the world is creating inside the human mind. That is why without an enlightened spiritual master, nobody can understand the true teachings of Lord Buddha. After 2600 years, we are very much fortunate to see, hear, and hear and feel such a great spiritual master with the fully enlightened wisdom. That is not a merely thing, that it is a very great, unexplainable fortune we have in our life. When slowly loosening the Aganya Sutra is talking about the start of the world created inside the mind. Yes, the Abhasara Brahma talking in the Aganya Sutra is nobody else. That is the radiant Brahma, mind of the baby. When a spiritual practitioner is listening to this Lord Buddha's true teachings through Aryanvansi, and when his mind is reaching that radiant mind level, that is the nature of the Abhasara Brahma nature. But here in Aganya Sutra, Lord Buddha is talking about the mind-based world. Arising Aganya means arising pure soul, Shuddhatma, radiant mind. We heard our elders say our ancestors came from Abhasara Brahma land, but it is not so, not true. Lord Buddha is talking about the radiant mind of the little baby, radiant light of the beginning of the world created inside the mind is baby's radiant mind, is the Abhasaraya, the Brahma nature. To that only we are feeding Sankara, mental constructions. Conceptual conventions are also adding to it. Yes, when a baby is born, baby's born is not, mind is not created. He has a radiant mind. That means no data, just the mind is there. But the baby can see, baby can hear, baby can taste, baby can smell, baby can feel the warmth of the mother. Baby can feel the cold and hot, everything. But there is no data to think about it. No thinking, just everything is just happening. Baby is inside the cot or on a bed. Baby is just there with a radiant mind. Then what happened? The baby is drinking milk, hearing lullabies of baby's mother, and baby is feeling the warmth of the mother, and baby is sleeping with the help of the mother, and everything is happening. That means the newborn baby is a piece of the nature at that level. He is just there. Everything is in this body machine is working. Baby is just there. But baby has no memory or past or future or present. Nothing is there. Then that means the baby has a radiant mind. Sometimes laughing, sometimes crying, but do not know anything. That is called the Abhassara, the Brahma nature. Abhassara, Brahma nature. Nothing is establishing in the baby's mind, just appearing and disappearing. All the everything. To that kind of radiant mind only, we are feeding mental constructions. Conceptual conventions are also adding to it. Yes. Then what happened? Baby is just there drinking milk. Mother is giving bath, washing, and everything is putting new clothes. But baby is just like that, drinking milk, and little by little, baby is growing. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. By 5 months, baby used to struggle and shaking the body and things like that happening. They are trying to crawl and things like that. On the bed, he is struggling. And by that time, mother is calling baby, baby, baby. So now a baby can feel the mother, baby can smell the mother, baby can hear the mother's voice, slowly recognize the mother. Baby can realize the mother. Baby can see the mother, father. Then slowly, mother say some words to the baby. Mama, papa, milk, like that, slowly telling. Then baby used to say papa, baby used to say mama. That the practicing is given by the mother or the elderly people around the baby who is looking after the baby. Then the baby is growing 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, 9 months, 10 months, like that. Then started feeding is also started, and baby used to crawl on the floor. And now baby's mind is starting to develop. How it is happening? Because we are feeding sankara, mental constructions to the baby. We are showing baby's mother and telling this is baby's amma. Showing the father and telling this is papa, mama, papa. Then showing things, each and everything around the baby and giving the names. Then baby used to understand. That means the stimuli are coming through baby's eyes, ears, tongue, nose, and body skin. Then the baby's mind is starting to create, slowly creating. Now data building up is slowly happening. But still the baby doesn't know who is the baby. Nearly 1 year. By one year, parents take the baby to the mirror and showing the baby. This is baby. This is me. This is baby. This is baby's mother, baby's father, baby's house, baby's playroom, toys, baby's toys, like that. Then baby is gathering things. That means taking the picture, color forms through the eyes and the sound form through the ears. When a ball is shown to the baby, this is baby's ball, then baby knows. Baby is taking that, creating that mental construction. A ball, and the name of that is ball. The form of the ball and the name. Baby's mother, shape of the mother and the name. Slowly, slowly registering inside the baby. Because we are feeding the concepts, conceptual names and conceptual conventions also. And now baby in front of, when baby goes in front of a mirror, baby can see his image. Then baby is thinking, this world. And then now the baby's world is created to a certain extent. Now there is a baby, that is me, and my father, my brother, my mother, my house, my bed, everything is now surrounded. That is what Lord Buddha said, avijjapachya sankara, because everybody is feeding the baby the mental constructions and conceptual names, conceptual conventions. That is how avijjapachya sankara is happening. Sankara means mental constructions. Avijja means the wrong view, the not knowing, unknowing way, the ignorant way of looking at things. So that everybody is showing the baby the ignorant way of looking at things. That is why, because of the ignorant way of looking at things, avijja paccaya sankara is happening. That is, mental constructions are created by the baby with so many wrong views. This is then thereafter this is continuously happening to this baby until he become an old man and die. Then what happened? Person came from Abhasara Brahma nature is licking the worldly things and then creating the world inside the mind. Yes. The Abhasara Brahma nature means the radiant mind baby is licking the worldly things. Yes. Is licking mother's milk and then tasting the foods given by the parents and taking the pictures through the eyes, taking the sounds through the ears, and feeling the feelings through the body skin, the tongue, nose and the body skin. Then the baby's word is created. Baby's world is created. That means baby has created the mind-based world inside the mind. This is a wonderful story of the world created inside the mind. Yes, this is a wonderful story of the world created inside the mind. Yes. In Aganya Sutra, Lord Buddha is describing about this world, the creation of this mind-based world. That is, Chittena Niyati Loko, mind-based world. Chittena niyati loko. That is why Lord Buddha is telling the world is created based on the mind, because we cannot see anything outside. We are seeing only our mind bubble. We are hearing only our mind bubble. We are feeling only our mind bubble, because we are seeing only the reflections of the stimuli. So reflections means that is the mind bubble, the mind. Sound vibrations, we hear sound vibrations. That is also the mind. We feel touch vibrations. That is also the mind. Because the conceptual names are actually fed in the inside the mind, because we have fed it from the early childhood. We were fed, and we are feeding to others also. So the mind-based world is created like that. That means when we see some kind of form, suddenly a name is coming through the mind. That is, name and form combination is creating a thought. That means we are creating a thought based on the eye. That is a seeing thought. Then again, a hearing thought comes. When we are hearing some sound, and because of the habits, we know we have heard that sound earlier and we know it. Suddenly the mind says that is a three-wheeler sound. That is a sound mind. Then again we hear another sound. At once the mind says it is an aeroplane sound. And also we feel there's a feeling mind creates. The perspiration comes. And we know it's hot. That is why it's hot outside the body, and therefore we feel the hotness of this body skin. Then that is a feeling thought. So seeing, hearing and feeling. When we taste something, we know what we are tasting because of the habits. Habitually we are eating the same kind of things, and we have given same kind of conceptual names. So when we see something, we understand what it is. When we eat something, we know the taste, what is that taste is. When we eat some salt, we know that is the taste of the salt. So that is how this Chittena Niyati Loko, mind-based world, is creating. Humans created the world inside the mind, and in Aggañña Sutra, Lord Buddha is showing how to redeem from it. Very great. No words to clarify. Yes, the world is not created outside. The world is created inside. That is what Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is revealing this Dhamma from year 2019, end of year 2019. The true Buddhist philosophy, the true Buddhist philosophy. And when we listen to the true Buddhist philosophy, we can understand how this human machine is living within so many millions of perceptions, stimuli, and how these stimuli are coming through these 6 senses and created the mind bubble and mind-based world. And the mind is also not permanent. Mind is a power process. In that power process, we see, we hear, and we feel mental images. And that is also not permanent. And Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is very clearly showing us and teaching us this human body is a 6 sense system which works based on the cause and effect law and habits, habitual experiences. So that is what we very clearly understand here. This six sense system is working with action mind. That is why the dead body cannot do anything. This mind is the power given to this body. When a thought comes through the mind sensor, a thought is appearing to read something. So the eyes start reading. Then again the mind sensor says, read aloud. Then the body sensor starts and read aloud. All these activities are happening due to action mind. Action mind is the one actually working in this system. Action mind, we should understand the action mind where there are no sufferings. Action mind has no suffering. So thoughts have these sufferings. So humans created a world inside the mind, and Lord Buddha is explaining in Aggañña Sutra how to redeem from that. And also Lord Buddha is showing in this Majjhima Sutra, the summarized Dhamma, how to redeem, how to create, how the thought world is creating and how to redeem from it. That means when we understand the thoughts, creation of thoughts, creation of stimuli, we are not fooled by the thoughts because we know a thought means color, sound, and feeling. The thoughts created with color, sound, and feeling. Color means coming through the eyes. Sound means coming through the ears. Feels means coming. Vibrations comes through the body skin. Thoughts are creating like that. When a dog is barking non-stop, sometimes we get angry, but we are getting angry only with ourselves because this dog is barking. That thought appeared inside our mind. When we understand how this dog is barking, thought created inside the mind, the anger will go down because it's just a sound. We have given that sound a name, dogs barking. It's just a sound. It is just appearing and disappearing, arising and ceasing. So we have to just let it go. Then it will let it go. If we drag that only, the problem is occurring. The anger is arising. When we understand that thought, dog is a stimuli, the name is name and the form, dog and the sound, those are both are stimuli, and that is how the thought created. That sound we have given a name and form combination, and the feeling. That thought has feeling also, the angry feel came. That dog is barking. Thought is a combination of sound, color, and feel, touch. So when we understand that thought just created inside the mind and it's not permanently there, then we have to just drop it. Then what will happen? Then no problem. The anger will fade away. That is how each and every thought, when we understand how this thought created, the power of the thought is vanishing and we will be relaxing. We are relieving from the thoughts and the pressure of the thoughts. Understanding mind means this. We have to understand the trouble-making thoughts, not each and everything. The trouble-making thoughts, we have to understand how they are created. Then we are out of suffering. When we realize this, we feel very calm and serenity. Lord Buddha has described another story about the mind that is Sapta Suryogama Sutra. In that sutra, Lord Buddha is describing how this world is destroying. Yes, Lord Buddha has done a very great job, and Buddothpado, Aryan Vahanse is now revealing the ultimate truth of Lord Buddha. Otherwise, we are unable to understand what actually is happening around us. The great four contemplations Aryan Vahanse has given us, that is, nothing is outside. That is based on the teaching of Chittena Niyati Loko, Lord Buddha's teaching. There's nothing called outside world because there's no way for us to experience the outside world because we are seeing only the reflection of something inside our mind. So we are seeing our mind, we are hearing our mind, we are feeling our mind. Actually, when we see something, we are not seeing, we are thinking and understanding what we are seeing. It's happening very fast, that is why we can't think of it. Very fast, when we see something, we are thinking and understanding. When we hear a sound also like that, we are thinking and understanding. When we feel something, that is also we are thinking and understanding. That means we go to our past experiences and understand what we are seeing according to the data given from the early childhood concepts in the mind. Now we are seeing, hearing, and understanding things. Therefore, there's nothing called outside world. Therefore, we are redeeming from the form. This body form and all the forms, we are redeeming from the forms. But we are living in this world very correctly. But in the mind, we know this. What we are seeing is just our mind. Then the mind, when we comes to the mind, the second contemplation of Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, there's nothing called permanently in the mind because all the time thoughts are creating through these, that means uh, stimuli are coming through these six sense system and thoughts are appearing through the mind. That is how this thought process is creating. Thought process means mental images with power, because these thoughts have power, stimuli have power, thoughts have power, mind consciousness have power. Therefore, it's like a film, actually like a film. All the mental images are just flowing, arising and ceasing. One mental image is creating through the eyes, another one is creating through the ears, another mental image is creating through the body skin, feeling, all the time until the time of death. This mental image process is happening. But when we understand this mental image process, how the mental images are creating, then the thought power is going down and we are relieving, we are getting relieved, relief. We can feel the relief from this troublesome mind, troublesome thought patterns. So, this mind is also a thought mental image series with power. When we understand how these mental images are creating, the power is going down. Then the third contemplation, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is teaching us, this body is, this human body is a six sensor system. Six sensor system. That means this six sensor system is activating with action mind based on cause and effect law and the habits, habitual patterns. So this is completely like a robo machine. The grabbing the thoughts are the problem here. Otherwise, no problem. The thoughts may come and go. When we grab the thoughts only, problem occurs. So this six sensor system is just a six sensor system, this human body. And there is no owner for this system. There is no self here. Lord Buddha said, taught us non-self Dhamma. This human body has no self. Self is creating due to the wrong views, because if something is become a thing for us, then only the self creates. The self vibration, self perception, and self view. Those are the three things attaching to us this sansaric journey. Self first and foremost, we have to overcome the self view. To overcome the self view, we have to listen to this true Buddhist philosophy. Then we know there is no self here. Lord Buddha's greatest teaching of true Buddhist philosophy was hidden more than 1,000 odd years, and Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is revealing it from the end of 2019. When we listen to this true Buddhist philosophy, we can very clearly understand what Lord Buddha has taught us. That means we came to this world to go beyond this sansaric journey, not to continue this sansaric journey where there are 31 realms of existence inside the mind. The dangerous part is the lower realms. Without listening to this true Dhamma, there's no assurance for us to go beyond this lower realms. So that means the sensual realm. We have to overcome the sensual realm by listening to this Dhamma. When our thought power is going down, we are automatically redeeming from the sensual realm. Then we are not going to go to the lower realms. So the next level is form realm, and the third level is non-form realm. There are three realms: sensual realm, form realm, and non-form realm. Lord Buddha has completely redeemed from these three realms. That is why Lord Buddha is called Lokavidu, gone beyond three realms. Like that, the Shravaka Buddha, Buddothpado, Aryan Mahansa is also gone beyond these three realms and showing us directly to, showing us Dhamma directly to go beyond the three realms. According to the practices and according to the listening of Dhamma, we are gradually redeeming from our defilements and mind impurities, because this Dhamma is automatically working inside the mind. So we are not, there's a, the assurance of this Dhamma is when we listen to this Dhamma, we are no more going to the lower realms. Animal realm, hungry ghost realm, Asura realm, and this hell and hells, we are redeeming from those places by listening to this Dhamma. And if we are entering to the stream, we to the ultimate, understand the ultimate bliss of Nibbana, we have to continuously listen to this Dhamma and practice the four contemplation. And not only that, in the four postures, we have to do the Arya experiments. We do experiments in the laboratories also, but this is very simple experiments we have to do with the nature. We can just sit at one point and just look at the tree branches are swaying. That is also a little meditation. When we are looking at the trees swaying with wind, so our mind is getting calmer, and we can feel the relief of the thoughts. That means when we are closer, living closer to the nature, we are very much relieved from this illusionary world created inside the mind. Actually, Lord Buddha has showed us a path to become the nature, not to create the so many unwanted thought patterns inside the mind and suffering. Lord Buddha taught us to be the nature, to become the nature. That is the Dhamma. Dhamma means the path to become the nature. Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is showing us the correct path to become a nature without hiding anything. No parts of Dhamma, just the direct path. Each and every sermon, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is showing us directly to the end of the ultimate realization, to overcome the wheel of suffering, because this sansaric journey is very much dangerous than we think. We don't know at what time some kind of problem is occurring. The way of facing it is also not very easy. We can see if people are fighting for nothing at one end of the world, and the other end of the world we can see the natural disasters happening. So an unknown time people are dying without knowing anything. Such a dangerous situation is this sansaric journey which created inside the mind. And the 31 realms of existence are also inside the mind, not anything outside. All the time, our thoughts are cycling towards this 31 realms of existence. One time, if we are angry, that at that point of time, the mind is in a lower realm. When we are happy and mind is very calm and the thought process is low, at that time we are in the divine nature. The thought process is very subtle and we are in the serenity, the calmness, more calm and more relieved state. That means we are in the Brahma nature. So in this human realm, the good and bad mixture of the mind is there. So duality is also created inside the human mind, outside and inside. Those are the two extremes. And the middle is the mind consciousness. And the craving is happening due to mind consciousness, because all the time mind consciousness shows us there is an outside world and there is a self here. Actually, according to Lord Buddha's Dhamma, there is no outside world. We are seeing only our mind. And there is no self here. This is only a six sense system, just like the robots. The thought patterns are actually taking us through this sansaric journey due to lust, hatred, and ignorance. Very simple way of teachings. Lord Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is teaching us a very simple way to understand our thoughts and the creation of thoughts. Then our thought power is going down and we are fully relieved from this suffering of wheel of suffering, because we came to this world like a baby and growing bigger, going to school, learning something, and going to universities and still learning, then going to a job and earning money. All those can happen. Getting married, having children, and getting old and died. This is the process. So, in this process, if you are listening to this Dhamma, that is the advantage you are taking into your life circle, because we can't take anything from this world to the end of our life. For today, I'm going to conclude this session because the time is nearing completion. Teruvan Saranai, I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world, to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you, and welcome to the Buddothpado English Dhamma discussion, which happens daily from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. So, first of all, let's all worship our spiritual teacher Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse at his feet for his selfless service to share this message of Gautama Buddha Sasana with the entire mankind. So by now, he has completed more than 13,000 sermons, which are beautifully recorded and made available to anyone in several websites as buddhotpadodhamma.com, Wisdom of Asia, etc. And on top of them, there are several YouTube channels, actually quite a number of YouTube channels as Buddothpado Practical, Buddothpado BTV, Buddothpado PeoTV, then Buddothpado Practical Experience, so on and so forth. So if you click on any of these Zoom links, some YouTube links, you will be able to explore the Buddhist philosophy from uh, from a self person with self experience of it. So that is the rarest opportunity. As a spiritual teacher, he is sharing the self-evident Dhamma, self-evident path with us. But in every sermon, he mentions how he was towards the spiritual path even from his early childhood. He did not value any material world stuff or worldly perceptions like the other kids did. So he was like gazing at the stars, gazing at nature, uh, preferred isolation, and he actually now he communicates with us how how beautiful are these experience of non-form world are. But as a child, he never knew that he's having experiences of the non-form realm. So now we are so fortunate uh, because this Buddhist philosophy, true Buddhist philosophy, which was hidden from the world for nearly 2000 years, is available for us because of his efforts. So first he explains the complex Buddhist philosophy like dependent origination of Paticca and then he gives the path or recommends certain contemplation points for the followers to experience that. So ultimately, becoming an arahant is having the experience of non-vibration or non-soul experience, in other words. So it is a path which is made up of several stages like path levels and Roshan levels. So if we look at this path just for our understanding until our other Dhamma friends join, first stage of the path is stream enterer or Sotapanna. So in the Sotapanna path, stream enterer path, one experiences the reduction of the self we. And also the doubt, whatsoever the doubt one has about the Buddhist philosophy will gradually diminish. And also one's belief in various rituals and rites, maybe offering pujas to certain gods and goddesses, uh, believing that it is a bad period according to the horoscope, or chanting gathas, maybe all different kinds of uh, rites and rituals. I mean, they are good, but the belief that through them one can attain Nibbana will gradually diminish. So when someone fully eradicates the self-view, doubt, and the belief in rites and rituals, one experiences the frozen chitta of stream enterer stage. Then the once returner stage, once returner stage actually one experiences the diminishing of defilements such as mm, kama, kama raga, patika, rupa raga, arupa raga, which means desire for sensual things, anger or hatred, then desire for form, form realm, and desire for non-form. So this desire uh, will gradually go away, like uh, getting angry, or actually these, again, although we use these words, they are just defilements. So that kind of defilements will uh, fade gradually, and at the fruition level, one would get rid of such defilements fully. And then the next is the non-returner level. Non-returner stage, uh, the defilements which are left, like egoism, restlessness, and ignorance, will gradually go down. And when one enters the arahanthood, one would fully eradicate, one should have fully eradicated these defilements. So, however, this path to Nibbana is very important for any follower, any practitioner, because you should know the destination, and at the same time, whether you are on the right path which leads to that destination when we take it in a mental image. So the only proof you have to assure that you are on the right path is you should experience the reduction in your defilements. Defilements, those 10 fetters actually, defilements are presented to us in the form of 10 fetters. So it is also so vast and complex as well. So, however, these 10 terms listed under 10 fetters will give us and give anyone an idea of the various types of defilements that are felt in the system and how they all of them should be eradicated, or actually this happens only through the realization of Dhamma. So the realization of Dhamma gradually happens when you listen to sermons. Listening to sermons is the first and foremost thing one should do in the path. So Lord Buddha himself recommended the first jnana or the wisdom one should gain is the listening wisdom. So when we talk to our practitioners, we find that most of them just listen to sermons without any idea of the path. These contents of sermons should tally with the path because they are so much interconnected. Because ultimate goal is to realize the emptiness of stimulus, emptiness of everything. That so-called world that we believe as existing and the so-called sense of self are both big lies. There is no existing world, neither a self. So they are just instantaneous projections of the sense faculties. So this should be 100% clear to you. Then you will start your noble research. So what is this noble research? Ariparishane. That is to see whether there is something called self, or whether the feeling one gets as I, me, mine is true, and how the mechanism of how the sense faculties instantaneously generate a world in front of you. That is really, really important. So, the beauty of it is when you know the magic, the magician will withdraw gradually. Magician will withdraw in the sense certain projections will be there. I, as long as the eye functions, visual formations would arise. As long as the ear functions, the sound perceptions stimuli will arise. Sound sensation. As long as the nose function, smell sensation will be there. As long as the tongue functions, taste sensation will be there. As long as the body, the skin is healthy, that ability to synchronize is there. The heat, cold, hardness, and softness will be felt. So they will happen the same way, but the feeling that they happen to me would no longer be there. So that self will, sense of self will be fully transcended. So that is the self view, and still the sense of self at very, very minute level, which happens because of the uh, sansaric vibration, sansaric power that synchronized into the zygote will, uh, we can't say remain, will still vibrate in the system with the sense faculties, and that will also evolve, that power will evolve. Every perception is subjected to evolution, change. So that way, at the Arahathood, the power, this power will be zero, and the system will, we can't say rest in peace, but anyway, will rest in peace because it will not telepathize into, there won't be any power left to synchronize into another system. So when someone fully realizes this path, this big picture, without any gap, one's life story will be clear to someone. So this is Dhamma, is the life story. Why we are born, how we are born. Is there me, my mind in this system? Or why do we feel as if we are there? What happens to us after death? So what are these 31 realms that they talk about? So everything lies in the same stimulus. That is so revolutionary to say that all three realms, sensual, form, and unformed, can be experienced in a single stimulus because it is to do with this power. It is not something to do with an external object or the beautiful sight that appears with at the dawn or a fully painted drawing. They are just examples given to understand how different levels of diminishing or defilements. But if someone is not strong uh, in the philosophy, in the path, that person uh, may take these examples as a thing and will be stuck in them. So we are very fortunate to be guided by a spiritual teacher who is giving one-to-one guidance, who can read other people's levels of defilements, one who can actually detect the sansaric vibration or the taint level of any person. So, because of his unique ability uh, of actually invading a system or telepathizing into a system, he gives the proper guidance to each and every practitioner. And we are very happy by now. There are followers of Buddothpado, our spiritual teacher, who have achieved more or less the same levels due to utmost commitment and as a result of following the path as our spiritual teacher guides. So if you can join the 7 o'clock Zoom discussion, which happens daily, which is also named as Groundbreaking Revelations or Andolanatmaka Deshana. You can listen to such experienced people like Swarnamali, uh, one of the very senior practitioner of Buddothpado. RNRC. So this is a group effort, teamwork, because Buddothpado followers are scattered all around the world, but they are actually physically uh, located elsewhere, but with Buddothpado, they are like one family. They all of them are under this umbrella term Buddothpado. And in any Zoom discussion, Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, very sorry.
No, it's okay.
Just got late. So you were just giving overall idea.
Yeah, doctor, I just talked
And
into
also discussing, I think, based on Aran Hanse's efforts, right?
Yeah,
It's a massive effort.
Yeah, doctor. Nowadays, of course, like he's just definitely into Dhamma and going from place to place. And I mean, getting more and more inspired because of the people's reactions in the sense how they change by listening to sermons, how they take this truth because it is it for most of them it is the first Buddha sermon that they listen to in front of Adhanasi. So with that they experience that inner attitudinal change, that the fact that there is no self. So he is actually doing that with the team behind with who uh, are with him. Yeah, that's a beautiful time in Sri Lanka. As he predicted some time back, uh, when things, I mean, come in place, everything turns upside down, isn't it, Doctor? Like we have been going here and there to distribute leaflets, people did a lot, but when the right time comes, it naturally comes up. Dhamma.
Yeah, very true. Is there anything from last night and today? I think last night Aran Hanse joined at the end, right?
Somewhere in the middle, Doctor, then again he got disconnected. Because people were constantly asking about nature and I don't know, non-form, and it was kind of it. I had a time with some of them. However much I say not to talk, they always come and say nature and trees are talking, and however much say that is the day. That is why Aryana say does not reveal his experiences, Dr. Kokila,
Yeah,
because
definitely. I can
people
feel it.
they say I don't know, when we look at water, the water particles move. They take these example by and in the morning also, doctor, I was explaining non-form and this thing. Then the other one is telling that it is better to see in a picture. You picture, when fully painted picture, when it fades, it's the form, and so they only get that example, no, doctor. They don't feel that it is about this power and the self, sense of self. I, it's difficult to connect, but it is a good task for me. I don't know. I must offer a medal to Asanti for handling it that way, because those days actually,
It is
doctor.
difficult to handle, yeah.
Yeah, and now all have come to a certain level, no? So they just jump in and they think they are in non-form. But actually, when we talk to them at length, they are not even in the path. They have some key terms in the vocabulary, but I don't know where they are. But Aryan Vase does not pay that much attention as he is busy. When he comes back, he will definitely start, he will definitely address those problems individually. And something that one mother said in the morning clicked to me right now. She was telling, uh, she saw a herd of bunch of birds, and uh, then she kept her eyes closed, but that perception didn't come. But that perception shouldn't come at that point. But when we say Kurulu Rancho, that perception will come. Or when that uh, formation arises in the eye, or
Yeah.
arises, that perception will come. Because she is having a strong thought that I am watching whether that perception comes. She is not.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
what they are doing, even, doctor. Now,
No,
good
this
that.
happened long time ago. I remember as soon as Aranhansi started about talking about experiences, I remember someone, actually she is still maybe with us. She talked about going and watching something, and when you are watching, it goes into pieces like that. One day she was telling like that.
Ah,
And
yeah.
Aranhansi, I remember saying, "Apo pisu vetla තමයි නවතින්නේ." Kind of like that. And there are like so many
They
things,
are.
but I don't actually, I mean, I don't blame them because this is difficult to
Yeah,
understand.
doctor. Yeah, difficult to understand. But they should know, no, now when Aryan Vansi talks about non-form level communication, how can we talk about that? The more Aryan Vansi's experience cannot be defined, no, however much we talk. So I said, however much we talk about it, we are not going to get it. What to do? Then it is just a word. And the best person to explain it, someone who is experiencing that. And for the most people who are attending discussions, they are just words, doctor. They don't feel, they actually, most of them are not in a position like see their defilements even. They don't see their defilements as such. So I'm just trying some small way to do. I don't know until.
Now, when I say Vellavaham,
Yeah.
there is nothing exactly coming to my as a visual thing, but because I have never seen Vellavaham, but still Vellavaham has a Chittarupa,
Ittarupa,
that
some
which I
kind of.
don't know.
Yeah.
it is there as with something I don't know.
Yeah, it is. That now we say Sri Lankan pancake. Some like hopper like thing is something is wrapped in a pancake. No, that coconut and sugar mixture in Vellavaham. It is string hopper. They wrap it in a string hopper. That is
Ah,
Vellavaham.
really?
Yeah, yeah.
I
Vellavaham
thought
is
it
that.
was Lavarier.
Lavarier. Vellavaham. Yeah, that's
No, I have
Lavarier.
never seen Vellavaham thing. But anyway, it can
Yeah,
be. I don't know.
I don't know then. It is Lavarier, yeah. Now only I got. I also had the mental image that it is the string hopper thing. No, that is
Yeah, no,
Lavarier,
I
yeah,
take
true.
that example from that talk. Remember, someone was coming home
Yeah.
and he was reciting something to remember to until he goes home. And in the way, he fell into a pit. Then his sound changed. At the end, when he came home, it was Vellavaham. That
Ah,
was a story, actually.
yeah.
So that was a story to say that how these things keep changing, like by the
Ah,
like you story keep changing. No, when if 10 people
yeah,
say the
yeah,
same
yeah.
story, like that, this kept changing, and at the end, that was not the thing that was told him to keep in mind, to remember.
Yeah, doctor.
Some
Now,
story like that. But what I was trying to say is this Chittarupa, now she said no, it didn't come. The didn't
yeah,
come one is there.
exactly. Didn't come and one who is expecting. Yeah. But it is
Yeah.
important to tell them about this perception, prior perception, and new perception, how it happens. No, doctor. They have listened to Dhamma for 3 years, they would say. 3 or 4 years.
Mm.
That is sad, actually. I have some mothers who always say, it's a thought, no, miss, it's a thought, no. It's a situvilla, that they don't go beyond that. They situvilla thing is a strong perception. It is a thing in their
Mm.
system.
That is also a good thing, but
Mm.
it should be beyond that. Yeah.
Mm. Doctor, I
It
checked
is
on
funny.
Vellavehong and it says it's pancake. Maybe that
Maybe.
other one, not the string hopper one, the other one, I think. Because for other one, we don't have a Sinhala name. No, we say pancake. That
Mm.
popular thing. We say pancake, which is an English word. But the Sinhala thing is Vellavehong. Yeah. Mhm.
Mm. Yeah, like if I say something is bad, the word bad, what is bad for you is not my bad.
Exactly. When you say bad, actually, some cartoon, not cartoon, children's storybook image popped up because something that I have read, I can't remember the volleyball, bobbly or something. Where a couple of years ago, I taught it to children. That popped up because bad, and so some other image would pop up in some other system.
Yes.
Mm.
Yeah. And when I say someone is good, what is a good person? Good person, bad person? It's very difficult. So the
Aryan has say,
Chittarupa,
yeah, Dr. Mental limit Chittaroopati business is a real business kind of. We need to master it. Any mother should now Chittarupa of objects, concepts, and then actions also. They should realize that also, no, walking, cooking, standing.
yeah, and me and Surangika was having a nice discussion after you went yesterday or day before.
Uh-huh.
How when we go to like later age, how we have the chitta rupa or the mental image to lift the leg, but the leg doesn't move.
Yeah,
We have the
can't
chitta rupa.
imagine. Yeah, doctor.
Yeah, and the other way around. The in that case you have the mental image, but in another different scenario you don't have the mental image as clear, but the leg is moving.
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah, because we
so
lose
the like
control, no, doctor?
yeah, no,
Exactly.
in the memory problems usually their body is functioning okay, but
Hmm.
the mental image is distorted so that it is not connecting. In another way, the mental image is there, but the body is not correlating well with that. And
Exactly.
people are frustrated in different aspects. Then who am
Sure.
I question is very important to understand that the mental image production is, that it is sounding like this. No, there is a machine which produces mental images.
Yeah.
That is what
Yeah.
we feel like as we are.
We are
Kind
true.
of, who am I?
True.
I am the machine who produces mental images. I'm
Yeah.
the machine who controls this body. That's how you kind of feel.
Exactly. True. Yeah, doctor. Mm.
But this is the main thing that is difficult to break. I, who am I? I produce mental images, I produce the body actions,
Body action.
I produce the words also. But
Yeah.
then who am
Yeah.
I? Again, such a dilemma. If actually we go in deeper and deeper, you can't really focus onto that.
Yeah, doctor, that again.
Definitely, a lot of people understand that the body is not you because they don't want the body. At the end, they want a new body. But about this production of the thought, ability to produce thoughts, is usually taken as me.
True.
Because that's what they know, ask no?
Yeah, actually, yeah, doctor. Yeah, until someone go through this and find it out, actually we don't know what we think as we even. Although we say, now you got it like this way. Otherwise, we just say we or I for a feeling. We don't know what it is even. Isn't it, doctor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and but there's point Aranhan say when Aranhan say questions, okay, are you the mind? Then they might say no. Mind is under my control. Even or not sometimes not under my control, but maybe mind is under my control, body is under my control. But when these things happen, only they get scared. There are conditions where the mind is actually not functioning properly, but the body is functioning nicely. So, in that sense, they are frustrated because they want the mind to function well. So, who am I? Again, there is a question. So, this whole thing that alive feel comes to the actual arupa comes there. I feel business comes there. Where what is the actual me here? So it's very important. It's actually beautiful. So we actually were discussing in different lines how this
that is again penetrative insight, isn't it, doctor? We have to actually look at it from different dimensions to fully realize that there is no self. Then what is the self? That is actually in this discussion, it happens a lot because the examples you take, I mean, are also unique. No, sometimes they are so. For the first time, we are taking them as example. So that way, what we are doing is actually penetrative insight here also.
Yeah. I actually it came from one of my experiences in the clinic. Then when I told that, even Surangika was like, "Wow, that's actually true." Because even though the mental image is nicely powerful, when the body is not under control, how sad they are, and the other way around, when the body is functioning but the mental image is not clear, how sad they are.
Yeah.
At the end, actually, this dementia, they're not even sad because they can't remember even that.
No.
Now imagine there is a point where the hunger is a mental image now.
Yeah.
Hunger is a mental image. Hunger mental image is not properly handled so that the person is not bothered to eat. Unless fed, they don't eat.
Yeah, I have seen.
So what is the thing there? Life field is continuing. Whether you do whatever with the mind, whatever with the body, the life field is continuing. This vibration is continuing until the last breath. Vibration is there. Nothing happens to the vibration. That's why the importance of finding the non-vibration.
If you
sorry,
go close to them,
tonal
uh,
vibration.
so if you go close to such a person showing some aggressive behavior, they will be stuck, like will be scared. Even if dementia someone, but we don't know no whether that image is still there as a mental image.
No, we don't know.
We
Sometimes
don't.
they are
We don't.
oblivious.
Yeah. 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 They
And
don't.
sometimes I have seen a lot of children saying that my mother was never a angry person, but now she's really angry.
Mm.
But that's the actual sasa,
Mm.
because now it's still mind is also here and there active, but it's not that active, but the power is still there.
Mm.
So this the
How
body,
the person feels the fear of death, doctor? That's what I was asking. Dementia
the
person
fear of death may not be even understood, but still the
understood. Yeah.
vibration is there.
Mm. The inner feeling that
Vibration is there.
existence, isn't it, doctor?
It's there.
Mm. Then someone who is paralyzed also, the person must be getting
They
mental
have,
images. Yeah.
yeah.
Mental
Actually,
images they are, but they can't move the body.
yeah. Even if it is coma, the vibration has nothing has happened to the vibration.
Oh, right. Mm.
So this vibration, have you found your sasa, or have you found the vibration? Do you know your vibe? All these questions are
Mm.
trying to push people to feel.
Mm.
You know, when Sunit was questioning that day, Sunit didn't pay much attention at all. No?
Yeah,
Didn't
it was
understand. So
actually it was
likewise,
like maybe he got upset when Naranase was asking question after question, and
he said he is not upset, but he was. But the thing is,
yeah, yeah,
it's not the point whether we can be upset or not upset. It doesn't
yeah,
matter. The
yeah.
main problem is not being aware that there is a deeper level RN1 expect us to like
Explore. Yeah,
understand,
yeah,
explore.
yeah,
Actually, now all of you have got that. That's good. Whether you feel it or not, it's not a problem. And at least to know that there is a now RN Hans usually says no. If you don't know, you don't know.
yeah. True.
And if you know only, you will explore. If
Yeah.
you are,
Right.
if RN Hanse didn't tell these things long time ago, um, because RN Hanse used to tell this long time ago, so he used to tell this experience. This is an experience. Nothing to think. This is an experience. He will say no multiple times, like million times. So these things go to the head, and also um, feel has no rupa at all. Even the ganda suvanda, the
Mm.
the the smell or the
Sensations.
taste,
Yeah.
none of them are there. It's just a feel.
Mm.
Uh, it's important, and the sensor system, understanding sensor system is the most important thing. Then you get the essence of it. You don't really go and try to find out whether my anger has come down or whether my
Mm.
sadness has come down or anything. You just keep exploring Dhamma, how the life
Yeah.
feel is coming.
True. True. Then through wisdom,
Then
you.
everything else settle down.
Yeah. And we
Because if
have
you
to be
understand the
open
life feel,
minded.
yeah. If the life feel is just the speed of the sensory system, anyway, this importance given to this life, everything comes down. There's such an subconscious importance.
To life. Yeah.
to life in the sense sensor levels. You can do that, like, like sometimes I struggle to get kids up to go to school, like in the morning. It's a big struggle sometimes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like that there are day-to-day struggles, right? But whether it is a matter to worry is an underlying thing.
Mm.
But still we do whatever we have to do. We can't be just saying, sleep, sleep. It's okay, you sleep. You can't keep saying that. You just have to get them up and send to school, right?
Yeah.
But in the same time, it's the dream. Like you
Yeah,
know
true,
this is
doctor.
a
Yeah,
kind of
that
a
is.
useless dream, but you do the duty expected, like kind of.
Mm. You do you see the film and do the needful without acting, without getting into the film, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. So the Asuranka Theruvan Sannai, anything to add, Suranka? We were just
I
talking. I
just
mean, we didn't have any specific point. I was telling how we were talking about body, uh, how body function is, when the mental image is confused, how the body function is joined, and how the body function is confused, how the mental image will be working, and all that interrelationship, and who am I question. Yeah. Anything from last night, or Sarangika, do you have anything specifically caught your attention? Or from Ampara, which I didn't have time to listen?
Ampara, I think I was listening here and there, but the Mahiyangana and the Bibile ones was it yesterday? Really good, no? I mean, not that there
Yeah,
was.
I
Mahiyanga.
didn't have time.
Yeah. I listened to Mahiyangana one, but not to Bibile thing. It was in the afternoon. I
Yeah, he
was,
kind of
yeah.
summarized because I think he had a shorter span of time for the Bibili one, but I mean, and the message is the same, isn't it? The central message, like you always
Yeah.
tell Sudharma in the morning
Yeah.
Zoom also.
Yeah.
All these talks are the central message is there, the chapter 1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
Nibbana journey, but
Yeah.
sometimes it's that the constant reinforcement is so good, isn't it?
Yes.
Um,
And however much he reminds Zuranka, the thing is, some people, some systems who have had exposure to Dhamma for 3 to 4 years haven't got the basics even. So sometimes
yeah.
we find it very hard to do the, I mean, Zoom discussion because now the hot topic is non-form experience. However much we say no, we are not able to talk about that. It's a different level communication, non-form communication. Still, there, if you look at the last night Zoom, Andolanatmaka, everybody was talking about nature because Aryan has explained that in the morning, no, that how communication might happen in the non-form realm, trees, inanimate stuff. So they got all the mental images and they were dumping. I had a time actually trying to because they were asking. Aryanase also came and in the middle gave us scolding. I don't know. I didn't take it personally because people were talking so happily about nature, going to places and stuff, beauty of nature. And he said, I didn't say anything like that. It is a different level communication. But he actually repeated more or less the same thing he did in the morning, and because he also felt that it has become a big problem for people now, non-form experience. Most part of the 7 o'clock Zoom was about nature and non-form level communication.
Mm.
In the morning, yeah, very
It is
difficult.
difficult. I mean,
people get bored anyway. In a few days' time, it will die down. Usually, these things happen.
In the morning, I explained with all the effort three realms, somebody asked. Then somebody else brought up another example and uh, painting how it fades, and that is the three realms. And then again, I said it is nothing to do with painting, so uh, sunrise or anything. It is within the levels of, I mean, defilement or sense of self. That is the value attributed to stimulus. So then all of a sudden, another mother is asking, "Can you explain the three realms to me?" So I don't know, at that point anyway, Aryanvasa joined and started to show the place that he was staying, and it was beautiful, Buddhangala. So the conversation stopped there. But there is a big demand for three realm thing now. In all the Zooms, people are interested in three realms. Still, that mental image of three
I
realms.
think it's a good thing because now at least the message is gone that uh, the this world is not the end of it, but the problem is this world also has a feel. How to say that? I don't know actually still.
The other thing, Dr. Kokila, that Australian mother once came up telling the two vehicles were on the highway. So when the velocity, the speed matches, both we don't feel any of those vehicles as if it moving, and that is how she was asking, that must be the way the stimulus get created or something. At that point, I actually explained it from A to Z, telling everything that speed is not this speed and so on. That she was talking about the concept of relative velocity, something, sapeksha pravegya. But then today also she was telling that, can you remember the two vehicles I told you about, the two vehicles traveling on in the same speed? So that way, I don't know why they don't get this. That is, I mean,
She's old. She may not even remember what you said yesterday.
yeah, but
Yeah,
no,
it was some
no,
time ago, I think.
but
Huh?
doctor, that concept, that speed has nothing to do with the vehicles on the expressway. That it is a wrong concept. No, if I remember, I explained the fireball thing, firing thing, and that is at the. I mean, if you want to take a metaphor, something like that should be there. But still, she is taking the vehicles and telling that is how this get created. And Aryan Vansay only can do this, I know, with some systems.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it
some
is
people are
difficult.
fixated with some idea and then they don't come off it, I think.
Yeah. But she's old, so
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you should tell people like that now. What's the point in seeing that if, even if you see there is a Sapeksha Pravegya or whatever it
Yeah.
is that going to get you burning down? No, no.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to say it straight, bluntly to a mother like that.
Mm.
That
But
might
even
bring them down to earth, I think, sometimes. Out of, I mean, I think the directness of our advances sometimes with mothers is, that's of course because he feels it, but at the same time, you have to cut through the misconceptions. You have to cut through the other thing is this mind also likes these things to get fascinated about. No? Even we have been like that. Certain, even these Buddhist concepts, I have heard of people who even this Dhamma, they learn it out of academic interest.
Most
Can
people
you see?
do that.
Not
Yeah.
to get to not to seize the vibration, not out of that kind of thing, but just as an academic interest to have a discussion, lively discussion, to know that they know this thing and that kind of thing. And not only Buddothpado Dhamma, but any other thing also. There are groups, isn't it? I mean, Dr. Kokila will know because you listen to all those podcasts. Various people, various groups, they spend all their time just discussing those things.
They think that it is the path. When I was in Australia,
not a path even. I think it's just another purpose in their lives. They've done everything. They've got themselves educated. They've got their children educated. They've got nothing else to do. They probably have, more other interests. And so this is the thing that's fascinating for them.
when I was in
Yeah.
Australia, one doctor, I mean, she's from Sri Lanka. So she knew I'm also interested in Dhamma, and she was the same. There was a temple, also small place, one doctor's place was given to a monk. That monk is originally from Sri Lanka, who has, I mean, who was robed by this Kiribati Jnanananda Thero Mahamevuna. So now he is there and they have Dhamma discussions weekly. So this lady uh, actually persuaded me to uh, memorize 81 chittas or something written in a book. Without that knowledge, she says that is the beginning of the path. Are your teacher so sorry? You are not on the path, right path. This is the path. This is the basic thing that you should do. This is how you should start. So can't convince at all. So she was like, she has a book. She goes there for a discussion with several other people. So they uh, write those things and practice, and they think that is the path. So no way of telling. When I was telling her about Aryan, she never took any interest. So the knowledge comes first for people. Good now for us also. This philosophy is the first thing, but the way they take it is pure theory. They never give a chance to see it through the life, isn't it, Doctor? I don't know whether Surangika is talking about something. Maybe in your case now, people of old age, they get together to discuss something, no? So that way they are having this without any sense of liberation or anything. But in the situation that you explained, isn't it?
No, it's not elderly people. It's these
Ah,
people who are very much probably in their middle age.
middle.
People, I mean, sometimes in these countries, who don't, yeah, it's that,
දුක දැනෙන කෙනෙක්
yeah,
තමයි
they don't feel the suffering. To bring an end to the suffering, as Arunma says, they have to feel the suffering. No, they don't feel the suffering or haven't felt it. That's why.
At least if they get used to that vocabulary and theory, from next step they would take the next step.
But at least with this number, I mean, one would have expected. There was a story, isn't it, in the Buddha's days, where somebody came to scold the Buddha and had to listen to a sermon. He came with the intent to scold the Buddha, right?
Yes. Somebody
And
came for
then,
Is
an
that
argue.
the
Satchaka. Yeah, to argue. Yeah.
yeah.
Mm. But the good
But,
thing is, Surangika, now even Aryan Mahanse does not shout at people. Mothers, like before, like he used to do for us, he would
mm,
just say that is the nature, you will realize that, don't worry. That kind of approach is there.
yeah, yes. I
No,
mean,
no,
I
no,
haven't
no.
heard
Don't say that.
recently.
He might shout tomorrow.
Yeah,
You never
definitely.
know. And particularly
Yeah.
that Australia old lady, he doesn't say anything. I think there's a particular way
No,
he
she's
deals with
too old to
elderly.
actually.
Yeah, so certain
Ah,
elderly
Yeah.
people, he deals with them in a different way.
hmm. No, last week I expected him to shout at a lady who was talking in a sing-song tone. This dharma, when I was telling about Atma, Atma, you are asking, it is going on till Arahant stage. I don't know how you missed
I
that
remember that.
even.
Actually, he handled it really well.
Yeah, he said,
I was
uh,
actually really impressed by that. I actually thought I'm going to watch how Aran Hansi is going to handle this Amma because that Amma is having a genuine. I mean, she wants to understand this. It's just that she's too much into something. But he handled it nicely.
yeah,
These are
and
the things
doctor,
I'm also learning.
yeah, and she is not ready to listen to anything. She says, I
No,
am
but
there.
they
I'm
all listen to
already.
Aran Hansena.
Yeah, I am already there. Whatever I say, no, I am already there. I know. Very now, I mean, it's my fate now. All different types of people come there.
And
Before,
there's actually a danger in this whole thing. Now,
yeah.
I mean, it can apply to us also now. And this thing that we mentioned at the beginning about this Gamata talks, and then 3-4 years of listening. Sometimes these things are being listened as, oh, really, like that kind. I mean, not that we say it like that, but the system is almost listening as if it's listening for the first time, no? That kind of experience comes on. But then there are some people, like, I mean, sometimes I've noticed even in my mother, because she listens to this other Paramatha Dharma, again, same way that everything is in the mind. So that now she also listens to Buddothpado. And so because of that, irrespective of the age, I sometimes tell her, now, isn't that just a thought? You're just thinking, aren't you? And then she said, yeah, just a thought. So now she says everything, yeah, just a thought. And then she still rattles on. So that also can happen for a serious follower, isn't it, of Buddothpado? Because if, as Dr. Kokila says, one doesn't get to the feel, then that constant dwelling and taking things from the mind itself, mind is trying to solve it and kind of trying to give the message that it has solved it. So there is an inherent risk there that if that part is not recognized, I mean, sometimes there's nothing that can be done about if the field is not
There is a
arising.
risk. Yes, there is a risk. I had not even Buddothpado, I had a friend whose aunt from Sri Lanka, she used to say, I'm an Arahant. For some reason, she keeps saying that. Yeah, but scared of death, everything is there. But she keeps saying that. So that's such a
Illusion.
that word even is I think misused. A lot
Mm.
of words are also misused
Even non-form is misused now.
Yeah, nowadays it is quite misuse.
But we can't really do much because Aranwanse has to talk about it too. He didn't for a long time. He did. I mean, otherwise we don't know. A long time ago, he used to talk.
They don't connect.
Very subtle way though, not openly like this. He used to talk. And but there's always risk and benefit in anything. Benefit is people are like mostly people who have listened to a long time will get shocked to hear that tama manasa tamai inne, tama hitte tamai inne kind of thing. Then they get shocked and they get actually some intention or some idea about path. This happens now why Lord Buddha's time some people have not moved forward is the exact reason. Until you are pushed, you don't know. Like you if that system is not able to grab it. You know why some people are only Sotapanna, why some people are only Anagami, why like that? There must be a reason. Reason is you can't do anything here. It just has to happen. But the thing is, it had happened in Lord Buddha's time as well. Even though Vishaka went to that temple, even every day it hasn't happened. And one who made the Jetavanarama, even that is the same, right? No talk about a arahat, like arahat. No. So there is this thing on, like there is a lot of layers. Doesn't necessarily matter. It's just knowing that Dhamma is something like this is also very good. Not taking it for granted, not taking it very, sometimes you can take it very nonchalant. Also, you can take it too hard and nothing works. තදින් අල්ලගත්තත් බෑ, ලිහිලෙන් අල්ලගත්තත් බෑ. So what's middle level? We don't know because it's very unique to people. And this, what a lot of mothers do is, as soon as Aranwanse joins, even when they were like they may be shouting in the beginning when Aranwanse is not there. As soon as Aranwanse joins, their voice goes down, and then actually they calm down, kind of calm down because they don't have a choice. I mean, they anyway calm down because of Aranwanse's, I can't say it power, but Aranwanse's non-vibration and everything matters. No one can actually keep shouting no when the other side is like empty, right?
Yeah.
It's difficult, but even that
Some
I have
are
heard
scared also. Scared also.
Yeah. Scared, yes. And but the thing is, as soon as they are told, they are happy to like take it. But if anyone else tell anything, they are not happy to take it.
They are not happy. The participant list has also gone down. It's because they know that Aryanvansa is not joining. Normally what happens is they listen on YouTube, and when Aryanvansa joins, they join the Zoom. But now they know Aryanvansa is not there. So most of them are still on the YouTube. But there are like 20 plus thing. But somehow the team, they are very good. They are actually good. They have the inspiration and the courage. They somehow keep it going because it's their responsibility. Until, yeah, 30th.
Yeah.
Until 30th.
I think
Tomorrow is the Hanura one? No.
Mm,
Sunday, no?
Sunday
tomorrow
is
Ampara, right?
Rajagalata. Tomorrow Ampara.
Is it Ampara?
Yeah, now also
Yes,
he's in
Ampara.
Ampara. He will do several programs in Ampara. 29th Buddhangala, 30th Rajagalathan. Anyway, in close proximity to Ampara only. Only Rajagalathan is 36 km away, but Buddhangala he said just 4 kilometers away from Ampara. He just decided to have a program in Buddhangala because he happened to go there today, no? So he recollected. Did you listen to that? He recollected all these memories of
Yeah.
being there, and he at once said, I would do a program here on 29th.
It's very nice, no? That spot.
Mm. Mm.
I mean, imagine doing the walking meditation there, isn't it?
Yeah, I can't imagine what it's like. I have never been to any of those places.
Neither have I.
Ampara, I have been to Mutiangan only. In Ampara, close to, I don't know whether it's close to Ampara. Yeah, I have been to places like with my parents in school trips, in Guinea, Reservoir, some places, Sena, Nayaka Reservoir, but not Mutiangan. Other than that, haven't been to Ampara that much. Lalana has been to all those places. She has explored.
Yeah, it was a really good experience. Must have a good crowd to go because if you don't know about it also, these things they're not publicized, no?
Yeah.
So as a result, there must be at least one person in the group who really know what they're looking for to advance this point. Even these type of sacred areas which have got covered with the forest, no?
That's why they are in that original condition in a way.
It's almost preserved in that state.
She told about another Nagadeepa of Mahayangana. Not that Nagadeepa, that small isle in Jaffna. Some other Nagadeepa, real Nagadeepa is something.
Yes, she said something, no? That there was the actual Nagadeepa is somewhere else or something, she said.
Good if Lalana can join this forum. I sent a message, so I told her in the Zoom. But she said,
Yeah, she will. I think she has some work with mother or something.
So no Joel today or
that day Joel joined after a long time, isn't it, Dr.
No,
Kokila?
he joined 2 days, right? Yeah.
Really?
He joined for
Before
2
that?
days. Once planted, this doesn't go away. That's how the Margasita works. This doesn't really go away, no, once planted. once you hear no self angle, you are like wondering, wow, no self, no self. How is it? How is that? How is that? Hmm. But the reason why people listen to Dhamma can be very variable. It doesn't necessarily matter, because why the experience happens is also we don't know, no? Why it can happen to someone like Visakha at 7 years of age, and for someone like very late in the age, we don't know why the reasons are, right? So very difficult to predict. And Aranahanse usually feelers. Aranahanse is very kind of, he addresses them bit differently. I'm really impressed with Aranahanse, how his way of actually handling these things. He used to do that before also, Amete ekak bomda kind of thing. Mm. Like someone like that boy who speaks yesterday or day before, or even yesterday, I can't remember. At the end, it's he was told to calm down, but I think he's too enthusiastic at the moment. It's doesn't calm down.
Dilshan.
Yeah,
Mm.
it takes time to calm down. You can't help it. Nothing can be done by force. So it's taking own time to calm down. Because one moment he will say everything is good, next moment he would say මේකත් වෙනවනේ ආරණහන්ස, then next moment he would say everything is fantastic ආරණහන්ස. Keep, it's a very genuine narrative though. That's the thing. Very genuine narrative. So
He's very
that's how
confident
it
that
works.
joined the morning Zoom to explain something to someone. I think yesterday or the day before. Is that? Yeah, that is. I think that is.
It's okay. We can explain. It doesn't necessarily matter. Everyone who has listened to this Dhamma actually can explain. The limitations are when you come to the non-form only.
Real level, yeah. But one thing I didn't understand there, doctor, he said you should contemplate everything of the tree, from tree to fruit to root to what he meant was not very clear to me at that point.
I don't know what he meant by that, because people used to lay down the human body also think like that.
Yeah, but
I mean,
yeah.
dissect the whole body and find out who you are, kind of thing. I don't know whether he meant that or whether he meant where is the root, where is it in my mind, where is the trunk, is it in my mind, where is the fruit, is it in my mind, like in that way. Or there's so many ways to say that, but I don't know.
Yeah,
Depends.
I didn't get it properly, but I didn't want to say anything. I just.
Yeah, when you say something, it's unique to that system, so we might not get it from his angle. It is very common because, try to see through something means some like a different, like if now three of us are here. If I say see through something, I may mean something else. And Sudharma may mean something else. And Surangika might mean something else. See through the flower, I would say. I mean, no one knows what people are actually understanding by that, right? Yeah. And if I say the tree, but if you say, if you have looked through all the, even the, like the trunk, the root, the thousand, no, like thousand leaves
Leaves,
and
fruits,
flowers, everything, then you have done the tree. No, that's not the
Yeah, I
thing.
felt
So
it that way. He was telling you have to take each and every stimulus and go back, go back.
no, that's wrong. Actually, you can't do
Yeah,
that.
he was telling so, but he was overconfident, so I didn't interfere, but I corrected the way I could do.
I usually tell if someone is telling in a different angle. I usually tell the problem is uh, the problem is there are problems. Like either you you might make him not come again or something like that, and so there are repercussions of
Yeah,
everything.
doctor, no, I felt he was overconfident and he would not take it. Even if I say like that, I knew that mother is getting confused uh, because I knew I don't know, say, because the previous day, I don't know, he was talking a lot about the experiences and he took it seriously. He thought that he is at a certain level with that background and confidence only he was talking. So yeah, he was. It was even if tried to correct at that point, he would argue. That I felt. So I didn't want that to happen in the forum. So I explained it to that mother with another example without rejecting his explanation. Yeah.
Mm.
Sometimes our advisor approaches the question from different angles. Have you noticed that? Now, as we said, typically we might think that we have heard this type of observation by mothers, so this is the type of answer he's going to give. But he doesn't sometimes start from some other corner or some other area, isn't it?
Mm.
And
But
Surangi.
then the reason is not immediately apparent. It's later on when he's probably coming to the end, it might be he'll tie the whole thing back together, isn't it?
And it's funny. I was trying to explain to the mother about how the false belief I came up. And once he came and said, ඒක හරිනේ ඒක හිතෙනවනේ මම කියලා. That is natural, no? That is normal, no? Why are you so worried?
It's true. I
So
think
මම
it,
කියලා හිතෙන
yeah.
එක
yeah.
the thought can come without power. No, one day even Surangika මැරෙනවා කියලා එනවද? ඔව් එනවා. දැන් මැරෙනවා කියලා thought එකක් එනවා. This even the කාලක්‍රියා thing, I think he has said that before. Um, the thought comes, and even if he is in fourth dhyana, he has to come down to the zero, and that's how he has explained, which I can't remember. But what I'm trying to say is the thought can come. Any thought can come. It doesn't matter what thought comes. It doesn't have any power. Isn't it? Do you remember Suranka?
Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, thoughts can happen. So the tomorrow I have to go to work. Yeah. Tomorrow I'm going to go somewhere else. Yeah. It's
Yeah, that
fine.
is different to Because now sometimes Aaron Mars also says, and this point is being discussed also in deep places, දැනෙන එක හිතන්න යන්න එපා type of thing. Now that is different, isn't it? Because Aaron Mars says, no, what are you thinking? If it is going into the field, if you are still thinking about it, that means you are in the mind, he says.
Yeah,
So
that
that
was
is
said.
different to the to the fact that the thought that this system is now going to die can pop up, true, without control, no volition. But how do you distinguish that, Dr. Wokida? Because I think we discussed it 2 days ago, isn't it, when Harshi explained that in the Zoom in the morning one day, where the thought can still arise, but if there is no dwelling, lingering on the thought,
No,
then
even dwelling now. This is the thing. That I didn't say anything there, but actually, whatever happens, if there is no underlying power, this self vibration, the power to exist is not there. Whatever happens doesn't matter. So if
but sometimes there is like a little pause, like a noting. Is it called, like, if something hasn't become a thing where it should have become a thing, then the system is kind of almost unconsciously noting that that thing didn't become a thing. I mean, there is no big thought process going on there, but there is a noting. And then if we think about it in Sinhalese, I was listening to this talk he gave to Nilu, and Aranwasi was saying, මේවා එකක්වත් දෙයක් වෙන්නේ නැති අවධියක් මතුවෙනවා. So gradually, he said, because he was talking about her Savitaka nature right at the beginning when she was very inquisitive about how things happen and all that at that time. But so he was saying that and then the defilements are also ceasing. One recognizes that the defilements are ceasing. So that is probably the railway track example, isn't it? There's an awareness that also rises in parallel.
And there is a point there, Surangika, which I actually couldn't tell that day. Now awaken from this mellow or this dream is also some kind of awakening. Awakening from arupa is also awakening. So actual arahant is actually awaken from I actually forgot to tell you that. It actually just came to me in the morning and I was like, oh, I didn't tell it to Surangika, kind of thing came. Because the word actual awakening is used for an arahant. That is elawat midila, melawat midila, delawama midila samavasa කරනවා. So that's the important thing. So when we say avadhi, we usually refer to arahants, but as when we keep understanding Dhamma, this world not becoming a thing also is kind of awakening, yes, but we can't really call it adhigata samadhi. I don't know. I don't think so. Because actual adhigata samadhi is arupenut midicha adhigata samadhi. What do you think? Did you hear me?
Sorry, Dr. Hokila, what was it?
No, did you hear me?
Yes, we did.
I didn't hear.
Yeah. Adhikata Samadhi is when one fully liberates from both Nilava and
Yes,
Nilava, that is
Jnana
all
state.
non-formed. And
Yeah.
and at some point, Surangika said that you feel that there is no power in certain stimulus, and that is the jnana, isn't it? Is it the jnana that feels that it didn't become a thing?
That is the awakening of the wisdom, isn't it?
That is the
There was
jnana.
one place, I can't remember whether, was it sometime back, Dr. Kopila, I don't know if you can
Theruvan
remember.
Saranai, Joel.
Hello.
Hi, Theruvan Saranai. We were just having a chat. If you have anything to add, we are happy to hear from you. Anytime you can unmute and join our conversation. You're welcome at any time. Yes, Surangika, just continue.
I think he was saying about somebody straight away talked about jnana, and then he said, I can't actually remember what he said, but he said that something like jnana is also, I mean, like not to harp too
Jnana,
much about the jnana, something like that.
yeah, I mean, jnana, the word actually is a bit tricky. In Lord Buddha's Dhamma, it is all related to no self. But the jnana can be, there's so much ways, jnana is a field. No? So the field type of thing can be, there can be usage of that word for a lot of other things. But Lord Buddha's Dhamma, it is mainly no self angle field. Because there can be other fields now all the time. As we discussed yesterday even, there are so many things, like a long time ago, like maybe even 500 years ago, Veda Mahatya, what is it? Like the medical person in a village might feel the patient, right? We don't really necessarily say it is anything to do with the Buddhism. So there are fields that has, like even Chinese, some things, there are so many, even their films, they manifest some of these techniques. There are so many things. The field side, mastering of the field side. But that has nothing to do with the actual Buddhism. Buddhism is all about no self-angle field. So if you go on to the field side, mundane world also, field can be hyped actually. That's a very tricky area also. You may like the field.
Yeah.
Now imagine for a moment you become the Brahma. Just for a moment you become the Brahma. Like that means arupa, kind of non-form kind of feel. Or imagine you start to like that. This power is actually like the power is the field. if there is a feel and then there is this craving for that fear, there is no way that the non-feel or the no self angle will arise. So there are so many tricky areas. When we use words, it's tricky all the time. So don't hype up word can be used in a lot of areas. Because even Aran say, keep talking about the field, people start talking about the field now. And what field? Feel in the nature. Self-angle or no self-angle? Never know. Never know. Yeah. 1,000 ways to go wrong and one way to come correct. How
And
can we do this? It's very difficult.
And Sudama, so that jnana, there was one, no, 1 year ago or something. All those Patisanka jnana, Magga jnana,
Yeah.
those are when this mind and how it works gets more and more clarified. Those are the jnana that kind of get unlocked.
Oh, yes.
Now sometimes, suddenly, this is how it happens now. Kind of light bulb moment comes on,
Mm.
when there is, sometimes when there is deep contemplation, but sometimes not when there's any contemplation.
Without any contemplation, it happens.
Out of the blue, you think, this is an anger that, didn't think of it this way. No? I mean, it doesn't even come like that in words, but it's so subtle that a particular lens opens up. So those jnana are the ones that are unfolding or are awakening as the progress on the path, as the system progresses on the path. And there is a sequence to it. It's not as if it's coming from all over the place. One day, in an Atmaka, I think maybe 1 year ago or something, once I went into detail about those, and even the Avinyadeshana 14 hours is also split that way, I think, isn't it? Finally, only those Patinisagganupasi sermons came right at the end. But before that, I think if you look at the way the playlist is, you get the Patisanka Jnana, all that type of thing. And even if it is not broken up like that, he talks about it in that sequence.
And the journey begins with, journey begins with Pubbenivasanusati, Yathabhota, Dischutupapata, the three things, Udayabhya, that is also not thinking, but inner feeling that Pubbenivasanusati, we can't, from the mind also, we can go backwards and see where it occurred. It is not that at once it clicks that it is a previous perception that comes, so that is so those things are basic ones. Yeah, what we are talking about is there are a lot of Patisankara, I don't know. The Satyajnana kind of thing is there. So they must be awakening in the path in later stages, as you say.
And towards the end comes the Sankarupeksha Jnana.
Yeah.
Those ones. And that is where I think Dr. Kokila, isn't it? It's not, that's where Aranvasa says the thoughts don't disappear, but that everything becomes that one line, Sarlareka thing that Swarnamani says. Is that correct, Dr. Kokila? Where the thought still arise, but there is the mitaka, the going on with the thoughts, the wandering with the thoughts becoming a thing, all that kind of gets cast aside, meaning it doesn't even arise.
Yeah, but I from her, the one-line story, actually, I think she's talking about the field, infinite field. That's what I feel.
I see the infinite field. I see. Okay.
I don't know. That's what I feel. what she's talking about. But we may be wrong. I mean, it's from her point of view. I'm talking from this system as the way I understand that. So the most important aspects are even Savaksha it's deeper than this understanding that I got angry. It is not like that. Savaksha is actually catching this Sasava line kind of thing. That's the thing. So it's everything is slightly deeper than Aranhanse basic sermons are not that deep. But if you want to swim further, you can. If you have the courage to swim further, you can actually. Do you have the courage? Do you have the intention? Do you have the guidance? Do you have the idea? Yeah. Then do. But the thing is, some without any guidance, without any kind of push, they might do. They are called kind of Uggaritana, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
Because only 4 sentences Lord Buddha said to Bahya Tapastama. So he didn't push anything. He just said 4 sentences, right? Imagine Kashyapatero talking to Patissa. Only 2 sentences. And no, 1 sentence. And the second sentence was needed for Mugalan. No, not Mugalante. What's the other name of Patissa? Kolita, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we never know what these things are. That's why Aranwansi always says, you can't judge it by like that. You can't judge by the knowledge. Just because I can say this Dhamma in a one way, Sudharma can say it in another way, Suranga can say it in a different way, doesn't necessarily mean anything. Doesn't necessarily mean anything. So what matters is this Margasita and Palasita. Oh, this feeling this thumb. Oh, yeah, basic. No self-anger. Feeling no self-anger. That's why Aranhansi says some people feel it here, there, then and there. Some might feel it maybe 30 years after. We can't do anything about that. But we can do what we can do. What can we do? Keep discussing, keep talking about Dhamma, keep listening Dhamma. Pratipada, like the program, and the Nobel Friend Association. That's all you can do. And this online era, Nobel Friend Association is not that difficult. Never seen Narayana even. Oh, it's not that difficult. Which is great. These video clips, now we can see Narayana, but not any other way. But still, the Dhamma is out there. So everyone, to everyone, what we say is, if you feel that there is some truth out there, it is out. Just come and feel it. If you don't want it, it's okay. Today Sudharma is here now.
No
It's
class with him today.
it's the poet day, doctor.
Poem today.
Okay,
Yeah.
poet. I
Thank
forgot
you.
poet.
Yeah.
Mm.
Dr. Sakuntala will join from tomorrow to tomorrow or afternoon. The Randoli, the final Randoli Perahera is held. Probably she will join from tomorrow. Today they have a program in Teldenia.
Are they going from? They must be going from Candy though. Maybe she's not going.
She would try. She would try to join the Kurunagala team. Otherwise, she has no other way of going. She said her husband is also busy. We are going from the via Vellavaya Monaragala Southern Expressway from Galle. But she would be able to join the Kurunagala group.
Oh, there's a Southern Expressway.
Yeah.
Interesting.
You have never been after they built it? Been to Sri Lanka?
I'm not sure.
Southern, really?
When was that built?
Mahinda Rajapaksa era. 10 years
I
back.
can't remember anything.
From Galle to Mattala. Now Galle Colombo is just 1.5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Then there is another from Mirigama to Kurunagala. They would extend it to Kandy. Yeah, several projects are going on.
So Ampara is the other side.
We have to exit the expressway at Mattala and then the normal highway. We would take that to Vellavaya. From there, I actually don't know. It would anyway take 5 hours, they said. From Galle to Ampa. 5 hours or 5.5. Anyway, the program is in the evening, Buddhangala program. So we have ample time. Like, we don't have to leave early.
That's beautiful, actually. Yeah, I haven't been to Ampara. I know Monragla Vellavai, that side I'm fully aware. I can't remember being to Ampara.
It used to be a remote area, but now they have a very good hospital. Some of my friends' children worked in Ampara Hospital on internship, and they have well facilitated, very good, well equipped hospital there. Teaching hospital, I think. Teaching hospital or whatever. A good hospital with facility. Now the city is really good, Ampara. They have facilities, but only in the city area.
going to be very interesting.
He would continue to travel around and do the sermons because he said that after this Ampara thing, he would cover the southern province of back again, and then would be to some other area like Chilau. I don't know. Yeah,
And
it's just
Bandarwala?
Bandarela. He would cover the entire country, first Sri Lanka, and then think about other going to other countries. That's what he's.
Mm. So a lot of Sinhalese are living in that area?
Ampara, yes.
Yeah.
There are Muslims, but a lot of Sinhalese are also there. Mm. They never had ethnic issues in Ampara, although there are Muslims. But in Gaul, when we were schooling, also there were a lot of clashes between the two communities, Sinhalese and Muslim. But we were very happy as children. We got holidays and we could go home. But always there were clashes those days, Sinhala Muslim. But in Ampara, we never heard of such clashes other than the Saharan and the team came from Ampara.
Mm. So he actually traveled from Bipila to Ampara, right?
Aryan Mahase.
Mm.
Yeah, he
Yeah, I'm
started
looking at the map actually. That's why I'm. Yeah.
he started from Kegol to Mavanella, Mavanella to Kandy to
And Mayangane,
Mayangane to Pipile,
Bipila, and then Ken. Yeah. Buddhangala Raja Mahavihara.
Mm. That's where he was in the morning.
Is that the one he was there? All right.
Showing, yeah.
Yeah, it's a beautiful sermon, and it says 28th evening. There is the Swamin Wahanses are also coming.
Yeah, 28th.
Yeah, that's tomorrow, right?
Yeah, tomorrow they are going to have a face-to-face conversation with some monks in the Pirivena.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think we have come to the end of the session, right?
Yes, it's almost 5 past, 1 past 5. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Aran Hans. We worship you every day. Thank you so much. And thank you, Dhamma friends, for coming for the discussion.
Thank you.
Triple Gem bless you.
Teruvan Saranai, Teruvan Saranai. Again.
three occurs, we have the knowledge that it is vibrations, Dhamma, to the mankind out of immense compassion. And as we all know, the Gautama Buddha Sasana gradually disappeared from the world over the time. Fortunately, after 2500 years, it has been made available to the mankind by Venerable Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. Venerable Aryan Wahanse, please accept our gratitude for all your untiring efforts and unparalleled compassion. May you live long, and Namaskara Veva. So, first of all, as per the custom, let's look at the opportunities made available to the mankind or the seekers of true Dhamma by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. So there are countless or numerous resources available for any seeker of truth, despite the geographical location. Whether you stay in Sri Lanka, which is actually the center of this truth, because Aryan Wahanse comes from Sri Lanka, whether you are staying away from your motherland or actually this Dhamma is for the mankind, entire mankind, humanity. So it transcends all boundaries like race, language, geographical background. So humanity is the humanity for the noble teacher. So basically, it's our responsibility to remind you about the resources available, the Buddothpado main website, www.buddothpado-dhamma.com. It's a regularly updated, user-friendly website. It consists of more than 10,000 Buddothpado sermons, including all Zoom discussions, and all these sermons are categorized according to the topics probably, or according to the complexity levels, basic sermons about philosophy, Buddha philosophy, and complex ones through the advanced wisdom, how Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse reveals the ultimate truth. Such sermons are also there. So, and also when you visit that website, just by clicking a link there, you can join the Buddothpado WhatsApp groups to get the Zoom links and other useful notifications by yourself, and to be a part of this Buddothpado family. And there are also YouTube channels parallel to these main websites. And actually, if someone is into science and has an explorative mind or prefers to understand Dhamma through a scientific angle, the website www.wisdomofasia.com is the best resource for them. On top of that, the Dhamma discussions operate via Zoom platform right throughout the day, covering all three languages. As we meet up here at 7:45, it's daily English Zoom discussion, and every Friday at 2:45, the Tamil Zoom discussion. And the newest addition to the list is the Buddothpado International Meditation Center, based in the serene locality of Dombagoda, Sri Lanka, where the residential insight meditation programs are conducted. So with that usual reminder, Let's proceed to the Dhamma discussion today based on volume 1 of True Dhamma Has Awakened book series. This is in the PDF format. This is available in the Buddothpado -dhamma.com website. You can download it. They are free of charge. Even the hard copies are available in bookshops island-wide. And yesterday we discussed up to page 17, if you have the copy of that book. And so we are starting to read from the third paragraph of page 17 today. And this is an interactive discussion. No one is an expert. This is Aryan Wahanse's Dhamma that we all discuss here with his permission. So Aryan Wahanse, I worship you once again and beg your permission to discuss. And all Dhamma friends, please join the discussion and inquire. If you see something is not telling with your understanding, or you then and there you might get certain questions, doubts, because this, as Aryan Hanse always emphasizes, this is a Dhamma to be realized then and there, understood then and there, not to accumulate as knowledge. So let's focus on this. This is volume 1, page 17 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, which focuses on understanding the illusion called I, which is the biggest barrier, which is the ultimate goal of any seeker of truth. So, when we have a deep understanding that there is nothing in this world, the awakening to the moment takes place. At this point, you let go of the belief in nama, means thoughts, belief of an insight, and rupa, means image or form, belief that the outside exists. Then the awakening to the moment takes place. In Pali, it is said as Viññānaṁ Anidassanaṁ. It is also named as Paccē Pariññāya ஞānaya, awakening to the moment. So let's discuss this section, this extract from the book. So please join in the discussion. So as you heard, the key point here is awakening to the moment. Awakening to the moment or liberation from nama rupa or name and form or the duality. So as listeners of True Dhamma, you might have heard, even a newcomer, if you go through the sermons, you may hear 1,000 times Aryan Hanse mentions entering into the noble grounds or Aryabhumi itself is understanding the thought or the stimulus or liberating from name and form combination, which creates a non-existent world for us. So here, whatever the term we used, we might, Aryan Hanse has told, seeing the truth of the stimulus, liberating from the mind, or understanding the combination of name and form, or awakening the three great wisdoms or Trividya. So, or liberating or understanding the three realms: form, formless, sensual, form, formless. In all these sermons, he explains the same message, the truth, in numerous ways, in diverse ways. It is exactly what Gautama Buddha did 2500 years ago. But for a person in the mundane world, in total ignorance, even we used to believe, if we are to be on the path to Nibbana, we should accumulate this knowledge. We should read as much as possible. So, if we refer to Gautama Buddha's doctrine, we have heard that 84,000 sermons. But all these 84,000 appear in a single stimulus. It is the magic of Buddothpado sermons. Same message is being repeated with diverse examples to cater to the entire mankind, despite the educational level, level of intelligence, age, etc. So here the key point, liberating from name and form and seeing the truth that the external, both external and internal, are non-existent, or see that is seeing the nothingness. When one has the skill to see this, how this name and form come together to create a thought. Now, if you look around, now here in this place, I can see a bottle. So bottle, is it actually out there in the form of a bottle? Let's try to understand this name and form, what is being highlighted in this extract. So the bottle, it's the name, it comes from within, and the shape of light, that particular shape, that is perceived by the eye, doesn't have a name. It is just a shape, unless and until somebody at some point in the past introduced this label, showing this image that it is a bottle. That suffering of becoming a bottle a reality, and on this end, seeing the person, the rising of the person who sees the bottle, both wouldn't have been there. So, as we all know, as a natural phenomenon, 6 sensory organs are at work. It's nature. It's nature. It's common to anyone. But the problem is the accumulation of data in the forms of diverse perceptions and entangling these names and labels to the projections of 6 sensory organs. The moment a sound is perceived by the ear, it becomes the sound of the car, sound of the crow, sound of the drum, due to ignorance. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Today we are discussing volume 1 of the True Dhamma Has Awakened. It's page 17. The key point here is awakening to the truth. I have already read the simple paragraph, and it deals with this Nama Rupa, name and form. So I was just elaborating on this. Please join in the discussion. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, sorry, I just joined, so I wasn't listening. So we'll start the discussion and I'll
yes,
join
Dr.
in
Kokila,
as it is.
Yeah, Doctor, I will continue. Please join in and elaborate, and let's make it more interactive for others, and your presence is highly appreciated here at this moment. And it's just 5-6 lines we mentioned, and awakening to the moment is nothing but seeing the truth of the stimulus and liberating from that name and form combination. So I explained it. And so moving on to next paragraph, at the point of awakening to the moment, this moment does not belong to the concept of time because there aren't any thoughts at this moment. When you are aware, you don't have any thoughts in that moment. Let us say that you see a brick wall. At the time you see the brick wall, you are aware that you saw a brick wall. It is just an awareness. So that is the next point. Now in this sermon, Aryan Mahansi moves on from the basic step to the next step, giving more and more examples. So as mentioned before, awakening to the moment is understanding how when a sensory faculty perceives certain image or sound or smell or some feeling, how the label, the name gets in naturally due to ignorance and create a thought. Now here, awakening to the moment, it is just this moment. This moment, the beauty is, at this moment, we cannot refer to past or future. Even though we refer to past or future ignorantly, that past or future becomes the present moment. For example, at this moment, I think of my village school. At once that telepathizes, I got the thought occurred, the village school. But is it the past? It occurred that very moment and it perished. It vanished. Then okay, let's even you can join. We can think about something that we are going to do next week, probably to see a drama or a movie. That thought occurs at this very moment. So it's
I'll add on something there.
Yes,
so the
yes.
awakening to the moment actually is when the value of the name and the form is not there. So it's actually not the name is not coming. It's actually name
Dr. Kokilas,
as usual comes. We can't actually understand. It's a chair. Sorry, do you hear me?
Dr. Kokila, Thiruvan Saranai, there is a small signal issue. We can't hear you properly. So she will join in. So let's continue reading. When you are aware, you don't have any thoughts in that moment. Let us say that you see a brick wall. At the time you see the brick wall, you are aware that you saw a brick wall. It is just an awareness. So if we go into deeper to understand these lines, what Aryan Vansi mentions here is, when your eye perceives the image of a brick wall, if you haven't heard of true Dhamma, if you haven't actually realized this message, how the stimulus or how the thought is created, you see nothing but a brick wall. But for a person who knows the truth, that inner mechanism, how that label of the brick wall at once springs up and connects with that image. We can't see that at physical level, but through wisdom, if you see how that name, the previous data, at some point in the past, somebody introduced it as the brick wall to you, then of course you can't see nothing but the brick wall on. The moment you see the brick wall, the suffering is there. What's the suffering? This is the unique suffering that we can understand only from an Aryan or in the Arya ground. This suffering is the moment it becomes the brick wall, this image becomes the brick wall, the person who experiences that is on the other side. This duality, internal, external, is inevitable. If you see a bottle, that you can't say, I have transcended the external, internal. I have realized, I have liberated from duality. If you see the chair as a real entity, you can't say you have transcended the duality. Because it's like an equation in simple terms. The moment the external object, even though using the mind, you can, it's again a problem, a tricky thing, that knowledge is there, because Aryan Hanse always says there is nothing external, nothing outside, no bottles, no bags, no brick walls, no houses, just things made up of 4 great elements. So that knowledge might come as a deceiver or a hindrance. We think that there isn't anything out there, but actually everything is there and suffering is also there. Everything is real, but we have a fake belief due to ignorance that there are things. It is not the Aryan Vanse's message. That's why after listening to Dhamma for 3-4 years, just to get a superficial understanding of it, one still is in the mind or is lost in thoughts or makes experiences the world as real entity. In these sermons, through their experience, actually, it's not our experience, the the noble teacher, one who has achieved, sees this clearly. The moment the entity becomes real, it becomes a bottle, it becomes a brick wall. On the other side, the self, the person who experiences, person who hears the call of the crow, person who hears the sound of the drum, person who smells the jasmine, person who tastes pineapple, arise. So that is the knot that we have to untangle. So as Dr. Kokila pointed out, awakening to the moment, when you know the truth, what happens? That inner awareness, you still see the bottle, you still see the brick wall, you still see these entities, but that awareness, it is not a thing, but only way to know that it is the reduction of value attributed to those entities. That's what Dr. Kokila wanted to highlight, because otherwise this is incomplete. Because always what someone who walks on the path, the practitioner of insightful meditation experiences is everything happens as usual. You do your job, you look after your family, you use all the objects, kitchen, in the kitchen, in the living room, everything. But as a natural phenomenon, the value attributed to them disappears or fades away gradually. So one may feel it as a kind of tranquility or reduction in the inner burning in the sense the craving, the aversion, attachment, the actually all these heavy emotions attributed to people and the entities. So next point, again I quote from the book, a newborn baby has the same awareness about the surroundings, but the baby cannot name them. Therefore, the baby cannot generate thoughts. His mind is pure. His mind can also be called as Prabhashvara Chitta or radiant mind. Even if he sees the brick wall, it does not mean anything to him. He only has an awareness of the brick wall. There aren't any thoughts generated regarding the brick wall. He does not distinguish anything as a bed, a brick wall, or a table. The baby is unable to distinguish anything or even name anything outside. Therefore, a small baby is not able to generate thoughts. So, in this section, it is further elaborated how the thoughts are formed and how everyone experiences thoughts, how a person who has exposure to the world, to all these sources of knowledge, who has accumulated perceptions, experiences the world, and someone who has the least exposure to the world experiences it. So, Aryan Mahanse's sermons, in Venerable Aryan Mahanse's sermons, he always mentions that this existence field is the biggest challenge. We can't solidify these concepts, but still there is no other way of explaining. So I beg your pardon for using words, to explain all these. So actually, the person who has accumulated a lot of perceptions has to make a backward journey to untangle all those perceptions he or she believed to be real. So, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, please.
Is it clear now, the voice?
Our voice is not clear.
What I'm asking is my sound.
Now it's clear, Dr. Kokila. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Teruvan Saranai. Yes,
So
Dr. Kokila. This refers to radiant. Yes, please.
We don't actually try to reverse everything. If we see one moment, or if we cut one mangosteen, we don't have to cut every mangosteen. Likewise, we don't have to reverse every aspect of these Dhamma, like the perceptions, as you said. There's nothing like that. Then this, like if we have billions of perceptions, are we going to reverse all the billions of perceptions? That's not how it works. We humans, as humans, has a very good mind power, where we can actually understand these things. We can incorporate our understanding and have a idea of
exactly
prajna, or this ability to understand is really high. So what happens is we see this one moment, as we are talking about this moment.
Yes.
There we only we see through this how this happens, and actually the baby can only feel. Baby can only feel. Even the light, the sound, they feel it. They can feel the difference in the vibrations of the sound. So if it's a high vibration of a sound, then if it's a low vibration of a sound, and slowly and with the time they understand. There's no time to the baby, but with the age is when they grow older, they understand that this vibration, the particular sound, came with this particular form. So then they collaborate that. Not they, actually it collaborates itself, like it combines itself, and that's how mother comes, like the thought arises. So you have to understand this fully, otherwise the reversal of this in one moment is not fully understood. So we have to understand that the baby actually has only a vibration, like a field. It's only a field. So that field also is nothing but the vibration of the particular sensory organ, whether it is eye, whether it's ear, whether it's tongue, whether it's the nose, whether it's the body, the sensory part of the body. So that is the point. So that's the vibration that the baby feels. I'm not talking about 2-year-old, I'm talking about the baby in the cot. Baby in the cot only feels stuff, but there is no self who feels that. There is a vibration, but in that also there's sasavasabha, like sasava, like that. The interpretation of that feel is like there is a perceiver. So that's where the beginning of the thought happens. So when we talk about this moment that Sudharma was talking, that moment, actually what happens is the value of the chair is gone. Then you come to that level of perception where it is only a feel. And even that, if you can understand that it's only a sensory formation, then comes the non-vibration, or means the perceiver vanishes, because it is the sound can be there, but it is not exactly. It's very in a like a subtle way, but still it is there. So that is the moment. What do we get from that moment is nothing but the understanding that when this perception is nothing, in the sense it is handed over to the sensory organ, it's not a burden at all. So it's there, just there. But the perceiver, the actual the how do I say, the within, the person who's sensory, how do I say that, who feel like you sensing something, it has disappeared. That is the moment that you have to feel it. It's only momentary thing in the first time. Oh, yeah, were you going to ask something?
Yes, Dr. Popila. Thank you very much, and Peruan Saranai for adding that. And please go ahead, Dr. Popila. And what I wanted to ask was that radiant mind, when we talk about radiant mind, Dr. Popila, even the newborn has the existence field, right?
Yeah.
Although
Yeah.
it
It is
doesn't
very
have the
subtle, but it is
yeah,
there.
yeah, yes. So if a bright light is directed to the baby's eyes, he or she would react, right? But
No,
still, no, yeah,
So don't confuse.
yeah.
Even the Arahant would react
Mm-hmm.
to that. So don't get confused. So like the chair,
Okay.
I told you, I corrected that.
Yes.
The chair would be seen, but still the valley would be gone. It's
Yes.
similar to that. An Arahant
Mm-hmm.
would feel the discomfort and might move away from that. It doesn't necessarily mean that it is a problem to that Arahant. So when we interpret this is a bit subtle, so we have to be careful. So because one might think it is the aversion delusion that the child moves from the eye, the bright light. No, that's actually not the truth. It is because that sensory organ can't handle it. Our sensory organs, the human sensory organs, have limitations. So that actually that sensory organ can't handle it more than that. That's why that thing happens. But the actual it's not because of aversion delusion and what is the other one? The
Aversion, delusion, no attachment.
It's not because of that the child moves the eye, because it's too bright, means it is limited to the eye. We need to get that. It happens to anyone, and there's no aversion or like attachment or delusion in that just because they are taking the eye away. That's not the truth. But what happens here, the way they perceive that has the ability to we have to understand this. So when a vibration happens, because of the not knowing, it produces the feel that it is felt to someone or felt here, like in this area of the body. That is normal, but that brings up the all the other problems with the mind. But only Arahant who has listened to this Dhamma, that's why a child can't attain anything. Child can't, the small baby in the cot has no ability to do anything because there's no burning. So for the burning to happen, this thought process should start, and they will understand that this is happening to me, and then the sinner, or not sinner, the person who suffering, the person who suffers is born. That's where that happens. So it takes about few years for a child to actually get into this thinking pattern. Once this thinking pattern has begun, then if that child hears this Dhamma, likewise which happened to Vishaka, so at 7 years of age, she listened to Lord Buddha and understood or listened to Dhamma and then felt that that moment. What happened there was, after listening to Dhamma, whatever Lord Buddha said at that time, she understood that the feeling of self is there only because we take these things for granted. We automatically we have given a value because from radiant mind, we didn't stop. We never will stop from the radiant mind. If the radiant mind is only there, then nothing would happen. But the radiant mind, because of the blueness, it goes on to form the thoughts. If it is only radiant mind, no one has to actually attain nirvana because no one is actually suffering here. But it doesn't end up there. The radiant mind actually ends up with the thoughts. So then the suffering begins. Then if the sufferer listens to this Dhamma only, then they understand, okay, this is how the suffering begins. Then if they understand that when a particular some form of something is taken for granted or taken as real, only this is that the feeling of alive feeling comes, then you might feel it too. And that moment, the moment you feel it, nothing, it's only proving that to you that nothing else is happening, because after that, Vishaka led a normal life. Remember, she led a normal life. The only difference is she knows what is the meaning, what Lord Buddha is trying to say. She knows that, but it's only a fraction of a second she felt it. She didn't feel it again. So, but the good thing is that she knows that there is something like this. What is that? Is that if the stimulus is
existence feel, isn't it, Dr.
Yeah, if the stimulus is not taken as real, there's a chance that you may not feel the existent feel. That is the end part of it. That's what you feel. And in here, so when you ask about the radiant mind actually doesn't have any problem. But radiant mind can't understand Dhamma. So radiant mind will never attain nirvana, because radiant mind actually doesn't know anything about self at all, because the mind hasn't formed yet. So the burning will happen. The baby will cry, eyes will get burned. If someone doesn't pick up the baby, we might get burned, yes, and die. And still, that particular vibration will carry on. It will carry on. It will never stop carrying on. So but the thing is, understanding this Dhamma the person who is like 50 years of age might actually feel the radiant mind as well. But that doesn't mean that he or she has forgotten the chair or forgotten the water or whatever. No, nothing like that. But they feel that tranquility because there is no value to the thoughts. Do you think it's clear? I mean, it's very difficult to
It's very
explain.
clear, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan Saranai. Our gratitude to you for this explanation. And Dr. Kokila, you highlighted a very important point there, that glueness or sasrava, isn't it? The change that we call, that the vibration that happens telepathizes into the zygote.
Yeah.
Yes. So I need to clarify again this, Dr. Kokila. Now, when we think of a newborn in a cot, at sensory base level, does he or she gets the existence feel?
There is existence feel,
Yes,
but there is no
yes.
form to that.
No form to that. No thoughts are not formed, right? Labels
Yeah,
are
but
not
there's
there.
no form, so it's arupa actually. So that
I
means
see.
it's a feel only.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Dr. Kokila. And I need to re-emphasize what Dr. Kokila mentioned, that Aryan Mahanse always warns us that you don't have to cut all mangosteens to see the kernel. That kernel is white. Understanding or penetrating through one single stimulus will awaken the wisdom and contemplation. If, as she also explained, if contemplation happen continuously, that itself becomes a thing for you. And yesterday in these groundbreaking revelations or Andolanatmaka Deshana, also Aryan Vanse emphasized that people do not know that they are experiencing this perfect liberation or this Nibbana. They go on contemplating, having known the truth, still they are not satisfied. It becomes a thing. Nibbana becomes a thing, and they go on searching for it. They, in the sense, I might also fall into that category. Ignorantly, we do that because we have a kind of now craving towards
No, we have
Nibbana.
to look
Yeah.
at that in different way. So our
Okay.
mind is anyway like that. So we
Hmm.
have to appreciate that our mind anyway likes to incline towards something. So because the mind, the radiant mind doesn't do that, but after the thoughts, it's usually even radiant mind has the inclination to feel things, but then after that, the person with the mind, normal mind, has the inclination to think and get attached to that, or aversion, or because this happens due to delusion, in the sense ignorance. So in this sense, you have to understand anyway, everyone, for everyone, the Dhamma becomes a thing, like this what is it, insight, meditation or whatever, it becomes a thing initially anyway. So don't be upset about that. It's okay. But with wisdom, with help of the noble friends, you slowly understand how mind works. Then you know that you are not attached to the sun now, you are not attached to the family now, but you are attached to the Dhamma now.
Yes.
So it is normal, but then you have to keep understanding. That's where actually that the few minutes ago we were talking about the one moment. What is the moment called?
Yes. Awakening to the moment.
Awakening to the moment. That is the importance of awakening to the moment, because we are actually not exploring whole billions of perceptions we have. We are not doing that. We are actually exploring the self-perception. If we forget that, our journey becomes a different journey, then it becomes complicated. We are only trying to understand this self-perception. Then we understand that the self-perception is related to the other perceptions. Do you understand?
Yes, Dr.
Because
Kokila,
self-perception is the only main thing that carries on this samsara, not the other perceptions. So what happens is, though, all the other perceptions are actually related to this self-perception, because if the other perceptions are a thing, or there is a value to that, then only self-perception appears. So then this revelation, this understanding is the groundbreaking moment. So because then you know, in that moment, that awakening to the moment, you know that that's what didn't happen. You know that in that particular moment that didn't happen, or whatever happening in this samsara didn't happen in that one particular fraction of a moment. It didn't happen. So it's so groundbreaking, because that particular experience makes you to realize the whole truth about what non-self perception is. That's not going to last forever. It's going to, you're going to go to the self-perception again, because things are still things to us. Do you get that point?
Exactly. And Dr. Kokila, you highlighted actually a very important point. Now, if we, as you said, if we go on analyzing each and every stimulus, on the other side, it's that internal, external, probably the external experience changes, that eyes perceive images, ear perceives sounds, but still on this side, the self-perception, the self or the soul who takes everything as I experience will grow. And the contemplation, when it comes to contemplation also, if we try to analyze each and every single thought, the person who analyzes it and sees grows unknowingly. That's what you wanted to explain. Yes, Dr. Kokila, it's a great reminder for all of us. It happens. And another question I would like to pose at this moment, Dr. Kokila. Now, when the mothers in Zoom discussions, they mention, okay, now I understand R.M. Mahanse's sermons, the message, everything, it's very clear to me. And with that, the burning diminishes, and I don't feel like attending gatherings, occasions, functions. I more or less feel like avoiding them. So, what was given as an answer was, okay, the person who refuses to attend, the person who kind of drawing little aversion towards such occasions or functions or gatherings, who tries to enjoy solitude or isolation, grows. But Dr. Kokila, can't we take it as the effort the person makes to listens to Dhamma and to like penetrate through this, and to depending on the person's level, if the person has not fully understood the message, that kind of feeling to be in isolation or to be all by the person to discover this more. Can't we take it as an effort?
We'll take it as an example. See, the radiant mind, we'll talk about a baby who has a radiant mind. Do you ever think that the radiant mind does something like that knowingly, that they will move away from the light? They don't move away from the light knowingly, do they? That this, my eye will burn, my body will burn, I have to go away from the light, otherwise I will die. Is that why the baby moves from the light?
It's a natural reaction, isn't it?
Natural reaction. That's the. So there are so many aspects of that question. So one aspect is radiant mind may move from a place. There's no indication for that. That's what that radiant mind felt, right?
Yes.
Yeah. But now we talk about a person who has not gone yet to radiant mind. So there are stages. So we can't really talk like this, because if we talk about Lord Buddha, we'll take it as an example. Lord Buddha might go to a biggest function ever in that time, biggest function ever. Will Lord Buddha be upset about going there or not upset about going there, or what is it? There's nothing like that. Can we imagine something like that? Lord Buddha is doing something and we try to put interpretations to that. It's useless, isn't it? Because Lord Buddha doesn't feel any existence. That's even different to the radiant mind. Do you understand?
Yes, doctor. So the mundane person's mind always has judgments, right? It's judgmental, no? Naturally.
Yeah, I'll come to that. So then we talked about Lord Buddha's how he handles things, because Lord Buddha has no delusion, no aversion, no delusion, nothing. So in that sense, he can actually attend anything, and there's nothing in there as a field of existence. So it is nothing abnormal, nothing normal or abnormal. There's nothing like that. So, but normal person, imagine not knowing Dhamma, like haven't heard anything. That person is going to be actually activated into this system, like you are in the film, inside the film. You are inside the film. You're not outside the film, but you're inside the film. You're acting in it. You feel like you are invited now. There's so many thoughts coming. Should I go? Should I not go? Should I go quickly and drive back, or like go and show my face and come back? Or should I go there and show that I enjoy? Or should I actually not enjoy? And if I'm not enjoying, should I stay and apologize or tell a lie? So how many things can cross that mind? So are they valuable? These are all thoughts.
Yes.
But if the thoughts are not important, that if a person has not been an arahant, still hasn't attained that level, but still, if someone has understood this Dhamma and has felt it, whatever that person does is whatever that person feels like doing. That's it. And there's no much judgment on yourself. So it's about actually judging yourself. You said about judgment, but this whole life, what we have done is we judge ourselves. Well, how do we judge ourselves? We think that I saw this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to drive, I'm going to go there, show my face and come back, or I'm going to go there, be there in the party for some time, I'm going to show that I enjoy. It's all thoughts. What's the nonsense about that? What's the big deal about that? So if it is a big deal, yes, then if you feel that your if you feel like such aversion, it's better not to go. That's a different story. But what I'm trying to say is, if it is not a direct attachment problem or an aversion problem, if the delusion is not there, whether you go or not is not a problem. You will do whatever you feel like doing. Do you understand?
Yes, Dr. Kokila. You quoted a very beautiful example that anybody can understand. Lord Buddha attended the biggest event ever, right? Because it was not a thing for that one that
You can't even talk about that to an
yeah,
arahant.
exactly. We can't exactly. So that solved a lot of problems and doubts I had, because what happens is, Dr. Kokila, when somebody explains an experience, it becomes our experience. So that way, this entire mundane world is also a single kind of thought or a vibration. Not not talking about the people who have realized, I mean, have walked on the path for some time like you, but still, most of the majority of disciples, listeners, their experiences become our experience as well, and they solve our problems by listening to them. We also come to a lot of realizations, because as you said, I stopped it at that 10. Moving on to what you tried to emphasize, our mind, actually, that is what is being highlighted all the time. One, if you liberate from the mind, you are there, right? It is not an easy thing. Understanding this, as you said, uh, Aryan Hazze gives another example, seeing the pattern. What is that stem pattern, or what? I don't get that word. Narrative vinyasa of one leaf, of a, say, mango tree or a certain tree, it is applicable to same thing. And as you said, if you cut one mangosteen, it is applicable to all mangosteens. Understanding or penetrating through one thought uh, will solve lot of our problems and will help us to untangle the knots that we have in life. And with that, Dr. Kokila, I see, um, yes, our friends, Dr. Ravi, Dr. Sakuntala, even Mr. Justin are there. Dr. Ravi, the topic today is awakening to the moment. Would you like to add your thoughts in terms of this? I shouldn't say thoughts, your realizations in terms of this. Are you in
Yes,
a position?
yes, Sudama Tirvan Saranai.
Thiruvan
Tirvan Saranai.
Saranai, Doctor.
Tirvan Saranai.
Ravi.
Yes, awakening to the moment. Yes. Uh, yeah, as you said, so realization, what the thought is, it makes you to uh, be on the awaken to the moment. That that means that if you can, yeah, that so what the Dhamma talks about the nothingness or the non-soul state. So
Yes.
what
I
Lord
do
Buddha,
apologize, Dr. Ravi. I know you are not well today.
yeah,
So
yeah,
you
no, you
find.
said you want to leave now, right? Anyway, that's
No,
fine.
it's
You
all
can.
right, Dr. Ravi. It's okay. I will
Okay.
continue. Thank Thiruvan
Okay.
Saranai, Dr. Ravi. Yes, please
Thank
relax.
you.
It's all right. So, Dr. Sakuntala, Thiruvan Saranai.
Theruvan Saranai Sudharma, and all Dhamma friends. I think Dr. Kokila gave a nice detailed explanation,
Yes.
and discussion by two of you was very interesting. Yes, if I add something shortly something brief. Every teaching, the Lord Buddha's teaching was actually to be aware of this present moment, because the thoughts that come from the past incidents come as a thought at this moment. And the thoughts about the future also comes as a thought at this moment. So then you can see very clearly that there is nothing called past and there is nothing called future also, because both situations or both timing actually comes to one point where the present moment. But there is nothing called present moment also, nothing sort of solid to
Actually, Sakuntala,
stand on. Yes.
Actually,
Yes.
Sakuntala, that, the awakening to the moment has all these things. In that particular moment, you don't feel a time, and there's no past or present, and even the when you understand that it's a vibration of the sensory organ, and that moment actually there's no this moment either. So that's actually nice to feel. So that is the main thing. So this whatever we say, it is very, very important to feel this. That's actually the awakening to the moment. Yeah, I just added.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, thank you for the correction. Yes. So it's that is why it is called the Akalika Dharma. That means it's a timeless teaching that Lord Buddha did for us. So when you are awake, when you say that you are awakened to the present moment, it indicates that there is no value to the present thought. Also, the present thought is also a construct, collection of forms, and right at this moment, a spark which cannot be given any value. So when you sort of analyze in that way, you can see that there is nothingness, but from the nothingness, things have been created as forms of illusions, and there is a baseless construction or baseless construction as an illusion. So this is what we have to understand. The illusion is taken as something really existing in the form of perceptions from different senses. The sensor itself is the function. Actually, there is nothing called existing sensor. Sensor means the function. It's a verb where there is seeing, hearing, feeling the smell, taste, etc. So that itself is the result of the speed, a speed that cannot be given a figure actually. So due to the speed, there is some creation, and the creation is taken as real, and that is where the ignorance is. Anything else to add, Dr. Kokila? Any corrections of what I mentioned?
Yeah, I think it's good. Yeah, nothing much. So the more we understand about this, more we relax. The relaxation, actually the problem is the relaxation part, because Dhamma should inspire us. Dhamma should activate this part of our kind of this looking, the way we look, the way we look at the life. After that, there should be some kind of relaxation. Then only you can awaken to the moment. You can't awaken to the moment while you are in a rat race for something, like even for them. So that's where I think the problem lies the most of the time. But it happens to everyone, so it's normal. I would say it is normal, because it happens to all of us. First we kind of drive, like we drive for year 12, we drive for graduation, we drive for post-graduation, we can do anything like that.
Mm.
So we take this as like that, and we kind of try to grab something, like achieve something, then you will never achieve that. So the more you understand about Dhamma, more you relax, more you understand that you can't grab Dhamma like that or the moment like that, you relax. The complete relaxed moment will actually bring up the awakening to the moment. That's what the problem is with a lot of our friends. The inability to keep even that Dhamma part away and relax. That comes with time, though. It comes with the help of the noble friends. It comes with the help of some discussions. It comes with every discussion we have. So then you learn. You can't awaken to the moment while giving a value to that moment. The more you understand this, more you relax, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. Actually, many people, including myself, I also had that same thing. We feel that there is many more things to do to understand this Dhamma. What else to do? What else to do? What should I do? That is the thought that was sort of bothering sometimes. Even I have experienced that. You don't feel like relaxing. The
Yeah, even
feeling of
Sudharma
doing
has said that in
something.
Sinhala Zoom discussions. Even Sudharma has said.
Yes.
So everyone has that problem, but I think it's normal. I think it is
It's
normal
normal.
because it's how we were. I mean, it's normal. But the problem is, with the help of the noble friend, you have to realize this is not something like year 12. This is not something like graduation. It is not something like you buy a house. It is not like that. So if you can't relax, then you have to find ways of relaxation. Yes. So when you go to a place, you feel like relax, then it is some kind of a support to the situation. But you don't have to. You don't necessarily have to. The more you understand Dhamma, you will realize there's nothing like that. Then the value of that moment is gone. Then the awakening to that moment will come. But it doesn't happen because always we are trying to search for the next one, the next one, the next one, the next one. Until we drop that part, the next one part, the awakening to the moment will never happen. So that realization will settle down us. It will settle down the ego. It will settle down the attachment to Dhamma. It will settle down even the delusion. It will settle down a lot of things. I think so. I don't know. Do you agree, Sudharma? I think she.
Peruan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Dr. Sakuntala, thank you so much for the valuable additions you made. Dr. Kokila, we are fortunate to meet up people like you, although not as people. Nawais, people like you. Actually, when you explain Dhamma points, you always add the things that one should be careful about. That those warnings, little warnings, helps actually maybe for everyone, for me personally, to come to certain realizations then and there. More than you never put a tick. As a noble friend, you always say where we have to be careful. That is the most, essential thing for someone to come to these realizations. As Aryan,
yeah, but Sudharma, I will try to add something to that. Even that, don't take it too harsh.
Yes.
So these words are meant to correct you, yes, but don't take them too harsh. What happens? Otherwise, what happens is you self-doubt every step you make. No, this is not the way. That's what I'm trying to say. When you relax fully, not by one. whether you will go, whether you do a mistake or not, you just relax like a child. Do children run around in a garden, right, thinking, I mean, they might think that my mother might blame me now, but they might still keep on doing. So when I talk about relaxation, the doubts about whether this is correct or not is not necessarily needed, because we have listened to Dhamma for a long time, isn't it? So then these doubts or whatever, this I have to do it this way or that way, drop all of that.
Yes.
So then when you drop all of that, the relaxation will automatically come and the awakening to the moment will automatically come. Actually speaking, what Aranhans are trying to tell is you have passed all these moments. Sometimes you might not know because of due to the agitation or due to the you know the rat race we have, we might even miss that. That's what it is. That's what Aranhans is trying to say. Sometimes we pass all these moments, we don't know. So that's why we have to relax a bit more. So when I mean relax, it doesn't mean like relax in the body part, but you can relax the body parts too. It's okay. I'm mostly talking about pretending, predicting, or self-doubting, whatever. These aspects of us who try to compare, just drop all of them. Yeah,
I would
because
like
we
to
know
share
Dhamma. We know Dhamma
Dr.
enough. Yeah.
Dr. Kokila, I would like to share a personal experience. Actually, in my childhood, my father was very strict, very strict. So he used to. We were kind of really scared of him. He was doing the needful. He was actually a principal by profession, but he was very strict. Being the eldest of the family, I suffered a lot, I should say, because he was like, I had two younger sisters, so uh, there's a gap between the second sister and me, 5 year gap. So always, whatever happens, the blame comes upon me. So until I mean at the age of 11 we were sent to boarding houses, we were in the boarding places, but that early childhood period, because I was really scared of my father when I was playing. If I see him coming from a distance, I stop it and run into the house. So like that was the time, and still. um he's a father by the name. It may this not be a kind of disgrace to him at all, but still, now also, Dr. Kokila, to be honest, when Aryan Hanse asked the second question from me, that same fear telepathizes. So, as you said, I am so agitated, I cannot clearly explain the next point. So, it was there, I mean, from the very beginning. So that experience, childhood experience, till hospital, I get really upset, and Aryan Hanse used to ask, why are you so upset and scared and you are not telling a thing? Even a year or two ago, he used to get. Very recently also, now when I explain the point, but when he asked the second question, that fear arises and I go blank and then I start talking nonsense and everybody feels that, Dr. Kokila. So that is the personal experience
See,
actually.
this is the way. This is the way. So
Yeah, Dr.
now, lot of us will have moments like this which are imprinted. The main important thing is to understand the imprint can be there, but there is no self who is feeling that. So, what happens is you get used to this imprint. So, when you get used to this imprint, it doesn't matter anymore. What happens is any experience when it is happening now, even though we call it telepathize, it is happening now, isn't it? So when the vibration becomes equal, you feel like it has happened before, but what is actually happening is happening here now. So in that perspective, the self perception which happened with that previous one also is here. But if someone understands Dhamma, he will feel that, but will not perceive it as private. Because you feel that this is private, something happened to me.
Yes.
But what actually is, it's another perception. It's another perception where if you combine that with like compare it to something else, if you had something, a beautiful experience, imagine something, whatever, even that can come as a beautiful experience. You might telepathize it now, you might telepathize it to a beautiful moment which has happened before. What happens is not these moments overlapping. What happens is the self-perception occurs everywhere. It's the same vibration. There's no change in that. It's the same vibration. Do you understand that? Even though the perception of the actual thought is different, or the perception of the past is different, or whatever that moment, we can name it differently. But the self-perception is one single self-perception. Though it appears at that particular moment, it is the kind of one type of vibration. What happens is that vibration will not start appearing at one moment. So the telepathization will happen. So you will find the similarity, but you're not shaken. How is that? Do you understand?
Yes, Dr. Kokila.
So in future, what will happen is you will feel the similarity of the vibration. But who cares? It's not your private experience. That's what the problem is. We take all our experiences as private, or like it happened to me. That's what the delusion is. So when you drop the delusion or the idea of the self, who has this experience? It's another experience. That's it.
So whenever I try to be brave, it's again the mind. No, now it's crystal clear.
No, you have to feel that.
Yes, exactly. I get it becomes worse. So, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, may I ask, other friends have left, I think, right?
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, just I want to make a comment. Actually, that was a beautiful explanation. I also have similar experiences, not from the childhood, of course, later on. There are certain memories like that which keeps on coming. But as you said, if you do not have the ownership to them, and it is just goes to the pile of the normal experiences that goes on telepathizing, isn't it? But automatically what happens is that the ownership label is coming to that particular memory or the thought, which you explained very nicely, so that you leave alone that ownership label, isn't it? It's beautiful.
Yes.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Very beautiful, and it will be very useful for most of us, I will say.
Yes. And thank you, Sudharma, for asking that question, which brought up a nice explanation.
It
Thank
came naturally. I mean,
Yes.
it came naturally. Yeah. So,
Yes.
So Miss Surangika is not there. Yes, Dr. Kokila. If, yeah. So another question, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah,
I
the
asked
ownership.
yes, please go
Yeah.
ahead. Please go.
No, tell. Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, another problem,
What
Dr.
were you
Kokila,
ask?
that sorry, it's 9:15. We have 15 minutes. No, we have 20 minutes more to go. Yeah. until the next.
Yeah, it should be fine. Yeah.
Discussion. Yeah. Dr. Kokila, another problem I had was with this mindfulness, because when I was listening to sermons, actually it is clearly stated that mindfulness and wise attention, yatha bhuta jnana and satsiya, that is to see the truth. I mean, see the truth not as a person, not from thought to thought, but still, again, is it more or less the same as awakening to the moment, Dr. Kokila? Having persistent, this ability to see the truth in the moment, this yatha bhuta jnana, or wise, clear knowledge and wise attention is.
Those words are new to me. So what is clear attention?
Clear knowledge means the knowledge of this truth, how the mind is created. And wise attention is having the mindfulness to see, not to cling to that. That wise attention is the chance. Is it?
It's a bit confusing with the words, but anyway, I think more
it's
important,
also this. Yeah.
If you feel that if you hear this Dhamma and you understand what is being said, that how mind is formed, how the sensory faculties work, and how mind is formed, and how mind is causing all these troubles of self, or the thought of self, because actually speaking, we don't exist, but we have a thought that we do exist, that I do exist. It's a thought that is impregnated in the system. It's like deeply engraved. So we are fighting with a deeply engraved thought, which is like, I do exist. Everything happens to me. These are my experiences. So that's the thought that we struggle with. So we understand how this thought happened. We understand that how these thoughts generally occur. Like every thought has a way of occurrence, and it is similar to the self, the thought of I, or the thought of me, I, or mine. So when we keep understanding this, how this happened, and how this is felt, and how this feeling or the perception has arisen, then you start to settle down initially. You start to settle down. Then the more you see how you arise, the more you feel comfortable with Dhamma. The Dhamma becomes a part of you, not because you're thinking about it the whole day and night, just because you keep feeling that. Because you feel the truth of the Dhamma by way of, you feel that whenever you take something as serious or something very alive, or like, then anyway, the self has arisen anyway. So it becomes evident in the application. So application becomes easy. The more you apply it, more it becomes easier for you. And the actual awakening to the moment, it has no part in this, because awakening to the moment is actually the freedom of all this self, the feeling of existence. So that's a bit different to the path. So the path is different, but the awakening can be slightly different, because it's something you feel. Usually feeling of existence is something you feel, and no self existence, or I don't know how you say that. If there's no self existence feel, you feel that too. Like it's a different experience. There's no doer. There's no person who's sensation anything. It's
Yes.
a different experience. But that a particular experience is different. The path is different. Path is you whatever you do to get to that point. Do you get it?
Yes, Dr. Gopinath.
Because it's a lot of words when
You
we talk
nice,
about.
it is so meaningful because actually this volume focuses on understanding the illusion called I. So that is you actually finally you were emphasizing on that awakening to the moment. What is it for? It is to get rid of or liberate from the self. And Aryan Mahanse's presence is here. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahanse, Namaskar Veva. The topic is being discussed is awakening to the moment.
Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahanse. The topic is being discussed is awakening to the moment.
Yeah, so awakening to the moment is that someone is coming. This awaken to the moment is the meaning is we are talking about super awareness. Yeah, how is coming here? The understanding. What's the understanding? What's happened here? The truth. Someone know the truth. That's a Buddha's explanation. What's Buddha find in the truth? What's that? It's nothingness. Yeah, but you know, it's not normally guys are talking nothingness, but it is not that one. What is that Buddha's explanation? It's nothingness. What's the difference of other nothingness? Normally someone is thinking nothingness is there, nothing, but it's not nothing. Everything is there. And the awaken to the moment is an example is the film is going. You are not in the film. You are wake up. It's the same example, similar your dream. Someone is in the dream, but someone wake up in the dream. That's the awaken to the moment. So this moment is example. This moment, one thought is here. Every moment, every second, one thought is here. So that thought is not real. It's understanding one. What is the thought? It's a chair, example. There is no chair. But chair is there. What's the double meaning? Yeah, chair is there. And you can see the chair. Yeah, you can touch the chair. But that one is not a chair. Why? The kindergarten time, house chair is coming. House chair is constructing. House chair is happening. So little child, little baby in the cot don't know the chair. So that baby in the cot, the little child, have a radiant mind. That's a that radiant mind haven't defilements otherwise. Radiant mind don't know anything. That baby don't know anything. But you know, after grow up in this baby, kindergarten time is coming. Teacher given the pictures and given the sound, red, yellow, blue, chair, table, everything like that. Everything like that. So chair, I given the picture and given the sound. It's chair, sound and firm together. That's the chair. It's our sense, five sense creations, sound and picture and feel, touch, solidity, liquidity, and the this type of smell, taste. That's a feel. Ditta Sutta Mutta, Buddha's word. Your eye creation and your ear creation and your body feel. That's smell, taste, and skin sensor. Together coming, that's a feel. So these are one spark happening in the kindergarten time. That's thought. How thought is creating the chair. That's very important. That's very important one. So that one is understand what is chair. Light also, there's a vibrations, no waves. Sound also vibrations, waves. Otherwise, heat, hot and cool, everything is waves. You know, smell. So these are waves. So these waves combining. That's why these waves are speed. No, rapid speed is there. The sensor given us light, eye given the light, and the ear given the sound, and the body feel given the hot. Like this one time, this sensor creations speedily happening, that's together coming one spark, including this everything, the combining sound and firm and the speed. That's okay. It's together coming. It's very yeah. That's a thought. It's one spark thought. It's chair is a thought. It's a one spark. You see that every spark have a power. Because spark have a different name. That's why power is there. This power is together coming. That's a power is electric power, magnetic power, like that. This is mind power, thinking power. This power, how is coming this power? This is very important. Inside meditation is understanding what. Because someone understood the truth, he know there is no chair, it's a thought. How is this thought is coming? How is this feel is coming? Existent feel. There's a power. So how is power is coming? Systematically coming. Someone understood this, he know there is no chair or anything. It's a sound and firm. It's not true. It's not real. What happened finally? The value is gone. You don't want that one because it's not real. Not given the value. Inside not coming that. That's the meaning is there's not power there. Existent feel is the power. Existent feel is that one. After what happened is everything is there, but you know you inside not coming any vibrations, any pain. So stimulants are coming, thoughts are here, but not any reactions. That's why this moment is silence. That's awakening. Film is going. Thought is normally film like that, but you are not there. You are awake. Nothing happened. Anything. That's why super awareness. That's why this is samadhi. It's adhigata samadhi. Buddha's word is there is no is talking about you don't own that type of chair. That's why not inside coming any defilements, attach or hatred or anything. Not happening. That's why tranquility is there. That's the way come to the moment. Normally film is going. You are not there. The meaning is you are not anywhere. The meaning, otherwise, you also the you also the existent feel is you. Is how much you want that one. That's existent feel is again and again is given you to as powerfully, but it's not now powerfully. Its power is gone. That is why the meaning is defilements also fading. Finally, tranquility. That's why awaken to the moment. Yeah, after that, everything is happening. Nobody's there. It's like a nature. That's the way I can do. How is Sudharma?
Yes, Aryan answer Thiruvan Saranai. Yes, that means
It's a practically you can experience it. It's very important. It's not a believing, it's not a trust. That's the Nibbana way.
It's not mere knowledge, isn't it, Aryan?
Yeah.
It's
It's happening.
realization.
It's
Yes.
happening.
The once we liberate from the mind, we can one can feel this, isn't it, Aryan?
Yeah. Now his time is over. Kokila, I think, explain this, no? Yeah. It's a clear. Yes, thanks, everybody. Thanks, Kokila. Otherwise, I think it's a very clear. Our guys know this because all of them are studying this. No, as a realizing, no, as a practically the experience is coming is that is why it's getting the Sudharma also. Yeah, it's because it's experience. It's a defilements are fading. It's you have that experience. That's why Buddha's path is that one. Buddha told this. How is this? Ragakyo, Desakyo, Mohakyo, Nibbana. Meaning is defilements are fading somewhere. There's the truth. No?
Yes.
Yeah. But that's why we want truth. We want to know the truth. That's why Satyajnana is a true Dhamma. It's the first one. You want to know the truth. That's why inside meditation is there. That's why Kalyana Mitra is very important. The noble friend is very important.
It's so evident.
Yeah.
Without the noble
Because
teachers,
noble teacher have the experience. That is why, no?
Yes.
Yeah. No ego is there. That's very important. Everybody have ego. They don't know how is stopping this ego. How is no without ego.
Yes, Aryan also one in the mundane world cannot define the noble teacher's experiences. It's a fruitless effort.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Tomorrow we can. Yeah. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai,
Teruvan Saranai, everybody.
Namaskar Veva. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Teruvan Saranai,
Teruvan Saranai, everybody. Tomorrow we can join again. Teruvan Saranai. We can discuss again tomorrow. It's okay. Teruvan Saranai.
Unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Teruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 1 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we are starting with page 15. The same process happens in our minds. We assume that the outside world is real and create a complex set of emotions entirely within our mind consciousness. We generate raga, dvesha, and moha, attachment, ill will, and delusion. And these sparks ignite continuously in every moment. These sparks continue as long as we breathe. All of these are thoughts. There is no inside, ajata, or outside, bahida. In fact, we could say there is only one end
the present moment where thoughts arise. But even this end is ultimately non-existent. A book does not exist outside of thought. It's merely a frequency of sound and a frequency of color that come together to form a thought wave or chitta. Nothing reaches our six senses except for the raw data. Color to the seeing sense, sound to the hearing, smell to the smell sense, taste to taste, temperature touch, and thoughts to mind consciousness. What we perceive is a combination of these sensory inputs. So yesterday we talked about how name and form union occurs, or how mind-made objects come into existence as sound and color and sound get entangled. So this is the process of our minds, and because of this illusion, we assume that the outside world is real. And because of that ignorance, it creates a complex set of emotions, because the mind consciousness is created. And due to that, the way the system works, if there's something out there that feels like that's existing, that the system believes to be existing, of course, then there's either attachment or ill will or delusion will be there. These are all due to the sparks we talked about, the continuous sparks. As long as we breathe, these sparks continue and they mature into thoughts. And in reality, there's no inside so-called external or internal world. It's just one field. But when mind comes alive, it creates this duality, because the function of the mind is always to name something, label something. So when something is labeled, let's say something is labeled as, an image is labeled as a table, that means table is there. So if there's a, if the table is there, and with respect to it, there's a self who's observing it. And also, if there's a table is there, there's the other probability of table is not being there. So that duality is already created. But if you see that it's a creation of the mind that's being projected outside, that's a different scenario to saying that the table is there or table is not there. If there's one end, the other end automatically arises. And if this is seen as non-existent, as a function of the mind, as something that comes alive when the necessary conditions are met, that is seeing the truth. Nothing could exist outside of thought. If this truth is seen in the thoughts, in whatever we see, in whatever we hear, smell, taste, and touch, and then we are kind of stripped off of these thoughts, and we are down to the experience itself. And even in the experience, it's a manifestation of vibrations. What we see is the manifested form of vibrations, visible form of vibrations. What we hear is audible form of vibrations. If that truth too is seen, there's nothing. So slowly but surely, what we are awakening to is to nothingness. Nothingness in the sense, not in the context how it's popularly used, where the world is void of things, but the so-called external world is not in reality existent as we thought it was, but it's an effect that's visible when the necessary conditions are met. Merely a frequency, bunch of frequencies, bunch of vibrations, frequency of sound entangled with frequency of color predominantly to create that sense of something's out there with respect to its sense of self and the self-identifying view. When it's identified as a thing, then the chitta or the mind wave is created out of these frequencies. Nothing reaches our six senses except for the raw data. I'm sorry. R.N. Wahanse, Paticca Samuppanna refers to the coming together of all these senses. This is also known as dependent origination. The dependence on causes and conditions. Through this cycle, we assume that a thing exists. I have explained this in detail in my sermons. Now, let us address how to awaken to the moment. Also, R.N. Wahanse, you understand that the outside does not exist, neither does the inside, nor the concept of me. The thought of a book is just a thought. It cannot be found outside, nor can you find a book inside your mind consciousness. When you truly understand this, thoughts lose their value. They no longer deceive you. You stop accepting thoughts as real, and they cannot generate further thoughts. So this process of entanglement, also called as Paticca Samuppanna, being entangled, or when the necessary conditions are met, this effect comes alive. In other words, these senses coming together. However, the way it's explained, it's this dependent origination, because nothing can be existed on its own as an independent thing. Rather, they're dependent on certain causes and conditions. Due to ignorance, when this circle comes alive, we assume that something's out there and we are experiencing that. If we understand and realize this, we awaken to the moment. We no longer cling on to thoughts about the past and the future, and then they lose the power they have over a self or the system, and then slowly it's awakening to the moment. And with that understanding and realization, the inside and the outside, which is born in one thought. When a thought says, when you look at the so-called table, and when the label appears in the mind saying that's a table, automatically there's the table and the self who's seeing, who's experiencing that, underlying that thought. What is just, so with that, the so-called external world and the internal world is created in that thought in that moment. However, when the truth is seen, the fact that there was an external world and an internal world cannot hold true. So that thought collapse of its value it had. It loses its value. It can no longer deceive you. And if you had any defilements with regard to that, this table was given to me by my grandfather, whatever the emotional values that's been created, they could no longer be valuable. Therefore they cannot generate further thoughts also, because now the veil of illusion is kind of shattered. Like if there's no belief that this table is something of inherited value, how can further thoughts be generated based on it? That base is now shattered. As a result, a thought ceases to arise in that moment. The forming of an image with a sound no longer occurs. This is called Namarupa Uparujjana. You realize the truth. There is no outside, no self, no inside. You emerge from the illusion of mind consciousness. You understand that the book you see is a thought and it does not exist. When we stop assigning value to a thought, it ceases to exist. There is no thing, no thought, only nothingness. From that moment onward, you stop giving value to experiences, knowing they're all illusions. So, table cannot be held true anymore. And these kind of thoughts, the thought itself loses value, and there's no, these kind of thoughts cannot arise anymore. Of course, the recognition will be there, but the internal burning that it was able to create once is no more. So this name and form union we talked about, an image with sound being entangled. Now they no longer hold value, means Nama Rupa Uparujjana, they are like now disassociated, yet one knows that it's a table or a chair, is able to recognize these objects, but the value that's been attributed by the system no longer can be true. And the truth is saying there's no outside, there's no inside, there's no self here. And that's how the illusion will be. You will emerge from the illusion of mind consciousness. The so-called external world is the one that's slowly collapsing of its value. It says we stop assigning value to a thought, but it's not us doing it. It happened due to the system. When the baby was born and as he started speaking the language, the value being assigned to different mind objects differently, that happened due to the system, not a self did that. As we understand and realize Dhamma, what we realize is that there is no self. So it's not that a self assigned the value, but that's how the system was created in the first place. So that is what is losing the value. Even when we perform daily activities as usual, you would go through the day, go from one activity to another. Since this belief of the objects are no longer there, there's nothing to hold on to, nothing to cling on to. The performance of the activity will just go on without that additional burden of being entangled with this object, that object, and the other. Let's say you're cooking or whatever, there could be, you will spill something, you will cut your finger, or something will get burnt. But before realizing this, you would get entangled with all these steps and get upset or mad or get pissed off or whatever. But as this realization comes to place that the so-called external world is a creation of the mind, moment to moment, you will perform all that. But like, something will spill, it doesn't really matter. You will wipe it off and continue to the next step, and you will end up cutting the finger. Just wash it and put something and just go on to the next thing. So that is what's meant by nothing becomes a thing. It doesn't become a thing with value. It just becomes merely an incident. So with this, we cultivate deep insight. This is we call it avabodha jnana. It's a realization. It's that comes with insights. So slowly, it's deepening our understanding and realization that the so-called world is not true. Sankite nibbidaya. That means it's a dhamma that you realize. Rather, the system realize. You can't. There's when we use words, things like that will be said, but it's not somebody's doing. The belief in the thoughts is slowly diminished, and this transcends thought to attain pure moment of seeing the truth, awakening to the moment, letting go of all belief, name and form, and all these ideas, thoughts. And that what will happen is this mind consciousness cannot fall on to anything, cannot be projected anymore, non-projected, anidassana vijnana. In Pali we call it. So that's all I got for today, that portion of the discussion. Shani, Thiruvan Saravayaran. If any of you all have any questions or comments. Shani, you have any questions? Thiruvan Saravayaran. Your mic is unmuted. Are you trying to say something? I can't hear. Justin, you have any questions or comments? Thiruvan Saravayaran.
Thiruvan Saravayaran.
Yeah.
Thiruvan Saravayaran.
Yes, Thiruvan Saravayaran.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Guide. Can you explain a little bit about the anidassana vijnana again, the non-projected thoughts? How would it happen, occur?
Yeah, so thank you for asking that question. So non-projected consciousness or mind consciousness, it's the same thing as something not becoming a thing, meaning whatever when we understand this Dhamma, realize this Dhamma, not just understand intellectually, but also realize and see it within ourselves, that internal burning is slowly diminished. It's the same thing as internal burning is not there, because if there's no internal burning, it's already projected. There's the mind consciousness is projected. But when one sees the truth, how the internal burning goes away is the belief that one had that something exists out there is gone. Now that person sees it as an entanglement of vibrations or entanglement of name and form. So, for an example, one would be upset about, let's say, things that the partner says or the husband or wife says. Every time this will be bothering this person. Now this person is on the path, and every time there's an internal burning due to something being said by the wife or the husband, this person sees that, that incident, contemplate on the incident, that there's no wife or husband as we thought they existed, but if at all they existed only as a mind creation. But let's say there was a fight in the morning, husband or wife, let's say husband, and whatever that scene, whatever the visible way was a manifestation of vibrations, whatever the words that were uttered, that's also a manifestation of vibrations. Just the sounds, the meaning came because those words, let's say somebody, husband called you a loser or wife called you a loser, to get a simple example out of it, that the meaning of that word has been assigned before, given to us before as a child or whatever the age, and there are like mental images associated with it. It's not a good word, it's undermining or devaluing or whatever it is, it's a disrespect or whatever the ideas. So now today when this word is heard, all that package that's associated with it comes alive, is being telepathized. So as this person got hurt after listening to this word, but this truth is contemplated, and maybe another fight later, again another fight, and that maybe a lesser amount of internal burning was experienced by this person. Similarly, the Dhamma is contemplated, that whatever he or she heard or saw was a manifestation of vibrations, or it's just created in the mind. However, it could differ from person to person. One will have to, for a mother from, farming mother who hasn't learned about science, she might not need that kind of contemplation. It will be a simpler contemplation as like, there's no such thing like that, or there's no inherited value in this seeing or hearing or whatever. So with that contemplation, there will be one day all these fights will be there, but there won't be any internal burning. There won't be any emotional reaction to these words which were hurtful at some point in time. So in that moment, the mind consciousness is not projected, anidasana, because it's just hearing is just hearing, just like what Buddha said to Bahia. Seeing is only seeing, hearing is only hearing at that point. No internal burning, no reaction. Just, that's the... Did it make sense, Justin?
Yeah. It's very clear. Thank you very much.
So I have a question for you. Now we've been talking about are you in the path? This is the discussion that's been happening in all these controversial discourses. If I were to ask the same question, what would your answer be?
Yeah. That is totally depend on you. So you have to investigate yourself first. So what you are doing is very important. So whatever we do, the thoughts are always flooded into your mind. You can't get rid of it. So it's a automatic process. So this process is going on. But what we have to test is be conscious about is whether we have burning or not, as you said earlier. Burning sensation. Do we have burning sensation to that particular consciousness? So if that is getting faded slowly, gradually, then we can understand that we are in the path. But at the same time, we have to keep listening to Dhamma, because sometimes we might get deceived by other misconceptions. So it is very important to listen to the true Dhamma. At the same time, uh, you can lead the path, you can go forward, but see whether this whether always what we feel, what type of consciousness we experience, as a result of that consciousness we experience the soul, that there is a person. This existence feeling is always there. So the the nutrient of the existence, I mean existential nutrients, are the hatred and aversion. So always we have to keep on uh, uh, experimenting whether I have a aversion for something, or whether I have a passion for this thing. Did I get upset? Did I get shocked or depressed? Or
Your line is
am I
a little.
overwhelmed or overjoyed? So these are the experiment. Can you hear now? Hello?
Yeah.
Right. So the thing is, without listening to true Dhamma, nobody can reach this path. So it is a gradual and um, very slow, but at the same time, it is effective if you follow the steps that Aryan say always instruct us to do. So there you don't find anything to do here. There's not a particular uh, object to achieve. There's nothing but listening to Dhamma and check whether you can detect, are you attached to something, or do you feel the hatred. So those two things are the main nutrients of the soul. So if that sensation is there, so you are not on the, you may go on the path, but you have to be very careful, because without doing manasikar, think of what we are doing, thinking of whether you are experiencing defilement or not. So that is very important. So are you there? Are you experiencing it? Or is it just an occurrence or incident? Is there a sensation? These are the most important questions for you to ask from yourself. So nobody will experience, I mean, non-burning sensation at once. It won't happen overnight. But if you follow this slowly, there is nothing for you to do, but only to proceed. So if you are trying to do, preparing all the equipment, and if you are going to do something, it is very difficult to find this path. So listen to them and experiencing what you are doing. At the same time, see whether we are experiencing this defilement. especially aversion and hatred. So then, if you are not getting that impact that much as earlier, now you can be little bit happy because you are on the path. But you can assume that I am on the path and I am okay now. That is a misconception again. Tarun Sarnai.
Everyone, sorry, Justin. Yeah. So one thing I wanted to clarify was when we say sensation, we know seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touch, all that, even for an arahat, it's not going to go away. It's just an arahant would see that they are not real. They are just created in the moment as a manifestation. And when we talk about internal burning, that goes a little beyond the sensor level, and it's because there's a self and there's an assumption that this world exists. This person doesn't see these sensations for what it is. He or she sees them as objects that are existing out there. So that clarification, because I know you probably know this, otherwise it might confuse someone. Okay, let me reword the question. So the question is, you, Justin, are you in the path, and how do you see that? How do you recognize that within yourself? How do you?
Yeah, I'll share my experience with you. That this is how it happens. At the age of 15, I started searching this to them.
15, 1 5.
Yeah, I'm a Catholic, and I was searching something must be there. Something must be, reality must be there. Truth must be there. So this is not creation. The creator must have the power to do everything. But everything won't happen. The happiness didn't come to our souls, our lives. So I kept on finding it and followed different monks, different type of teachers, and so failed. Here what I found is that how self is created. How self is created and how we can get rid of suffering. So these two questions suffered me a lot for a long time. So I kept listening to this for a long time. So I kept listening throughout the day sometimes. Some days I kept on listening to, I did nothing but listening to catch what this is. So this is my personal experience I am speaking. There I found the Aryanons always emphasizes there is nothing. You don't find a thin here. The thin is the most important word I found. When thin is created, soul is automatically created there. So soul and thin will come into existence because of the consciousness. So there I searched what this consciousness is. Then I found this dependent origination. Although I heard it earlier, but that puzzle was not solved. So this is how I followed the Dhamma. So there, now I thought, okay, now I have the point. Now this is the path, and this is how I find the Nibbana. So still, I try to find Nibbana. I want to find Nibbana. So I want to do something. So Aranansi always says, there is nothing to do. You proceed. Listen to True Dhamma and proceed. So I did it. Then ultimately, now what had happened? Now, at this moment, I have nothing to do. I have no idea to do. I am not interested in anything. At the same time, I have not a particular objects, the targets or future plans. any preparation for life or existence. That is how I feel from the beginning. So very enthusiastic, when energetic and interested in doing a lot of things to make this life, this existence so powerful and attractive. So now those things are just like toys, no value at all. So that is how I feel, Harshi. Teran Sarnai.
Teron Sarnai, Justin. Thank you for giving that answer, sharing your experience. Yeah, I mean, when we go on this path and realize this Dhamma, that weight is lifted off and that worries and burnings are no longer there. But it's not that we don't make plans. We can, but even before that, before we stumbled upon this Dhamma, we would make plans, but there will be like so much of stress on executing those plans and being on time and whatever is involved comes with it, that internal burning. But that is no longer there. You would still plan if you have to. You would still, nothing actually changes except for that burning, isn't it, Justin?
That's exactly right.
Now your line is not clear. Now I couldn't hear what you said.
Thing happened. No, burning feeling is sometimes. Can you hear?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
Sometimes
yeah.
there
Now
are
I
little
can
bit
hear.
small clashes. Yeah, small clashes, but that is solved then and there. So the I feel that this is nothing. There's nothing. This is just an experience. This is an incident. That's all. That is how I feel. But sometimes it may, the burning might exist for a couple of hours. Then it will fade away, and I won't remember it at all. Gradually diminishing. So no, I am just like a cloud. It seems something is changing, some kind of metamorphosis, but I don't know what it is. But I strongly feel that I am on the path. That is how I feel, Harshi.
Yeah, thank you, Justin. Thank you. Yeah, as you go through the past, with all these insights, the realization deepens, and there's not even a self to look forward to some sort of fruition or whatever. That sense of self slowly diminishes. And yeah, thank you very much, everyone.
Teran Sarnai,
Yeah,
Bernard, I think there's a path is trading the defilements. It's a field. No, Bernard?
Yeah. Defilements, only the hatred and aversion.
Yeah. It's the fading the defilements. It's the path.
Yeah.
It's a field. You know that.
Yeah, that's right.
You can, yourself, you can experience it. It's your,
Yes, definitely.
It's your side. Yeah, it's your side. So Buddha told this, Sandittika, Pratyaksha. No one can tell this otherwise. You are in the path or no. So that question is not coming after that. Path or no. Because the defilements are fading. That one is the path. Otherwise.
That's right. That is the path.
Yeah, that's the path. Yeah. It's good, yeah. Good explanation otherwise. It's a practical side, no?
Yeah.
It's practical. It's an experience, yeah. So Dhamma is not the book. Dhamma is your side. Dhamma is your feel. Dhamma is your experience. Practical side, no? That's first is very important, no? Bernard is understands the truth. It's very important.
True Dhamma. Understand true
Understand
Dhamma is
the
very
truth.
important because
it's very important, yeah. After second one is coming, no? Automatically it's coming.
we can't
Yeah.
That automatically come. No social connection,
No,
nothing.
Bernard. Family is there, but no problem is anywhere.
At the
Yeah,
same
yeah,
time, no
yeah.
problem. At the same time, no
No
problem. It's
problem. Yeah,
anything
no
happen.
inside any
No
vibrations
strong
coming.
feeling,
Yeah,
strong
yeah,
wall.
yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah.
right. No vibration, it seems.
Yeah, inside. Not inside pain, no vibrations. That's why,
No.
That's why.
Yeah,
Yeah,
little
it's okay.
vacant, it seems.
The duty is there, no problem. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's okay.
definitely.
What's wrong? What's happened? What's going on? You know that it's no problem anywhere. It's okay. No any doubt. No any questions. No any problems. Keep going is
Yeah,
everybody, your family or everybody. No, you are not overthinking or coming. It's a
that's right.
balance everything. No, mind is balance.
Yeah,
Tranquility is
well,
there. Yeah.
yeah. Faculties. Yeah.
Tranquility is there because no problem anywhere.
As you always say, just like feel like just like a tree. No stress.
Yeah. Finally, like a tree.
Yeah.
That's a peaceful mind, no? That's tranquil.
That's right.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. What's you think about Harsh? Is good, no? Yeah,
Yeah, and answer
it's very
only
nice.
gets better and better and
Yeah,
better.
that's true.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think Shani is here. Shani, are you there? Shani have more questions. Sometimes listening. She's newcomer. Are you there?
Yes, Adyanasa, Therwan Sarnaya Adyanasa.
Okay. So have any questions asking the Harshi? Sometimes you have questions. Yeah.
Yeah, actually,
Harshi, you can help the Shani.
Yeah,
Shani
and
won't
answer.
Dhamma. Yeah. Shani, your questions ask the Harshi. I think it's better.
okay.
Yeah.
So, like when you are, so let's say there's a person who hasn't listened to Dhamma, and, like I have that my own experience, like even before I listened to Dhamma, I was like sad for something, and when time goes gradually, I didn't feel that sadness and it goes gradually. But like, can someone who listen to Dhamma misunderstand that as like that's even that's happening to a normal person as well. So if someone listen to Dhamma and they could misunderstand that also as like I'm I'm listening to Dhamma, that's why I'm not feeling sad. But someone who even doesn't listen to Dhamma also doesn't feel sad after a time. Did you get what I'm saying?
Oh, I'm not sure if I got the question right. So you've been listening to Dhamma and there's like, now there's more calmness and tranquility. You're not that sad anymore. And there's a person who hasn't listened to Dhamma, but after some time, over something, that person also won't be sad anymore. Is that why is
Yeah,
that?
yeah. After like a certain time period, that person also like forget or like the sadness keep like slowly gradually goes away. And can someone misunderstood that as like they have you know
Some sort of spiritual progress.
yes exactly.
Yeah. So, I mean, understand that misunderstanding belongs to that person, but the thing is, if you compare a person who has listened to Dhamma and who hasn't listened to Dhamma going through the same life situation, sad situation together, let's say, one gets out of it because that one sees the mind in the moment and
Yeah,
the other one doesn't. for that other one who doesn't,
Mhm.
let's say after a few months, both of you will go through the same situation again, maybe a different situation together. That
Yeah.
one who doesn't understand or sees the mind will go through the same heartache again, because he or she did not understand the fact that this world is not real. This world is created in the moment
Yeah.
as a process, as a natural process, as a manifestation of vibrations. So, this time he will be upset over he or she will be upset over a relationship. Next time it will be something else. Somehow he or she will get over it. Another thing will come his or her way, and they will continue to one after another, get into heartaches and get out of it. Get into it, get out of it. Of course, people with time, they don't just harp on the same sadness and continue to live on it. They get out of it. That's how
Yeah.
we've been living life. But the
Yeah.
person who understands and realizes Dhamma, slowly it's the whole cycle is kind of reversed now. Now it's not accumulation of these events that gives you more suffering. Instead, that person begins to go against the flow. And what's happening is, whatever happens now, he or she sees the mind, realizes that it's not real, realizes that nothing to harp on anymore, there's nothing of inherited value there. And it only gets better and better. The defilements will get diminished and diminished and diminished, and there will be tranquility. In the shorter run, the other person might think, okay, what progress has this person made after listening to so much of Dhamma? I just got out of the heartache without any help of the Dhammas. But in the long run, there will be a clear difference, because that person still believes this world is true. And every time something happens, it's still that belief of a so-called external world deepens and gets reinforced. Does it make sense?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, Dr. Sakuntala is also here. She can give an answer to Dr. Sakuntala.
I pay my homage at Aryan Hansi's feet. Thermal Saranai, everybody. Yes, I think you explained it correctly. That is what I felt, because a person who has no understanding at all about Dhamma will do various things to suppress. If there is a sad feeling, he will use various tactics, various things to suppress that. Now, one method is concentration meditation. Then there are other various, maybe I would call non-religious